All that winter I shoveled snow and read books. The lines of print, the alphabetic characters, the strokes of the shovel when I cleared a walk, the linear arrangement of words on a page, the shovel strokes, the rote exercises in school texts, the novels I read, the dictionaries I found in the tiny library, the nature and shape of books, the routine of shovel strokes in deep snow. This was how I began to build an individual. Hey everybody, today we're talking about Underworld, the indisputable magnum opus of Don DeLillo's incredible, wide-ranging, sprawling career. It's a real pleasure to end 2025 with Underworld, with Don DeLillo, because Don DeLillo is one of those, like, at the beginning of this year, I finally addressed a glaring absence from the channel, that being with William Faulkner. But DeLillo has been, for sure, one of the more shameful lacunae of this channel. So here we are, finally addressing Don DeLillo. It had to be Underworld. So that's what we're talking about today. Look, I'm going to just briefly go through the way this video is set up and what we're going to be doing. We're going to kick this off with 10 summary statements that I have constructed. I actually spent more time than I care to admit on putting these together, but they were very important to me to get just right. Anyway, there are 10 summary statements that I feel convey my experience of reading Underworld. This is a book that I've now read 3 times, and I'll be honest, the first time I read it was it had to have been 15 years ago, easily, maybe more than that. And I really didn't know what to make of it. My intro to DeLillo was White Noise, which I thought completely captivating and outstanding. It's one of those books that when I think about it, I am immediately transported to where I was when I read it. And it's kind of a cool situation because I was visiting my brother who lived in the Foggy Bottom area of Washington, D.C. at the time. He lived right off Virginia Avenue and around 25th, 23rd. Right there, New Hampshire, Virginia Avenues area. And right behind Watergate, in fact, the John F. Kennedy Center and Watergate. But I had walked to the Barnes & Noble on M Street in Georgetown and bought a vintage paperback edition of it and started reading it on my walk back to my brother's apartment. And then sat out on the back patio and read this book for almost an entire Saturday. And then finishing it just a couple of days later. It completely captivated. But when I went to Underworld, I just didn't know what to make of it. It just didn't... The writing was incredible. I mean, you can't read DeLillo without being able to appreciate this writing. But I was fairly dismissive of it, to be honest. I didn't read it again until the end of September of this year. And this time, I guess I was much more primed for it, and I just fell in love with it. So much so to where I had to read it one more time before making this video. So I plan to only read it once, or my second read all these years later. I was so captivated by what DeLillo managed to achieve in this book that I finished it in early October and then immediately turned around about mid-November, and I just thought I have to experience that all over again, because it's just one of those that the way it's constructed too, every time you read it, it gets better. And the first time you read it certainly just prepares you for actually reading it. So anyway, here we go. I'm going to give you my 10 summary statements. Then we are going to look at some interviews and conversations in this collection, conversations with Don DeLillo, just to sort of get more insight into who he is and how he approaches writing and who he is as a thinker and so on. Then we will move into what I'm calling a reader's flip through commentary. I will sit with just the book and all of my notes and all of my marginalia, and I'll just sort of do a flip through commentary from cover to cover. And then we will end with looking at secondary material. So I've got 2 books here, Don DeLillo and the Physics of Language by David Cowart, and we'll look at some selections from this wonderful book. There was actually one thing in particular that Cowart pointed out that I totally missed 3 times through the book. I missed, and someone I know who's read it something like 5 or 6 times also missed it, we were pretty floored. But also In the Loop, Don DeLillo and the Systems novel by the great Tom LeClair, and then we will pick through 2 anthologies of scholarship on Don DeLillo and Underworld. In particular, first of all, Underwords and perspectives on Don DeLillo's Underworld, and then the In Context from Cambridge University Press, the In Context collection. I also have done the In Context collection on David Foster Wallace, and I find them an incredible assemblage of scholarship. So I also want to mention that Cambridge University Press did send this to me to use in this video. So thank you very, very much, and I'm thrilled to be sharing this with you watching the video. And then I'll conclude the video somehow, some way. I have no clue. Maybe I'll just say peace and then it cuts off. But anyway, without further ado, let's get started with the summary statements. I'm going to read these off of my phone. Shame on me for bringing technology like this into the video. Yet, it's also somehow mimetic or complementary of what DeLillo does in his books. So anyhow, reading Underworld for the first time is like assembling a jigsaw puzzle with the complete picture. Reading Underworld for the first time is like assembling a jigsaw puzzle without the complete picture on the box as a reference. Reading it for the second time is like having the reference picture, but finding that the pieces augment the whole. Reading it for the third time is then like discovering that there is another masterpiece on the obverse side of the assembled puzzle, an under puzzle, if you will. Number 2, DeLillo has an uncanny sense for articulating unworded micro moments of life in a way that adds a felt dimension to language while bearing out something uniquely human. And I want to give a quick example of that. Page 83. Sometimes I see something so moving, I know I'm not supposed to linger. See it and leave. If you stay too long, you wear out the wordless shock. Love it and trust it and leave. Number 3. Very often, DeLillo's best prose is braided with his deep understanding of the scientific, the mathematical, and the poetic. For example, on 2:14. Out over the trees he saw the residue of a jet contrail, the vapor losing its shape, beginning to spread and rib out, and he thought of the desert, of course, the weapons range and fly paths, and the way the condensation in the sky was the only sign of human endeavor as far as he could see, a city boy out camping, taking his soul struggle to the back country. And the Mach 2 booms came sky clapping down, and the vapor formed an ice trail in the heavens. Number 4, in Underworld, Don DeLillo gives us a term to rival David Foster Wallace's howling fantods with the screaming mimes. Number 5, in addition to Tom LeClair's brilliant use of systems theory, which we'll get into, to anchor and explicate the properties that secure Don DeLillo in the upper echelon of literary excellence, I would like to offer mathematical graph theory and its computer science application of theory to graph databases as an extension to a fitting framework for apprehending the complex beauty of Underworld's system of interconnected nodes. And then to complement that, on page 157, forces beyond our control, lines of intersection that cut through history and logic and every reasonable layer of human expectation. Number 6, with the possible exception of Pynchon, no other novelist captures the situation of the individual within the gossamer ecosphere of systems and forces as compellingly, intelligently, and, dare say I, prophetically as Don DeLillo. And I am aware that he has been recorded as saying that he is aware people refer to him and his works as prophetic, but he flatly denies it. Nonetheless, it is apt. Matt Shea sat in the terminal at the airport in Tucson, and listened to announcements bouncing off the walls. He was thinking about his paranoid episode at the bombhead party the night before. He felt he'd glimpsed some horrific system of connections in which you can't tell the difference between one thing and another, between a soup can and a car bomb, because they are made by the same people in the same way and ultimately refer to the same thing. And then also on 785, and 786. Capital burns off nuance in a culture. Foreign investment, global markets, corporate acquisitions, the flow of information through transnational media, the attenuating influence of money that's electronic, and sex that's cyberspaced, untouched money, and computer-safe sex. The convergence of consumer desire. Not that people want the same things necessarily, but that they want the same range of choices. And the system pretends to go along, to become more supple and resourceful, less dependent on rigid categories. But even as desire tends to specialize, going silky and intimate, the force of converging markets produces an instantaneous capital that shoots across horizons at the speed of light, making for a certain furtive sameness, a planing away of particulars that affects everything from architecture to leisure time to the way people eat and sleep and dream. Number 7, Underworld is a mystical contemplation of waste in the atomic age that transcends every age. Its pages like plutonium isotopes, its sentences leading to ecstatic visions and an expanded consciousness. And I turn to 422. We are all living in the shadow of the bomb. It's referred to here as the thing with no name, the bomb that would redefine the limits of human perception and dread. And a little bit later down the page, maybe the shoe looked sinister because all its meanings and connections and silhouettes were outside Maddie's faculties of knowledge. Number 8. From radio to television to the World Wide Web, from children's games to the triumph of death, from the concrete jungle of New York to the barren desert of Arizona, from immigrant America to timeless cyberspace, from political intrigue to stand-up comedy, from art to arms races, from baseball to serial killers to recycling, from advertising to the zeitgeist, Underworld is an encyclopedia of the American mythology, experience, and future. Number 9, displaying the same level of virtuosity with language as William H. Gass, the same trenchant insight into power structures as Michel Foucault, and the same mastery of irony as Shakespeare, Don DeLillo, in his magnum opus, Underworld, places the reader in a panopticon, holding aloft a lexicon in one hand and a skull in the other. And finally, number 10. If I were to attempt to sum up Underworld in a couple of words, I would be forced to borrow from the book itself and call it nothing less than a jazz cathedral. And just to kind of cap off my summary statements and lead in to more of this video proper, I just want to cite a couple of short writings here. One is Tom LeClair's review of Underworld in Atlantic in 1997, and in the opening paragraph he gives what I feel could be the best one-sentence summary. So for people who need a summary or a plot in a book like this that sort of subverts all of that, this is what you can take with you. He says, this huge novel, which reveals the secrets of Nick Shea, its main character, a middle-aged Italian-American from the Bronx, is an underhistory of the cultural repressions of mid-century America. And he also goes on to say, and this is coming from Tom LeClair, something you have to keep in mind if you don't know already. Tom LeClair has written two of my favorite works of literary criticism, one being one we'll look into a little bit later, In the Loop, and where he defines his concept of the systems novel using systems theory, which is perfect for Underworld. It predates Underworld, so it uses Ratner's Star as sort of the exemplar of the systems novel in terms of DeLillo. But he also wrote The Art of Excess, which is just amazing. And I believe I used that in one of my Gaddis videos, certainly. But you have to keep in mind the level that LeClair's thinking on and his expertise. Before I say this, so that it'll have the proper amount of weight and validity, legitimacy, authority, cultural capital, if you will, to borrow from what's his name? The cultural capital person. I can't think of his name. It'll come to me later. Or maybe you're shouting it at the screen at me, in which case maybe I'll hear it in some strange way that would take us more into a Pynchon novel than a DeLillo novel necessarily. But anyway, another thing, Tom LeClair is in retirement from academia, though he started writing fiction, has fiction books available, and he has a Substack called Monster Pieces. And I saw he recently touched on the DeWitt book and the latest Mark Z. Danielewski, among many others. So be sure to go and check out that Substack. But anyway, you see the kind of person we're dealing with here. And he says, DeLillo has now produced a masterwork to rank with Gravity's Rainbow and J.R. And I think if I had read that before September of this year, I probably would have balked at it. But now, having read the book twice over the last few months, twice more over the last few months. I think I completely agree. It is absolutely at that stature. So there you go. And he goes on. In its auteurist control, dissonant solos, and spatial form, Underworld resets the standard for those fiction writing prodigies, David Foster Wallace, Richard Powers, Jonathan Franzen, who count DeLillo as a father figure. Remember, this was published in 1997. He says, in Underworld, DeLillo gives us his most profound subject, apocalypse. His most subtle treatment, using all the novelist's devices to examine nuclear malaise and compose a narrative of its displacements. Like his punning title, which includes Dante, the Mafia, Hollowed Earth, Humankind's Sediment, Ghetto Life, Underground Politics, the Subconscious, and Linguistic Roots, the novel piles up undertexts so dense and multiple that a first reading is only a test bore. So I realize, and thank you, Tom LeClair, for giving me an analogy there. I realized my first reading was basically like a pilot hole. All right, and then let's turn to the preface from the Library of America edition. There is a 2022 preface. I'm going to be honest, I bought the $35 volume, which does have Mao 2 and Underworld together, because they had new prefaces from the author. I did not realize that the preface was scarcely 2 pages long, but you know, beggars can't be choosers, and we'll take anything we can get from Papa DeLillo. And I'm reminded of the New Testament verse that talks about dogs will even eat crumbs from the master's table, something along those lines. Yeah, that's how I feel. So I love that in the second paragraph, he says, as I revisit random pages, I continue to be surprised by what I find there. So we're dealing with a book that even the author still finds surprises in all these years later. So it's just remarkable. And here's the thing. It's not one of those kitchen sink novels. I can't remember what video I used to coin the term kitchen sink. It might have been Kafka on the Shore. But it's not one of those kitchen sink novels where so much is just kind of thrown into it that it can't help but demand rereads to catch everything. This is also a highly, highly architected and designed novel. I mean, utterly remarkably so. Things are not just thrown in at random. Everything is just delicately designed. And that's part of its absolute beauty. But he says a couple other things in here. 2 other things I'll go ahead and throw out there from the small 2022 preface. He does say that he himself, DeLillo, was in a dentist's chair with his mouth crammed full of utensils, listening to the radio broadcast in the outer office, and patients and staff were cheering at the dramatic outcome in 1951 with the shot heard round the world. So there's a moment. I bring that up because that confirms where Don DeLillo actually was. I had it in mind that he was not just referencing Nick Shea as a 16-year-old with his radio on a rooftop in the Bronx listening to the broadcast, but that when I did the math, it added up for the age of DeLillo. I was thinking that maybe that was just a sort of a nostalgic and loving reference back to where he was, but it was not. Nonetheless, I still love that detail. And then finally we have Lucy Sant, or Lucy Sante, Lucy Sant, from the New York Review of Books, also in 1997, called Between Hell and History. And she notes that all consciousness includes knowledge of the bomb, Every decision is somehow informed by the presence of the bomb, and every action occurs within the shadow of the bomb. And I thought that was a really remarkable statement and really noteworthy, really good observation. She also says that Lenny Bruce's voice and the drift of his routines are so convincingly rendered, I was almost persuaded that DeLillo had relied on transcripts or recordings. But then he is current fiction's most astounding ventriloquist, as anyone will attest who has read Libra and appreciated his hyper-realist conjuring of Marguerite Oswald in particular. And I too, I just assumed, because of how well they're done, I've never actually listened to or seen or experienced in any way a Lenny Bruce performance, but I presumed or assumed the exact same thing, that they were transcripted. So just remarkable. DeLillo works with enormous canvases and even larger themes. Private though he may be as a personality, he is a public artist, immediate and declarative and passionate about the state of the country and the world. She says DeLillo balances the character's perfectly observed idiomatic speech with his own laconic, rough-edged brushstroke of a voice. And when he is attributing thoughts to those characters, manages somehow to frame them in a style that glides between their voices and his. And we will turn to an essay in some of our scholarship late in the video to unpack that or drill into that more, because there's some very interesting stuff that DeLillo does. This book is incredible on so many levels. And finally, from Lucy Sante, large thematic strokes may define his architecture, but within lies continual surprise at the fluidity and resilience of the human condition. Outstanding observations. Okay, so now, like I said, what we will do is we'll turn into some selections from this collection, Conversations with Don DeLillo. This is from Tom LeClair's interview in 1982. And this is DeLillo speaking. What writing means to me is trying to make interesting, clear, beautiful language. That's key for DeLillo. This is like the primary reason for why he does what he does. Working at sentences and rhythms is probably the most satisfying thing I do as a writer. I think after a while, a writer can begin to know himself through his language. Writing is intense concentration, and the typewriter can act as a focusing tool or memory tool. It enables me to bore in on something more strongly. It also enables me to see the words being formed. What the words look like is important. How they look in combination. I have to see the words. And in his discussion with Michael Silverblatt in 1997 about Underworld, he talks about that again, that really he has to use a typewriter, because elsewhere he talks about the actual hammering of the print into the page, which also gets at stuff that's in William Gass's The Tunnel. Kohler talks about striking and punching the page from the typewriter. But DeLillo, in that conversation, in that bookworm conversation, talks about how it's a sort of writing for him using his typewriter becomes a sort of abstract sculpture. And I just love that. Okay, from Kevin, the interview with Kevin Connolly in 1988. And again, this is DeLillo. Fiction is one of the consolation prizes for having lived in the world. And I'll be honest, when I read that at the time, when I first read that and highlighted it as something to do in this video, it stirred something in me and made me a little emotional. And I'll be honest, it just did it again. Uh, Fiction is one of the consolation prizes for having lived in the world. So who knows? But kind of like the excerpt we read from Underworld itself, some things are just so beautiful and so powerful that you just experience it, appreciate it, and move on. Maybe something to unpack at a later date. Again, DeLillo with Kevin Connolly in 1988. I think naming things helps us hold the world together. Words or language as the gluons of matter. Almost literally. Without naming, I think it would fall apart. Names are the subatomic glue of the human world. Okay. I thought I was being clever coming up with gluons, but he hits on it. It must have stuck in my memory from when I first read it. But that's clearly something that is dealt with, especially the scene between Father Paulus and the young Nick Shea when they in the scene when he has him name parts of the shoe, and we'll get into that when I do my read through commentary. All right, with Anne Ahrensberg, 1988. DeLillo says, "The writer is the person who stands outside society, independent of affiliation and independent of influence." And later in that same discussion, American writers ought to stand and live in the margins and be more dangerous. Part of the reason for why he stays out of the public eye. It's much more effective not to be, we want to organize everything and label things and so on. It's just a way that our minds work and how we apprehend and deal with the world with so much information. But we very quickly want to be able to say, that person's a Democrat or a Republican, that person is this or that person's for this or not for that. Being able to stand outside of that and offer your observations is much more effective. All right, so this is with William Goldstein, 1988. And this is more of a write-up. It's not done in like a question and answer type format. It's more of a write-up, reportage or whatever, following their conversation. Within Libra and all his other books, DeLillo observes, there is an element of unresolvability that reflects the psychic confusion the assassination has precipitated in American life, and which is absolutely where my work all began. I don't know exactly how to summarize my work, but I would say it's about danger, modern danger. And so each of his novels, DeLillo says, is unresolvable, which can be maddening for some people. But that's exactly the kind of stuff that I'm drawn to. When it's not just a tidy story with a resolution that ties a bow and everything, and so you just leave it and go on to the next one. Something that keeps drawing you back. But I will also say that Underworld is a little different than a lot of his other books that I've read. Underworld, yeah, it's a little different in this regard because it feels, at least on a third reading, it feels more resolved, like there is more resolution or more steps towards resolution than a lot of his novels. It isn't quite as glaringly open-ended. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what I think when we do the flip through. All right, this is with Anthony de Curtis in 1988, and this is DeLillo speaking. We seem much more aware of elements like randomness and ambiguity and chaos since then. And the then he's referring to is the JFK assassination. People have developed a sense that history has been secretly manipulated. This is for sure a big element of DeLillo literature. Certainly there are themes that recur. Perhaps a sense of secret patterns in our lives, a sense of ambiguity. Certainly the violence of contemporary life is a motif. I see contemporary violence as a kind of sardonic response to the promise of consumer fulfillment in America. So there you have a lot of DeLillo-esque themes. American consumerism, secret histories and conspiracies driving things, and violence, and the converging points of all these three nodes, to bring in a graph term. It seems to me that Ratner's Star is a book which is almost all structure. The structure of the book is the book. The characters are intentionally flattened and cartoon-like. I was trying to build a novel that was not only about mathematics to some extent, but which itself would become a piece of mathematics. And I did read Ratner's Star earlier this year. Wonderful book. Actually, very funny, too. But I would say with the comparison, structure, where he says the book, the structure of the book is the book. That's to a large degree true also of Underworld, but the characters aren't written flat. They're not flat like they are intentionally in Ratner's Star. In the names, he says, I spent a lot of time researching the kind of sun-cut precision I found in Greek light and in the Greek landscape. I love that. That's amazing. I also read the names earlier this year. I think that besides Underworld, the names is probably my second favorite DeLillo, or at least shoulder to shoulder with White Noise. But I love that. This gives you some insight into the kind of writer he is, the way he thinks. He was in Greece at the time, by the way, and he's soaking in that light in the Greek landscape. And he wanted what he calls that sun-cut precision that he found there. And I speak about this or elements of this in my video on Nikos Kazantzakis from earlier this year. I read The Odyssey, a modern sequel, as part of my trip to Greece this year, and just the bearing, now that I've actually been there and been in that sun and been in that wind and on that blue water, I can see what people are talking about being in that particular environment. Anyway, and I wanted to discover a sentence, a way of writing sentences that would be the prose counterpart to that clarity, that sensuous clarity of the Aegean experience. In the same way, you can see the prose modulates depending on what he's trying to capture in here. Is this the Bronx? Is this the mid-century Bronx? Is this the 1990s Arizona desert? Is this cyberspace? I don't think of language in a theoretical way. I approach it at street level. That is, I listen carefully to the way people speak, and I find that the closer a writer comes to portraying actual speech, the more stylized it seems on the page, so that the reader may well conclude that this is a formal experiment in dialogue instead of a simple transcription, which it actually is. And I found that interesting too, because there are a lot of different exchanges and dialogue situations where it seems so stylized and like he contrived this really catchy way of portraying it. But then the more you look at it or read it out loud and take it on surface value instead of trying to read this whole theoretical framework into it, the more you see that like actually transcribing and not trying to put artifice around the way certain groups of people talk in certain situations. If you just transcribe it and put it straight down on the page the way it comes out, yeah, it can look very stylistically contrived. I think that this is something that has been in the background of my work. A sense of something extraordinary hovering just beyond our touch and just beyond our vision. And for sure, that is hinting at what we'll get into more and more in this video, but DeLillo's Catholic upbringing, the influence of Jesuits, and then his devotion to mystery in general. And we're not getting, as we'll see, we're not getting into anything organized or institutional or formal here. Just those, the religious mysticism and the mystery of life. And that is for sure one element that I am very much drawn to. Wow, a holy trinity of sneezes. How about that? All right, and finally, in the Anthony de Curtis interview, DeLillo says, "Art is one of the consolation prizes we receive for having lived in a difficult and sometimes chaotic world. We seek pattern in art that eludes us in natural experience." So, touching more on the briefer sentiment he uttered earlier. All right, let's move on. This is a 1993 interview with Adam Begley. "It was through Joyce that I learned to see something in language that carried a radiance." Maybe that mysticism, that spiritual. Joyce also having grown up in Catholic schools with Jesuit educators. "Something that made me feel the beauty and fervor of words, the sense that a word has a life and a history." He also says in this interview, "I don't have an audience. I have a set of standards." I love that. I love that attitude. You've heard of like the implied reader or the implied audience that a writer has in mind that they're writing for. DeLillo just rejects that outright and says, "I don't have an audience," meaning I don't have an imaginary reader for whom I'm writing. I have a set of standards. I love that. Okay, also 1993, Adam Begley says, "My mind works one way, toward making a simple moment complex, and this is not the way to gain a larger audience." All right, Maria Nadati, 1993. The question is, "Do you think you could get used to a computer?" He says, "No, here it is. No, I need the sound of the keys of a manual typewriter, the hammers striking the page. I like to see the words, the sentences as they take shape. It's an aesthetic issue. When I work, I have a sculptor's sense of the shape of the words I'm making. I use a machine with larger than average letters. The bigger, the better." I love that. This is with Gerald Howard in 1997. And he's talking about the structure of Underworld. He said, "It occurred to me recently that in a curious way, it duplicates the countdown voice we associate with a nuclear test. 10, 9, 8, 7. And what he's getting at, for those who don't know, and I'm going to get into the structure here in just a little bit. In fact, after we go through this book. But the way that he structures it, DeLillo said that at first he was just writing this linear narrative. And as a lot of people know, what is the prologue of Underworld started as a standalone story called Pafko at the Wall. I think it was printed in Harper's. And then a few years later, it was adapted a bit and became the prologue. But he started writing it in a linear manner, starting with that moment in October of 1951 and then moving forward. And then he realized that what he needed to do was start there and then jump all the way out to the end of the story and then work his way backwards to what becomes the day right after the opening. So he in this interview, what he's referring to is he realized later that that kind of worked like a countdown, and so much is about the bomb in this book. That's pretty clever. As we'll see in a minute, I likened it to another analogy of the ball that gets hit out of the ballpark and into the stands, sort of gets hit. We follow it in its arc from it getting hit out of the park in 1951, and then it lands in 1992, and then sort of bounces backwards to then the 80s and the 70s and the 60s, and then back to where it landed in 51. But that didn't bear out, as we'll see. I thought I was being clever. But we'll talk about the structuring here in a minute. Continuing with the 1997 Gerald Howard interview. Because what we see in those final scenes is a series of hydrogen bomb explosions on a special website. The worship of technology ends in the paranoid spaces of the computer net. I love this. Just almost like a quick little aphorism. You become a serious novelist by living long enough. And finally, the last pieces of this interview with Howard. I am not particularly distressed by the state of fiction or the role of the writer. The more marginal, perhaps ultimately, the more trenchant and observant, and finally necessary he'll become, meaning the writer will become. So that's a very hopeful message. All right, and then in this interview with Kim Eshlin in 1997, DeLillo says, and I think this is about the title, I thought of the word plutonium. I thought of its source, which is Pluto, god of the dead and ruler of the underworld. And of course, it's also indicative of nuclear waste. All right, and then the last one that I've highlighted here is from 1999 with Maria Moss. And he says, well, let's just give the question first so you have the full context. So Moss says, weapons and explosives play a major role in Underworld. How important are weapons in the daily life of people? Do you think there is a difference between the States and Europe in terms of people's fear of weapons? And DeLillo says, I'll tell you, in the American soul, there is a lonely individual standing in a vast landscape. He is either on a horse or driving a car, depending. And either way, he's carrying a gun. This is one of the essential images in American mythology, sort of like the cowboy or the Latin American gaucho. So for those of you that aren't so acquainted with DeLillo, I hope that reading through some of those selections from this collection of conversations gives you an idea of the type of writer or artist that we're dealing with here. So with that, what I will do now is discuss the structuring of the novel, which will allow us to touch on some characters and some plots and subplots. All right, here we are in the portion of the video where I'm going to talk a little bit about the structure of Underworld. And hopefully this all comes out right, but the structure is so important to the novel and its excellence and what makes it just compelling to read and reread and read again and again. I wanted to put together these visualizations because I wanted to go beyond just talking about it, but kind of give a visualization to the way my mind was seeing this and how to explain it properly, because I feel like this maybe will go uh, a longer way than just saying, hey, it starts in 51 and then goes to 92 and works its way backwards. I mean, that's really cool, but it doesn't really show how cool it is, and it doesn't give the nuances of the fact that there's actually two competing or two opposing timelines taking place, and then a sub timeline in there. So I'm hoping this conveys that. In my mind, like I said earlier, if we look at it, if this is showing up as like purple for you, this is the narrative time. So this is the way that it unfolds when we're reading the book. And then the orange is the actual calendar time against what we're reading. So I kind of had this idea where the narrative time is like the baseball. We watched the baseball get hit out of the park October 3rd, 1951, as it goes from the prologue, and then it hit, of course, in real life, and as is narrated in the prologue, we know it hits this green post, putting a green smudge, a telltale green smudge on the baseball. But I saw it as going way out here to 1992 with part one, and hitting that post and then bouncing backwards. So then it hits part two, which is like late 80s, early 90s. Then part three, 1978, part four, 1974, part five, 50s and 60s, part six, which picks up the day after the prologue and then goes into the next year. But then it kind of lost traction for me, because then the epilogue clearly then jumps to the moments after part one. So if you see the purple line, I just didn't like how that looked. And then, of course, the orange line is the actual calendar time. So if you look at it by calendar time, it's actually going from the prologue straight to Minx Martin 1. There are 3 Minx Martin scenes put in there that follow directly from the baseball game. But in calendar time, it goes from the prologue to Minx Martin 1, to Minx Martin 2, to Minx Martin 3, and then it goes sequentially from against narrative time from part 6 to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then the epilogue. So I tried to make this work to capture my analogy of the baseball, but I didn't like how messy it was, for one thing, and it didn't convey really well the 3 timelines that he's working with. So then I got the idea to sort of structure this a little bit differently using the circular structure of an analog clock. So now we can clearly see that everything starts at the prologue and ends at the epilogue. That's pretty straightforward. So this kind of shows that if you look at the purple narrative time versus calendar time, you can see the arrows going the other directions, which gives that sense of when you reread it and you have the full story kind of put together, and you have the way things occur, and you have the causes and effects put together, you can appreciate this more. Still kind of messy and doesn't convey as much, and especially the Minx Martin sort of sub-timeline. So I put the Minx Martin on the inside, added more arrows, and tried to give this sense. And then I took the arrows away and made the Minx Martin still kind of a sub analog clock in the middle of this, and then stacked the epilogue on top of the prologue, so you can really clearly see the direction of the arrows. Then I got clever and said, well, let me just add a third color here and a third like narrative arc or trajectory in green. So now I've got narrative time, which goes this way, the way that it actually unfolds from prologue to epilogue, backwards in time. The calendar time, which proceeds from prologue backwards through and against narrative time, and then the Manx-Martin timeline, which just proceeds from the prologue and through its 3 episodes. And then I did draw these little spokes because in narrative time, you do hit each of the Manx-Martin episodes before part 2, before part 4, and before part 6. Then I thought, hey, let me change it to baseballs and let me clean it up even more to show what these look like. So, the baseballs, hey, this is pure aesthetics. And but just to really drive these 3 circular timelines or unfoldings of events or portrayals of events that this novel juggles. And then finally, I ended with this sort of mutant avocado. And that really kind of shows, this is my little final product of the sketch to drive the way that narrative time, calendar time, and then what I'm calling Manx-Martin time work circularly throughout this book. And I hope this goes a little way of showing it. But let's back up just a little bit and look at it. And I'll just kind of briefly touch on what happens and so on. But we got the prologue. It's pretty well known. And it's also extremely deceptive because I think a lot of people who haven't read Underworld, from the prologue and from what all has been talked about stemming from the prologue, it's seen as sports literature or a book that's all about baseball. It's about a baseball that we follow, and I'll get into the lineage of the baseball in a little bit. Because on my 3rd reading, I paid particular attention to watching the lineage of the baseball. But I would say that baseball probably takes up, 5% of the book. It's pretty much not about baseball at all. The opening prologue, the prologue is very deceptive because we go on from here. There's not a single other game that's narrated in any way. After the prologue, we do meet a baseball memorabilia collector, Marvin Lundy, who gets into some things. A couple of little statements are made, and we follow the baseball throughout. It's sort of our MacGuffin that flies through the novel. However, I mean, if you were to pull out all the text that's used to talk about the baseball and trace the lineage, it might be a page, maybe 2. And it's an 827-page novel. So let me debunk that very quickly. But anyway, we start with that prologue. We have a young boy, Cotter Martin, who's at the baseball game. He is the one who is able to make off with the baseball. And it's never been found. Like, there have been a lot of false reports that people have the ball, but it's never been definitively or conclusively found. It's never surfaced. But DeLillo imagines that this young man, Cotter Martin, makes off with the ball. In Manx-Martin 1, we see that his own father acts very perniciously and makes off with it himself, sells it to somebody, and it's off and sailing. But we meet Nick Shea. Nick Shea, we meet late in life. He is a very successful executive in the waste management business, and we meet him when everything's kind of settled and so on. And then we follow him and his life backwards. And so we start to see basically his whole life as he's grown up in the Bronx. His father, uh, I'll say, walked out on him. We're not really sure. His father went to buy some Lucky Strike cigarettes one day and never returned. There's a lot around all of that throughout the novel. But, he ended up with an absent father, uh, him and his brother Matt. And then it shows how Nick got caught up in the wrong crowds, got into trouble there in the Bronx, and ended up at some correctional facility in upstate New York, and then ultimately sent to a place in Minnesota where he received a Catholic education and was sort of reformed. And then all the way through him meeting his wife Marion and getting into the waste business. But we're seeing all these things happen as we're also trying to chase this baseball across the place. We're introduced to all these figures, real and imagined. Real, J. Edgar Hoover, Toots Shor, Frank Sinatra, Lenny Bruce, all these different people across history. We follow J. Edgar Hoover to the black and white ball that was put on at the Plaza in New York City by Truman Capote, all these different events. And of course, looming over all this is the fact that on the same day that this incredible miracle of a baseball game took place, at the same time, J. Edgar Hoover, then director of the Bureau of Investigation, was informed that the Soviets had exploded their second hydrogen bomb, or atom bomb, their second bomb, and so thus is the start of the arms race and everything connected to the Cold War and everything like that, and it goes through into the Cuban Missile Crisis, and so you're getting quite a history of the second half of the 20th century in America. We have an imagined nun who's sort of the counterpart to J. Edgar Hoover. Her name is Sister Edgar. I can't remember her full name right now, but we'll get it when we get into the book. We're following all these looming connections and happenings, and interconnections is the biggest part of this book. As I was reading through it, for my day job, I happen to be involved in graph technology, graph databases, graph query language, and it's just amazing how much of the book maps over into Tom LeClair's systems theory. I mean, Tom LeClair didn't come up with systems theory, but the systems novel based on systems theory, and then also graph technology. But we're watching all these expanding connections between this baseball game and the Cold War, the conflict between the U.S. and Soviets, and then finally sort of the aftermath when everything cools off, and now we have all this nuclear waste in particular, but lots of different waste to manage in general. So that's sort of just a little bit more about what it's about and how it goes through all of these different sections. So I hope that at least gives some more detail or some visual clarity to the really interesting way that DeLillo has structured the three main narrative arcs of Underworld. All right, let's take a look at 827 pages of pure literary virtuosity, greatness. One of our greatest living and of all time novelists operating at their highest level. And we're crunch right into it. The prologue, The Triumph of Death. And again, this was published a few years before the novel as a standalone piece called Pafko at the Wall, and really won a lot of respect. And I know, well, I was about to say I know a lot of people. I don't know them, but I know of a lot of people who think the prologue is the absolute best part of the novel. While it is incredible, I disagree. And in fact, I quite find the epilogue to be just just a masterclass. However, I don't think the epilogue, well, I know for sure the epilogue can't stand on its own like the prologue can. The epilogue is your, I want to say something like it's your treat for experiencing or reading through the preceding 785 pages or so. But that almost makes it sound like the novel proper, the 6-part novel proper between prologue and epilogue is a slog. It is absolutely not. So I don't want it to make it sound like the epilogue is your reward. It's more like, even in addition to this sublimely written, perfectly written prologue, and then this jazz cathedral of a 6-part novel, in addition to, we get this finale that, I mean, for me, it exceeds expectations on every level. And I mean, just almost gives me chills as I read it. The prologue, like any great novelist, the prologue sets up all the themes. Some of them right here on the very first page. And then the epilogue sort of is that culmination of putting a seal on all these things that DeLillo has stirred up in between. But all that to say again that for me, that while the prologue is such a treat, the entire novel is commensurate, I guess is what I'm saying. So starts off, he speaks in your voice, American, and there's a shine in his eyes that's halfway hopeful. And he's introducing us to Cotter Martin, a young African-American boy who is skipping school to go and join a bunch of ruffians who will gather around as all the people coming out of the subway to go to the Polo Grounds baseball field. They're kind of congregating and gathering so that by force of numbers, they're going to run and jump the turnstiles, obviously instead of paying for a ticket. And they're going to jump these turnstiles and then make their way into the park. And, they know that some of them will get caught, but because of the force of numbers, some won't. And like so many things in this novel, this will recur. I almost said later, but technically it recurs earlier, because we have to remember that the way this is written, going backwards in time, we're basically we're reading all of the effects first and then the causes. So because of the way this is written, DeLillo has cleverly reversed cause and effect, which is a real treat. And one of the things that it does is, by the very nature of reversing cause and effect like that, you're already guaranteeing your reader these constant discoveries and micro epiphanies. And because it's also modeled on a quest novel in various ways, the most salient being the quest of tracing the lineage of the baseball. It's just really great choices by DeLillo, and some of the things that make it such a treat to read as it's presented to us, and why another reason why I think the prologue isn't the best part. Anyhow, they're getting in there, and like I said, this will recur like so many things. So later, I can't remember if it's a Bloomingdale's or a Nordstrom. When we get to it, I'll have it underlined or whatever. But the same thing happens. There's a group of misfits make their way into the department store in numbers and just start snatching clothing, especially leather clothing, and then making a run for it, knowing that some of them will get caught, but some of them will get through. So notice, right there in the first sentence, we're being introduced to some different things. He speaks in your voice. Again, I just realized, that's echoed in the final paragraph of the book, as we'll see. He speaks in your voice, American, and there's a shine in his eye that's halfway hopeful. This introduces so many themes right in the first sentence. The attention to spoken voice, the attention to what it means to be an American in the late 20th century, a shine in the eye that's halfway hopeful. And the next thing that I have underlined is from the third paragraph on the first page, and it says, longing on a large scale is what makes history. And that kind of echoes the halfway hopeful shine that's in Cotter Martin's eye, this American boy. And one thing I wrote down as I was reading through this, because so much of it is about longing and loss. But in this novel, at least, DeLillo never lets go of hope. There's always hope. And as most people know, the very last word in the entire novel is the word peace. And as we'll see, there are connections, yes, to the end of T.S. Eliot's Wasteland and so on. But there's every longing and loss is tinged with hope and vice versa. So every hope is halfway hopeful, like we get in that first sentence, because it is also then tinged by longing and loss. And one thing I wrote down, just a little aphorism that sort of comes out of reading this book, is that hope is the obverse of nostalgia. One, a longing for the future, and the other, a longing for the past. So you get this coin, or this Janus figure with hope on one side, looking toward the future, longing for the future and what it might bring, and the other head, or the other side, being nostalgia, looking towards the past. And for sure, DeLillo's looking a lot at his own past. As many people have noted, this is his most personal book, or that draws the most on his own experience growing up in the Italian Bronx, having Italian immigrant parents, and so on, and the Catholic education at Fordham University, all these different things, and so you can really sense the DeLillo that's growing older, the more mature DeLillo, who is coming decades after his first novel, Americana, and is now looking back. And so the whole book tends to be a lesson in nostalgia, but it's so cleverly done that it ends up being paradoxically a nostalgia for the future as well as for the past. And then finally, at the very last sentence, at least in this Scribner paperback, is the sky is low and gray, the royally gray, R-O-I-L-Y, like royal, the royally gray of sliding surf. So the beautiful writing and scene setting, and just a beautiful tableau. The next thing I have underlined here is on page 13. It says, "The shout of the motley boys comes banging off the deep concrete." Oh, and I have my marginalia here pointing, let's see, over 450 pages later, a group of kids will be stealing from a department store, and it is Bloomingdale's. And let's see, 476, that is in what year? That's in 1974. So we see that's what? It's 1951 in the prologue. So yeah, you're looking at like 20 some years. This is sort of the next generation then of the Motley Boys, the Bloomingdale's shoplifters, or the next generation of Motley Boys that we see from the prologue. But another thing I'll point out is that he uses that really interesting verb, banging off the deep concrete. And this is one of many instances where I noticed in this book, DeLillo recurs with things bending and things bouncing off of surfaces. There are a great many, and I'll point them out as we get to them. And I think what this points to for me is the physics of language. And again, the physics of language is what Father Paulus, the Jesuit who instructs the young Nick Shea later about the words for different parts of the shoe, he says, this is what we're doing. We're doing the physics of language, Nick. And it's very clear that DeLillo, when he's writing and thinking through things, he's got lots of different scientific discourses that are bearing in on the words he uses. Geometry, trigonometry, and especially when we're thinking in terms of baseball, and all of the physics involved there, sort of like all the physics involved in tennis that David Foster Wallace would press into in his book of right around the same time as Underworld. But it's just something that stood out to me. Lots of things places you wouldn't expect the verbs bend and bounce or banging off the concrete. Just thinking about sounds and noises and bending and things like that. It's interesting to see how physics of language it is also exemplified in the language of the book that introduces the concept. Just some great writing. We're in 1951, and there's this NYPD cop who's now trying to chase after these boys running and jumping the turnstiles. And listen to the way, in like a couple of words, DeLillo paints a picture of what this cop running after them looks like. Here comes a cop in municipal bulk, with a gun and cuffs and a flashlight and a billy club all jigging on his belt and a summons pad wadded in his pocket. Just paints a perfect picture. You see this film strip immediately in your mind. Make sure I don't miss anything. Got lots of different tabs here. All right, it seems the Soviet Union has conducted an atomic test at a secret location somewhere inside its own borders. So, as is well known, during this game, when we get the shot heard around the world, when Thompson knocks this ball into the stands, and it's a complete upset and a miracle for some people, devastating for others. But nonetheless, it's something that in this sporting event really unites the people and makes everyone feel victorious and American, and brings everybody together. At the same time, J. Edgar Hoover, the director of Bureau of Investigation, historically actually there at the game, and receives news of the Soviets having exploded their second bomb. And this is directly giving it's directly sparking all of the Cold War context that we know now so well in retrospect. And then, of course, the New York Times will print these two happenings side by side. And in this anthology, Underworlds, they use those clippings. So on the left side of the paper, it says Giants capture pennant, beating Dodgers 5-4 in ninth on Thompson's 3-run homer. And then on the right, it says Soviet second atom blast in 2 years revealed by U.S. Details are kept a secret. And DeLillo saw this headline and was like kind of blown away that these two things would be on the front page of the New York Times in the exact same font style, same size, same everything, side by side. And this is one of the key things that led to him writing this novel. But what's also amazing is that in the epilogue, Nick Shea, as a grown-up, successful waste management executive, will be there with his colleague and friend Brian Glassick at the very geographical location where this test bomb was exploded. So again, this is page 23, and we'll be back here, Nick Shea, all grown up, 16 at this time, and all grown up here some 770 pages later. Oh, listen to this writing. The catcher works up out of his squat, dirt impacted in the creases that run across the back of his ruddled neck. Oh, I missed this one because I was talking about the municipal bulk that the cop wears. Listen to this. This from Cotter Martin's perspective. He hears the warm-up pitches crack into the catcher's mitt, a series of reports that carry a comet's tail of secondary sound. I've heard a lot of people say that if you want an incontestable argument of DeLillo's greatness as a writer, it's the fact that he can make even baseball interesting, and I have to go ahead and agree with that. So here's some more of that. The shortstop moves his feet to break the trance of waiting. The difference comes when the ball is hit. Then nothing is the same. The men are moving, coming out of their crouches, and everything submits to the pebble skip of the ball, to rotations and backspins and airstreams. There are drag coefficients. There are trailing vortices. There are things that apply unrepeatably. Muscle memory and pumping blood and jots of dust. The narrative that lives in the spaces of the official play-by-play. So Russ Hodges, for all of his skills, can't catch all these things that are in the spaces between the play-by-play. And in a way, this is beautiful prose, but it's also bespeaking the underhistory that DeLillo is going to focus in on. Those spaces that are going on between the play-by-play. And play-by-play here, to me, means what we normally get in a history book. The, dates and times of wars and figures and victories and just facts and things like that. As DeLillo's camera is kind of panning around the crowd, he says, all these people formed by language and climate and popular songs and breakfast foods and the jokes they tell and the cars they drive have never had anything in common so much as this. They are sitting in the furrow of destruction. So I realize now this is, the camera panning about, but it's also closely aligned with the perspective of J. Edgar Hoover. And in one of the essays, we'll get into all these narrative mutations. But I love that, just the way the prose and the perspective shifting. There's a 16-year-old in the Bronx who takes his radio up to the roof of his building so he can listen alone. A Dodger fan slouched in the gloaming. And he hears the account of the misplayed bunt and the fly ball that scores the tying run, and he looks out over the rooftops, the tar beaches with their clotheslines and pigeon coops and splatted condoms, and he gets the cold creeps. There's something so poignant about this that I thought for sure this is DeLillo. We're seeing the 16-year-old DeLillo. I did the math, DeLillo being born in 1936, and it does compute that he's the same age as Nick Shea here. But as we will see on page 93 and again on page 678, this is our first glimpse of Nick Shea, although he is not named at all and he doesn't appear anywhere else in the prologue. He'll step in, of course, and take over our narrative perspective in part 1 in the Arizona desert. But this is something that, I already read this, but then when I read the 2022 preface, DeLillo confirmed that he was not a 16-year-old on a roof in the Bronx listening to his radio, but he was having dental work done, which somehow seems wonderful. This is great. Everything is changing shape, becoming something else. And this right here, this is indicative again of what I'm saying about all the different areas of discourse that bear down on DeLillo's language. So here he's describing the game and the crowd, but he's describing it as if it's a weather system. You just have to love it. A head pops up over the blanket. It's the engineer from K-Mox, and he starts telling a joke about the fastest lever in Mexico. In Mexico. An amazing chap named Speedy Gonzalez, and we get this crude shocker joke dispersed over the next few pages. But the other thing you'll find is that it has its mirror in the epilogue when Nick and Brian are in the Ukraine, looking at that same spot where that Soviet atom bomb was exploded, and they overhear some Ukrainians or possibly Russians telling the joke, and Nick Shea even makes a comment about how it has taken almost half a century for the joke to make its way eastward. Just so many amazing moments. You could almost look at this book like a butterfly, right? Where like you've got all the effects here on one wing and all the causes on the other, and they're symmetrical and even like superimpose, or they're isomorphic. He refers to America as a country that's in a hurry to make the future. Johnson & Johnson and Quaker State and RCA Victor and Burlington Mills and Bristol Myers and General Motors. These are the venerated emblems of the burgeoning economy, easier to identify than the names of battlefields or dead presidents. And just a country that's in a hurry to make the future. It perfectly captures that entrepreneurial fervor of the time and the hopefulness. But then all the consumerism, this is even more true today. I mean, the name brands, products, consumer products are easy, like he says, easier to identify than historical facts. And then this is when all of the fans are starting to find any kind of litter He refers to it as pocket litter. But anything they can, faded dollar bills, snapshots torn to pieces, ruffled paper swaddles for cupcakes. They're tearing up letters they've been carrying around for years, pressed into their wallets, the residue of love affairs and college friendships. It's happy garbage now, the fans' intimate wish to be connected. So you picture all this garbage raining down from the stands as people are just tearing up what they can. And he refers to it as personal waste, a thing that carries a shadow identity. And if we flip forward to page 159, we get this. Taping and playing intensifies and compresses the event. And he's referring to the short film that was captured of the Texas highway killer that they play over and over and over on the news. It dangles a need to do it again. You sit there thinking that the serial murder has found its medium, or vice versa. An act of shadow technology, of compressed time and repeated images, stark and gray and unremarkable. So again, the spaces between the play-by-play, the shadow history, a shadow technology, and all wrapped up into violence and waste, or as we'll see later in the epilogue, in fact, some thoughts on weapons and waste and how it constructs history in a way. This is, I think this is where Jackie Gleason has thrown up on Frank Sinatra's shoes. He looks at his, and this is just to appreciate the writing. He, Frank Sinatra, looks at his own trouser cuffs flaked an intimate beige, and the spatter across his shoe tops in a strafing pattern, and the gumbo puddle nearby that contains a few laggard gobs of pinkoid stuff from deep in Gleason's gastric sac. So it almost sounds like William Gass with all the alliteration and so on. But just beautiful word choices. And also to say that the spatter across his shoe tops is in a strafing pattern. That violence and weaponry imagery is built in as well. As the baseball has exploded into the stands, the atomic bomb has exploded in the Soviet Union, and the contents of Jackie Gleason's gastric sac have exploded onto Frank Sinatra's pants and shoes. And then, of course, we get our titular image, Peter Bruegel's painting The Triumph of Death. This will recur some 500 pages later on 574. Yeah, it says an 8x10 police photo of the bloated body, and this is the body of Lenny Bruce. The picture could have been titled The Triumph of Death, was in the director's personal files. So the director it's referring to is J. Edgar Hoover. And so here on page 50, Life magazine at the time apparently had a reproduction of The Triumph of Death. I think it was something like an advertisement to visit the Prado or something like that. We'll get to it in one of the essays. But it flutters down and lands on J. Edgar Hoover's shoulder. So, you know, there's and then of course it's going to recur later with the director, 500 pages later for us, and you know he's thinking on that, and he really did historically apparently have Lenny Bruce's death photo and other things in his personal files. But this is just indicative again of DeLillo. DeLillo doesn't do anything half-heartedly. If he's going to press into waste in this book, he's not just going to have some of the characters work in waste management. He's going to explore every facet of how he can use waste metaphorically, literally, covertly. He's going to figure out how to get the most mileage out of every theme. So he's making these connections all over the place. And it's really a delight. And someone in one of the essays talks about the irony of Life magazine having this reproduction of the triumph of death. And of course the fact that, the triumph of death is floating down on the director's shoulder, who is the only person in these cheering stands who knows about the bomb at that moment. All right, here we go. So wrapping up the prologue, this mid-century moment enters the skin more lastingly than the vast shaping strategies of eminent leaders, generals steely in their sunglasses, the mapped visions that pierce our dreams. Russ wants to believe a thing like this keeps us safe in some undetermined way. This is Russ Hodges, the announcer, musing about the game. Of course, the narrator is very tightly coupled to Russ's perspective here. This is the thing that will pulse in his brain come old age and double vision and dizzy spells. The surge sensation, the leap of people already standing, that bolt of noise and joy when the ball went in, meaning into the stands. This is the people's history, and it has flesh and breath that quickens to the force of this old, safe game of ours. And then the very last sentence, beautiful sentence. It is all falling indelibly into the past. And of course, to really drive that point home, we're now going to spring, 41 years into the future with part one, Long Tall Sally, spring, summer 1992. But I think I skipped over some stuff there. Yeah, I did. I gotta pay more closer attention to my tabs that are tucked really close to the spine here. So one thing that happens that I've already talked about is, of course, Cotter Martin ends up sitting beside this businessman who is older, white. His name's Bill Watterson, which you got to wonder, is that an allusion to Bill Watterson, the creator of Calvin and Hobbes? This one has one T. Calvin and Hobbes creator has two. I don't know. Anyway, the math works out. Calvin and Hobbes ran from 85 to 95, and this was being written in the 90s. I don't know. Anyway, they scramble for the ball, and Cotter Martin ends up twisting the skin. They're both reaching under the stands trying to get to it, and Cotter Martin reaches and twists the skin on Bill Watterson's arm to get him to seize his grip on the ball, and Cotter Martin takes off with it, and Watterson chases him. Doesn't really chase him at first, just sort of walks and hounds him come on, man, that ball's as much mine as yours. Let me give you enough money to buy a new baseball and a glove. You just give me that ball, because he knows the worth of it and what it's going to be and how it's going to appreciate. Cotter Martin is not letting go of this thing, though, and they end up in a bit of a chase. And there's just one moment where Cotter takes off and he skids to his knees, and then wheeling on his right hand, the ball hand, pressing the ball hard in the tar and using it to pivot. And the second time, or third time technically, that I read through this, I wanted to pay really close attention to the ball. And in fact, I wouldn't notice at the time, but in the 2022 preface, it begins and then repeats with this, not invective, with this imperative to follow the ball, follow the baseball. So I really wanted to do that closely. And first, it hits the green post. So we know it's got this green smudge on it. We know it's Spalding. We know it's signed by like the National League commissioner. I may have that wrong, but signed by someone in the baseball organization. But here, I wondered, does this detail about pressing the ball hard into the tar resurface anywhere to validate the authenticity of the ball? And I kept that in mind as I was reading. And here we are. That takes place on page 56. It won't be until page 646 that we get this. This is crazy. Now, see this tar spot? Manx says. We'll get into what this is. I think this is the last Martin Manx. Yeah, Manx Martin, sorry. This is the last where Cotter Martin's dad is trying to sell it to what will turn out to be Charles Wainwright Sr., a marketing executive, the next day, or later that same night, as people are lining up outside Yankee Stadium for the World Series or something like that. I'm hazy on the specific sports details. But he says, Mink says, now see this tar spot? And he shows the men and he shows the boy. I think I ought to rub it off, being it has no business here. And he knows it has no business there because there's no reason that a baseball should have a tar spot on it. And it says, he wets his thumb with a flourish and tries to remove a scant trace of tar, because Cotter must have bounced the ball in the street. But he only succeeds in smudging the area, and he has to wonder why he is doctoring the ball at all. So, pretty amazing that, in calendar time, he wipes away the tar spot that same night. But in narrative time, we have to wait some 600 pages for that detail. And so the first or second time you read this, you'll probably forget about that moment when he presses the ball hard in the tar. Anyway, just to show you how these things are constructed in this book. Then Cotter ends up making his way into an area of New York where it becomes clear that there's a class divide. And Cotter is safe here and Bill is not. So he sort of does this like move where he runs backwards and does a high step, and he's mocking Bill and showing him the baseball. And the narrator steps in and in a one sentence standalone paragraph says, "Don't tell me you don't love this move." And I just want to say something about that really quickly, because it'll really stand out to you. Yes, the first sentence is in second person, and the narrator's talking directly to us. He talks in your voice, American. But in that moment when he says, "Don't tell me you don't love this move," this is like Russ Hodges, right? This is mimetic of Russ Hodges announcing the play-by-play, and he's narrating all this action, chasing through the streets and down alleyways, and then all of a sudden he just kind of steps aside to say to us like, "Oh, don't tell me you don't love that move. Isn't that great?" And there are lots of moments in here where the reader is specifically addressed. And the way some of this beautiful prose is written, it's so striking and so clever. You get a sense of a DeLillo, a mature DeLillo who is very certain of himself. He has the confidence of an expert. And so much of his prose carries this under voice, this under narrator that's almost saying, "Don't tell me you don't love that sentence." All right, part one. Machines made and shaped outside the little splat of human speech. And he's thinking about his own car. He's driving a Lexus. And he's thinking about how these cars are put together in factories where there's like robots assembling them and so on. So it's saying machines made and shaped outside the little splat of human speech, meaning, you know, he says robots tightening bolts and programmed drudges that do not dream of family dead. So there's a lot. There's a lot that's packed into this stuff. But the main thing I want to draw attention to is how he thinks of, you know, this is happening. There's all this activity now that we're putting in the hands of machines. And he says the little splat of human speech. And this is his like synecdoche to refer to everything that's essentially human, but also cognizant of how small it is when you take the whole cosmos into consideration, and how these machines are proliferating. Not just the car as machine, but the machines that are making the machine. And I just find it so prescient when thinking about machine learning and AI and large language models and everything today. So again, we know that DeLillo denies the label of prophet or literary prophet, but I continue to try and press it on him. Because it's interesting that he draws the line here at human speech as sort of the dividing line between the machines and the humans. But here's the thing. ChatGPT even is working on LLM with a voice. So it will not be only text. You will start conversing with it, and it will converse back audibly. Obviously, we already have this with Alexa and Siri and Gemini and so on. And technically, it won't be human speech. Or will it? You know, it'll be assembled of sound bites of spoken humans. But just interesting to see where things are headed. Heat shimmer rising on the empty flats. A bled white sky with ticky breezes raking dust across the windshield. I mean, every bit of this is a joy to read. Even when nothing's really happening, just that scene setting of driving a car through a desert vastness. Beautiful ways to paint scenes. How human it is to see a thing as something else. So to make analogies. And this is on the very next page. This is on the heels of his musing on robots making cars. So it's that musing on robotic machine precision versus approximation and analogy, which is something human. And yes, it is very human to be able to see a thing as something else. But again, we are finding ourselves in a time now where we're moving away from that. I mean, LLMs are built on they're basically prediction machines, trained on making predictive connections across vast amounts of data. And they're mimicking. You know, they're constructed to mimic the way our minds work as neural networks, making connections and deriving approximations and analogies. Again, he's referring specifically to robotics, but just very interesting. Little things, working with the hand, scraping and painting, stirring the indolent mixture, seeing brushstrokes mark a surface. Pigment, the animal fats and polymers that blend to make this word. What a beautiful multi-leveled insight in thinking about just drawing that analogy between what pigment is, what the word sign points to in the world, but then also training that back at the word, at the sign. and saying, that animal fats and polymers blend not just to make pigment, but to make the word itself. Oh yeah. Let's see. So Long Tall Sally, and it says, we will title our work after this young woman, after the men who fix her image to the aircraft. And obviously, the title of this section, Long Tall Sally, refers to this sort of pinup model-esque girl who's painted on the nose of a B-52 bomber that's now in this scrapyard in the desert. And the artist Clara Sachs, who's now in older age and very successful, and she is using this waste, this military waste in the desert, to go and paint the aircraft and to make an art installation out of it. And Nick Shea here is taking a detour to find her because he's heard about this. He read about it, and he's making a detour to come and find her. And we gather that something happened between them, that they're old lovers, old flames. We don't quite realize the extent of it until later. But he's visiting to check in on her. And you can see that some of the nostalgic matter that is spurring on these types of things. He said, and we all laughed. The remark had a resonance that seemed to travel on our voices, caroming off the facing walls of the space we shared. So again, the physics of language, bouncing, bending. Oh, and also we will be, of course, way later, we will be treated to a scene of the pilots inside this very B-52 during the Vietnam War. History was not a matter of missing minutes on the tape. It did not stand helpless before it. History was not a matter of minutes missing on the tape. I did not stand helpless before it. I hewed to the texture of collected knowledge, took faith from the solid and availing stuff of our experience. A single narrative sweep, not 10,000 wisps of disinformation. And then we get into one of my favorite quotes. Sometimes I see something so moving I know I'm not supposed to linger. See it and leave. If you stay too long, you wear out the wordless shock. Love it and trust it and leave. And there are many moments in DeLillo and other writing where that really resonates. If, sometimes you read something that's so good and hits you so well with this shock that it's best to just leave it. And then, page 92, Brian Glassick is saying, Nick used to take his radio up to the roof. So that's our first indication. And Nick says, I was 16 and I listened to Dodgers games on the roof. I liked to be alone. They were my team. I was the only Dodger fan in the neighborhood. I died inside when they lost. So our first confirmation that was indeed Nick. Brian Glassick, he said, when JFK was shot, people went inside. We watched TV in the dark rooms and talked on the phone with friends and relatives. We were all separate and alone. But when Thompson hit the Homer, people rushed outside. People wanted to be together. Maybe it was the last time people spontaneously went out of their homes for something. Some wonder, some amazement. Like a footnote to the end of the war. I don't know. And then let's see, several people talking here. The next day, I think it was, I began to see all sorts of signs pointing to the number 13. Bad luck everywhere. It was the date of the game, October 3rd, or 10-3. And add the month and the day and you get 13. And Branca's number Ralph Branca, who I think pitched the ball to Thompson. I think. Sims said, of course, Branca wore 13. And I think this is our first shot at the number 13. I don't know if you can see these blue tabs right here, but these are all number 13s that appear all throughout the novel. So there's this whole numerology around it. Yeah, here's another one. So Nick is saying that his father's name was James Costanza, or Jimmy Costanza. Add the letters and you get 13. And of course, Nick's father went out for a pack of smokes and never came back. So he's got, Nick has a whole mythology around that, as we'll see. Oh, I love this. Her voice was shaped. It was deep and toned. 3. Whew. Her voice was shaped. It was deep and toned, sort of vowel, round, and erotic, particularly over the phone or in the bathroom dark, with brandy static in it, or just the slightest throaty thing of night desire. My goodness. The remark pleased her. It had a tinge of insight, and she stretched, smiling in a sort of coiled yawn, hips and legs steady, upper body bent away. You can't get tired of just the sentences. I mean, he's just describing stuff, and he does not, like I said, he doesn't do anything half-heartedly. This is wonderful. Listen to the juxtaposition of these two sort of like floating facts. The proximity of them is so striking. They're like unrelated yet similar. Again, like DeLillo is acting like an LLM, finding deep connections. Tuesdays only we did plastic, minus caps and lids. Waste is an interesting word that you can trace through Old English and Old Norse, back to the Latin, finding such derivatives as empty, void, vanish, and devastate. Then a new line, one sentence paragraph. Residents of Phoenix are called Phoenicians. And then he moves on. And it's like, whoa, like what? You just told us about your routine of sorting the waste, and then you said, here's the etymology of waste, and then suddenly residents of Phoenix are called Phoenicians. And yeah, when you think of Old English and Old Norse and Latin and then Phoenicians and they're unrelated, they're related, but it's just like so jarring. But then, as others have pointed out, the phoenix is something that is a mythological bird who is recycled from its own ashes. So there you see the underlying connection to the recycling that they're sorting through and the recycling or regeneration of a phoenix. And the fact, of course, that they live in Phoenix. This is a level we're working at with DeLillo. I mean, how can you not love this? We're only at page 122 of 827. Here's another 13. This isotope, I think it's a plutonium isotope. This isotope has the mass number 238. Add the digits, and you get 13. All right. This is when Nick is taking Marion for a hot air balloon ride over the Phoenix desert, and specifically over to the airplane junkyard of all the decommissioned military aircraft that Clara Sachs, his one-time lover from his Bronx days, is working on turning into an art installation. But listen to this. Listen to some of this language. They're in a hot air balloon in the early morning. Then we were out over open earth, bone brown and deep in shadow, and we hung in the soft air, balanced in some unbodied lull, with a measure of creation spilling past. I saw the first splash of sunlight on wingtips. The piece, meaning her art, Clara Sachs's art piece, began to emerge out of distance and haze. The mesh rectangle completed now, ranks of aircraft appearing as one unit of fitted parts. A shaped weave of painted steel in the monochrome surround. And then on 127, who is this? She said, it looks like Nick says the drive, meaning the drive out there to do the hot air balloon ride. The drive was the Screaming Mimes. I hate those trucks, man. Yeah, so that's the one I said in my opening statements. You get Howling Fantods from David Foster Wallace and Screaming Mimes from this fella. Oh boy, here we go. All right. This is Nick Shea has come out of a dream, deep breathing and clammy, breathing fast and loud, so loud that it woke him up. He's having this sort of like panic attack or whatever disturbance in his dream, and he goes out and he has the baseball in his hand. So here we're like 40 some years later, and this is our first sign that he has the baseball. Oh, this is so beautiful. How it fits the palm so reassuringly. The corked center making it buoyant in the hand, and the rough spots on an old ball, the marked skin. How an idle thumb likes to worry the scuffed horsehide. You squeeze a baseball. You kind of juice it or milk it. The resistance of the packed material makes you want to press harder. There's an equilibrium, an agreeable animal tension between the hard leather object and the sort of clawed hand, veins stretching with the effort, and the feel of raised seams across the fingertips, cloth contours like the road bumps under the knuckle joints. How the world, WHORLED, how the world cotton can be seen as a magnified thumbprint, a blow-up of the convoluted ridges on the pad of your thumb. The bowl was a deep sepia, veneered with dirt and turf and generational sweat. It was old, bunged up. It was bashed and tobacco-juiced and stained by natural processes and by the lives behind it, weather-spattered and charactered as a seafront house. Wow. If you wanted to use one paragraph to make me devote my time to a writer, that could be a strong contender. I like this allusion to Aristotle with a bust of Homer by Rembrandt. Marion caught me once looking at the ball. I was standing at the bookshelves with the ball in my hand, and she thought it was like Hamlet gazing on Yorick's skull. Or maybe Aristotle. Even better, she said, contemplating the bust of Homer. That was nice, we thought. Rembrandt's Homer and Thompson's Homer. We smiled at that. So sometimes he'll make connections for you. They're just, and you can tell, it's almost like these come to him in the moment, and he can't help but put it down instead of letting you make the connection. But I love that, and that nice pun, Rembrandt's Homer and Thompson's Homer. Russell Hodges, if you count the letters. If you're odd enough to think of doing such a thing, spinning out the full name and counting the characters, you may be amused to see old 13. And then finally, the end of Long Tall Sally. It says, a day now gone to black and white in the film fade of memory. And these fades to black actually have a black page, which is nice. It's sort of like the filmic fade to black. So again, this points back to the end. It's all falling indelibly into the past, and it points ahead to 781. By the way, let's see, the way we wrap up right before we go into the epilogue. That last sentence says, "And they watched him closely and gravely, thinking this was some kind of history taking place here in their own remote and common streets." Then it fades to black. All right. So now we're in, okay, then we enter Manx Martin 1. So again, before parts 2, 4, and 6, we get this little scene of what takes place following right on the heels of Cotter Martin escaping Bill Watterson and going home. And these get split into 3 little episodic scenes so that we get what happened. And this happens in a linear manner instead of working its way backwards like the encompassing text does. It says, his sister is there, Rosie, poring over her homework at the kitchen table. And the only thing I wanted to point out here is just something that he does in his sentences a lot in here to great effect. But the appositive, Rosie, it isn't technically in the correct spot. It should be his sister, comma, Rosie, comma, is there, comma, poring over her homework. But instead, his sister is there, comma, Rosie. So the appositive is supposed to clarify or identify the word right before it, which would be sister. But here it's there. And it gives us what happens here. And it happens he does this all throughout all of his books. But it gives his sentences style. And specifically, one of the things that it gives it is like the narrator is rushing ahead to tell us stuff, but then remembering to go back and give us details. So it's a lot modeled on the way people speak as they're rushing ahead in a narrative, but then they remember like a beat or two late that they should probably go back and clarify something. And so he captures that on the written page by inserting the appositive or the clarifying snippet, fragment, wherever it would happen in a spoken sentence. And I just wanted to point that out. Here we go. It says, and let's see. Yes, this is in reference. There's somebody out at the top of my road. Not sure what's going on here. Anyway, yeah. I'm recording in here. I'm talking about DeLillo's Underworld. Don't you come and knock on my door or ring the doorbell. Anyway, it says, yeah, I'm talking about the videotape, the homemade videotape that was captured of the Texas Highway Killer. And eventually, when it says the chance quality of the encounter, the victim, the killer, and the child with a camera, random energies that approach a common point. There's something here that speaks to you directly, saying terrible things about forces beyond our control, your control, sorry. Lines of intersection that cut through history and logic in every reasonable layer of human expectation. And then a little bit later, taping and playing intensifies. Oh, we looked at this, didn't we? Yeah, the shadow technology. We already looked at that in its relation to page 45. So I will not belabor the point. All right, we're now in Cliffside Park, New Jersey. And this is Brian Glassick. Brian Glassick, Nick's colleague at Waste Containment. He's there to visit the Fresh Kills landfill, which is a real place in New York. But he learns about this baseball memorabilia collector in one of the little Sky magazines on the airplane. And he's in New Jersey, so Brian decides to visit. And this is Marvin Lundy. And he's an aging guy. He forgets words a lot, which makes for some astonishing aesthetics and maneuvers that DeLillo pulls off here that we'll get into in one of the essays later at a much deeper level. But Marvin, it turns out, has the baseball, well, depending on what time frame he had it or has it, or doesn't have it. Now that I think about it, we see him in all three states. But anyway, this is a guy who got obsessed with tracing out the lineage of what was claimed to be the Thompson baseball. Anyway, they're there, and Marvin said, the whole generation, which the whole thing is interesting, because when they make an atomic bomb, listen to this, they make the radioactive core the exact same size as a baseball. And this is coming on the heels of Nick, or us seeing Nick and him talking about the cork that's at the middle of it. But isn't that an amazing connection? Baseballs and bombs. Oh, isn't it called like a bomber too? Bronx Bombers? Wow. DeLillo will get you working like a machine learning algorithm, you'll be making connections of all kinds of stuff all over the place. It says, people sense things that are invisible. There you go. But when something's staring you right in the face, that's when you miss it completely. And that has actually happened to me reading this book. This Gorbachev that walks around with that thing on his head, it's a birthmark, what he's got. Yes, I think so. It's big. You agree with this? Yes, it's quite big. Noticeable. You can't help but notice it. Now, what's wild is he's working up to this. He's working up to the fact that the birthmark looks just like the map of Latvia. And Marvin says that he saw the first sign of the total collapse of the Soviet system stamped right on Gorbachev's head. He said this straight face, how Gorbachev was basically conveying the news that the USSR faced turmoil from the republics. And he says, excuse me, but if you rotate the map of Latvia 90 degrees to the eastern border, till the eastern border goes on top, this is exactly the shape that's on Gorbachev's head. And he goes into all this thing where, then he starts thinking, maybe they're trying to convey secret messages through what is a birthmark. And we need to be paying attention to if it changes and all this. Just wonderful, very DeLillo-like stuff. Then we get a little bit more insight into Brian's character while he's there. Brian Glassick was shamed by other men's obsessions. They exposed his own middling drift, the voice he heard, soft, faint, and far away, that told him not to bother. That middling drift, the free-floating mediocrity, this strikes right at the heart of what the masses of people deal with. Just feeling like I know several people that I work with who tell me that they just don't have any hobbies. Like they don't even know what they get into, but they envy people who are really, really into different stuff, or like it says, other men's obsessions. It says a photograph is a universe of dots, the grain, the halide, the little silver things clumped up in the emulsion. Once you get inside a dot, you gain access to hidden information. You slide inside the smallest event. And I love slide, like sliding into the base in baseball. But obviously, everything else about that is very evocative. Especially when we think about secret histories, under histories, making hidden, not deriving, discovering hidden connections, all these types of things. And he's talking about how he, used photographs, black and white photographs of the stands where the ball went in, trying to figure out, just going into each little dot that makes up the picture, each little pixel, as we call it now, trying to look for a clue. Let's see. She says she used to... Oh, this is great. Is this it? All right. I totally missed this. Totally missed this on my first 2 readings. And I know people who missed this on 4 readings. And I have to give props to David Cowart for bringing this up. But I totally missed that while Brian is there with Marvin Lundy, we get another link in the lineage of the baseball. And Lundy's talking about this woman he met up with. And he says, she says she used to own the thing I'm looking for. Mysteriously missing for years, she says, from the little locked box where she used to keep it. And her name is Genevieve Rock, or Rauch, I'm not sure, Roche maybe. He says, a man's driving along in his car. Someone shoots him dead. Turns out the victim is the long-lost former husband of Genevieve Rock. Turns out, further, his name is Judson Rock. So the 2 rivers meet. Took a homicide to reveal the connection. Then on the next page, Clarice, whom I believe I remember correctly is Marvin's daughter. Clarice explained how he went to Deaf Smith County, Texas, where he hired a local lawyer on behalf of Genevieve Rock, and finally located the baseball sealed in a baggie and vouchered and numbered and stored in the property clerk's office, impounded by the police along with the body, the car, all the things in the car, which this was one, crammed in a cardboard box filled with junky odds and ends. So now we have a link there. So we've got the baseball going from Cotter Martin scrambling to get it in the stands, his father stealing it from his son's room, and then going and selling it to Charles Wainwright Sr. outside of Yankee Stadium, the advertising exec. Now we've got this other link where the ball was actually in the car of the victim shot by the Texas highway killer. Now, what's wild about this is, at this point, we've seen the video clip, or we've had the video clip described. Now, it turns out that in that little homemade movie, the baseball that's flying through this whole novel was in the car. Amazing. Blew my mind. So clever. Let's see. Think of his multitudinous spermlings with their history of high family foreheads, stranded in a Ramses body bag and soldered snug in the deep down waist. I think he's musing on this is his he's thinking about condoms that are in these landfills. But I just thought, what a way to describe them. DeLillo will just stun you with what he's capable of. For years, he didn't know why he was chasing down exhausted objects, meaning Marvin Lundy and his baseball memorabilia obsession. All that frantic passion for a baseball, and he finally understood it was Eleanor on his mind. It was some terror working deep beneath the skin that made him gather up things, amass possessions and effects against the dark shape of some unshoulderable loss. Memorabilia. What he remembered. What lived in the old smoked leather of the catcher's mitt in the basement was the touch of his Eleanor. Those were his wife's eyes in the oval photographs of men with handlebar mustaches. The state of loss, the facticity in its lonely length. So we see that it built right into the word memorabilia, but it's loss. It represents loss, and in fact, when we see that Nick Shea ultimately comes to own the ball represents loss in so many ways for him. Not only did his team lose, but the loss of a father he never had, and his Bronx days as a 16-year-old. Then Lundy tells us that he has a mushroom-shaped tumor. And immediately that might make you think of a mushroom cloud that obliterates all, the way that a tumor will obliterate all. But beyond that, listen to this little exchange between Marvin Lundy and Brian Glassick. I have a mushroom-shaped tumor. Yes. The doctor calls it a fungating mass. I don't know the term. I don't know it either. It's not in the dictionary because I looked in 2 dictionaries. When they get their terms outside the dictionary, it means they're telling you goodbye. Just this cleverness, this wittiness, against the tension of the starkness of what's being spoken. This is something that DeLillo is really good at. Then we start chapter 5 of this section. When people tell rat stories, the rat is always tremendous. It's a drag belly rat the size of a cat, because this is a satisfying rhyme. They were heard in the walls and down the yards. Indelible half-fictions running across rooftops in the moon. Fun prose there. Nick watched her carefully, absorbing every gesture and expression, a depth in her eyes that she dared her sons to interpret. So this is Rosemary Shea, Nick Shea and Matt Shea's mother. The gnaw, the rankling pain that sits inside the good-natured telling. And the voice in its factual carry, vowels extended and bent a bit. A sound out of the old streets, the old demotic song gone to the near suburbs now, and a slight Irish pitch teasing the piece from somewhere deep in childhood. Rosemary was in the bedroom, and they talked across the dishes and the cups and the flick of spilt milk. The flick of spilt milk. That conveys the image of the way the milk looks on the surface to me so vividly. This is Matt. Out over the trees, he saw the residue of a jet contrail, the vapor losing its shape, beginning to spread and rib out. And he thought of the desert, of course, the weapons range and flybys, and the way condensation in the sky was the only sign of human endeavor as far as he could see. A city boy out camping, taking his soul struggle to the backcountry. And the Mach 2 booms came sky-clapping down, and the vapor formed an ice trail in the heavens. Man, if I could write that like this, I would write all the time. Moving on. We open chapter 7 of this section with this. How deep is time? How far down into the life of matter do we have to go before we understand what time is? And we're aligning this with the old science teacher, Albert Bronzini. It will turn out that Albert Bronzini is this old Italian in the Bronx area who was a science teacher. He was Matt Shea's chess teacher for a little while. And then it will turn out that while he was married to the younger, to Clara Sachs, the much younger Nick Shea, Matt's brother, will end up having an affair with her. Just kind of almost like a Greek tragedy in the Bronx. He wondered what we'd learn by going deeper into structures beneath the standard model, down under the quantum, a million billion times smaller than the old Greek atom. And that is to say that we're constantly unearthing things beneath the surface. And so one thing that Underworld is trying to do is drill down into below the quantum structure that makes up his own nostalgia and these historical events that play into it, to see what we can find there and what connections we can make. All right, let's see. Eddie. The old Eddie of the subways was a robust guy, selling tokens from a booth in that cinema dimness of bad air and sprocketing trains, immune to the hell rattle of the express. They're talking about different things, and then it goes into space burial. He thought of the contrails on that blue day out over the ocean. 2 years ago, if that's when it was, how the boosters sailed apart and hung the terrible letter Y in the still air. And the vapor stayed intact for some time. The astronauts fallen to sea, but also still up there, graved in frozen smoke. And he lay awake in the night and saw that deep Atlantic sky and thought this death was soaring and clean, an exalted thing, a passing of the troubled body into vapor and flame. Out above the world, monogrammed, the Y of dying young. And also that eerie letter Y aligned with death and so on as it is. Not only connects to the Y at the beginning of young, but it's also, I noted, the shape of an incision on a cadaver when it's being autopsied. And this was the other thing they shared. I think this is, okay, let me think about this. This is, I believe, let's see, Albert Bronzini was married to Clara Sachs. They're now divorced. And they had a daughter named Teresa. But then I think Laura came after Clara, and they're growing old together. And this was the other thing they shared, the sadness and clarity of time. Time mourned in the music, how the sound, the shaped vibrations made by hammers striking wire strings, made them feel an odd sorrow, not for particular things, but for time itself, the material feel of a year or an age. The textures of unmeasured time that were lost to them now. And she turned away, looking past her lifted hand into some transparent thing he thought he could call her life. And that's amazing. Wait a minute. How was it possible? His sister, Clara, Laura. Now I'm thinking Laura is his mother. We'll come back on that, but this might have, Laura might be his mother, because there was a time when while Clara and Bronzini were married, and he had to move his mother in to a back room with them. Yeah, so keep thinking on that. Clara has several husbands, I think, but Bronzini may have only had her as a wife. A lot of different things to keep in mind with this book. A lot of different things going on. It says, he cleaned the kitchen windowsill. Dust, hair, fly heads, flakes of plaster, stony little spalls. That's the sentence, by the way. There are so many instances where sentences... I could go on and on. We're only on page 231 of 827, so let me move forward. She might have been a detail lifted from a painting by some 16th century master. So again, that allusion to Bruegel. When he goes into the library, this is how it's described in one sentence. Books now, the hush of decimaled stacks. There is a balance, a kind of standoff between the time continuum and the human entity, our frail bundle of soma and psyche. We eventually succumb to time, it's true, but time depends on us. We carry it in our muscles and genes. Pass it on to the next set of time-factoring creatures, our brown-eyed daughters and jug-eared sons. Or how would the world keep going? Never mind the time theorists, the cesium devices that measure the life and death of the smallest, silvery trillionth of a second. He thought that we were the only crucial clocks, our minds and bodies, way stations for the distribution of time. That's pretty radical. And I will also note, by the way, that there are lots of stopped clocks throughout this book. And some things I just won't unpack. I just want to point them out. Seasons ran together. The years were a stunned blur, like time in books. Time passes in books in the span of a sentence. Many months and years. Write a word, leap a decade. Not so different out here, at his age, in the unmargined world. And that's, I believe, that's Albert musing. Oh yeah, this is just construction equipment and at some site that's being excavated, and the workers go into the construction site. And it just simply says, they stood warily by the great earth machines, the pumpkin-mudded backhoes and dozers. Pumpkin-mudded backhoes and dozers. That is just perfect. The first time we're introduced to Ishmael Munoz, we get that he is the infamous Moonman 157. So Sister Edgar and Sister Gracie are two nuns in the Bronx area, and they like to go and help out people, distribute supplies, food, and so on, to less fortunate people around this area called the Wall. The Wall becomes a significant monolith in the novel. People live inside the Wall, and Moonman 157, by the way, 1 + 5 + 7 = 13. But the infamous Moonman 157 is this sort of master graffiti artist who has a team of artists working for him. And one significant thing they do is that every time someone in their hood passes away, they spray paint something onto the wall, an angel, when a child dies, to commemorate their life, and that will be significant. Oh yeah, Nick, I believe, later in life, after Nick is married to Marion, he's at some waste containment conference or something, and at the same venue, there's apparently like a convention going on for swingers, and he ends up, sure enough, going and having a brief affair with one of the swingers. And while she's smoking, I just noted that it says she bent the cigarette into the ashtray. So going into that bending and banging. There you go. Not exactly what I meant, but I see it now. Another connection there. Okay, then we get this amazing chapter. And this is kind of funny because So the first time I read this book was so long ago, it's basically negligible. But the second time I read it, back in September, I totally missed somehow. Now I go back and I can't believe it, and I feel stupid. But I totally missed that the Richard that we meet, Richard Gilkey, that we meet in this section that starts off, he spread the mayonnaise. He spread the mayonnaise on the bread. Then he slapped the lunch meat down. He never spread the mayonnaise on the meat. He spread it on the bread. Then he slapped down the meat and watched the mayo seep around the edges. So it's sort of violent imagery right away, but also just sort of bizarre and striking in context of the book. But this Richard Gilkey, somehow I thought this was a cop who was obsessed with catching the Texas Highway Killer to the point where he's even embodying some of the killer's mind and habits. No, it's the killer himself, which is abundantly clear. But it's amazing how I went and I'm like, how, on the one hand, I see how, because, and I think it's like, how did I end up thinking that? Especially with the very last thing, which gives another meaning to the titular section, which is called Elegy for Left Hand Alone, which points to a classical piece. But he says, then he put the glove on his left hand, a woman's white glove, and he went out to the empty streets, blah, blah, blah. And I knew that something was weird about that. But again, I thought this is a quirky cop who's like a profiler, and he's trying to really get inside the mind of the killer. But no, there's all this stuff about, he was not left-handed, but taught himself to shoot with the left hand. He taught himself based on the theory that if you are driving with your right hand and sitting snug to the door, it is better, practically speaking, to keep the right hand on the wheel. Again, I thought this was just a cop getting into the mindset of the killer. No, this is actually the killer. And it's even talking about firing across the space. This is our one and only time we get to meet him. But the other cool thing is earlier in the book, we hear a news anchor in Atlanta named Sue Ann, who takes a call with the Texas Highway Killer. And now, only now, not too much later, maybe like 50 pages later, it says the only person he ever talked to from the heart was Sue Ann. She made him feel real talking on the phone. She gave him the feeling he was taking shape as himself, coming into the shape he'd always been intended to take, the thing of who he really was. He made the call to Sue Ann from a house he broke and entered, switched on the TV and called the superstation in Atlanta, and touched things with a hanky and placed the voice device on the phone that he'd order from the back pages of a mercenary magazine. So I love that we've already seen the effect, the result of that phone call. Now we get some of the meaning behind it. But there's so many things going on in this book. But I thought that was funny how the way it's written, because of the way it's written, and because of how much like mutation and modulation is going on with perspective and things like that. I was able to read that twice, in fact, thinking it was some kind of quirky profiler trying to catch the Texas Highway Killer and not the killer himself. It's a great chapter, by the way. And as we'll see in one of the essays, the way it's written really underscores the perspective character. All right. Now we're into the Cloud of the Unknowing. The Cloud of Unknowing. All the sections are named after works of art or advertising campaigns and things like that, but things that have already been produced and put into the world, let's say. I've always been a country of one. There's a certain distance in my makeup, a measured separation like my old man's, I guess. And this is Nick Shea. And, he's seeing, he talks about remoteness, and the word that explains the nothing in this case that he's referring to from context is lontananza. and it's an Italian word. It means distance or remoteness, but it's also the perfected distance of the gangster, the syndicate mobster, the made man. And so we start getting into not only more of Nick's character and the fact that, you know, his father's disappearance and absence really weighs on him, that loss. But also, we're getting into the mythology he's created for the to explain his father's disappearance. That he went out to get smokes, but he was killed by the mob, and this will be debunked by a guy really high up in the mafia later. But Nick doesn't want to let go of it. Okay, talking about the the towers that Sabato Rodia gave away the land and the art. Oh, that's right. These are the Watts Towers, and he's talking about. He's thinking about this Italian immigrant who made these Watts Towers out of recycling and garbage and so on. Worked on it for a long time. It says the work he did is a kind of swirling, free-souled noise, a jazz cathedral. And the power of the thing, for me, the deep disturbance, was that my own ghost father was living in the walls. So this describes the tower, the way he describes the towers is not unlike this book. And in fact, as you heard in my last of the 10 summary statements, I used this jazz cathedral to describe this book. But he talks about his ghost father living in the walls. And really, another way you can think about this book is that for every reader, for all of us, our own ghost fathers are living in these walls. And to read it is to search for that ghost father. Sims said they had aircraft that bounced off the edge of space and came back born again. I love the sentence, but also that's more of that bouncing and bending, the physics of language. Let's see, there's a word in Italian. Maybe it's not just the shipping company. Maybe it's our own company. We're mob owned. They're a silent partner. There's a word in Italian, dietrologia. Or dietrologia, I don't know how it's spelled, but it gets into detritus. It means the science of what is behind something, a suspicious event, the science of what is behind an event. So to read this book is also to engage in a dietrological study or excavation. I love this. Corporations are great and appalling things. They take you and shape you in nearly nothing flat. Twist and swivel you, and they do it without overt persuasion. They do it with smiles and nods, a collective inflection of the voice. You stand at the head of the corridor, and by the time you walk to the far end, you have adopted the comprehensive philosophy of the firm, the Weltanschauung. I use this grave and layered word because somewhere in its depths there is a whisper of mystical contemplation that seems totally appropriate to the subject of waste. So like I said, it's like a mystical contemplation of weapons and waste. Let's see, it says, I take my students into garbage dumps and make them understand the civilization they live in. Consume or die. That's the mandate of the culture. And it all ends up in the dump. We make stupendous amounts of garbage. Then we react to it, not only technologically, but in our hearts and minds. We let it shape us. We let it control our thinking. Garbage comes first, then we build a system to deal with it. I've never thought so much about the profundity, the philosophical profundity of waste as I have with Underworld. And then this is just beautiful. And they're looking out over this vast landfill. It says the rim clouds took on a chromium edge. We've heard that descriptor before. And the high sky was still an easy noonish blue. But the pit went dark in a hurry. The vast plastic liner, wind-lapped and making the eeriest sort of music, just outside the wave fold of nature. The surface was indigo now, still faintly sky-streaked, washed by gradations of shade and motion. You have got to love the fabric and detail of DeLillo's sentences. Later on it says, you withhold the deepest things from those who are closest and then talk to a stranger in another room. Sorry, I read that incorrectly. You withhold the deepest things from those closest to you and then talk to a stranger in a numbered room. A numbered room gives us that sense of like a psychiatrist's office or a doctor's office and so on. And it is so true that it is strange how we do that. Another thing that this is starting to jostle here around page 300 is the fact that Nick has not been honest with Marion about his childhood and about things that have happened. At this point, we kind of know some things have gone down, but we don't know the extent of it. And there's a part of him that longs to confess and stop hiding it. The same way that Marvin Lundy wanted to hide his explosive bowel movements from his wife during their honeymoon in Europe. So this is pointing to the ultimate sort of confessional that'll take place, and the revelation for we readers. The clock stopped at 17. Again, another stopped clock at 17 minutes past 5 in the morning. 517, dear. Add the digits, and you get 13. All right, let's see. Let's make this our city, Marv. Strange how he, Marvin Lundy, was compiling a record of the object's recent forward motion while simultaneously tracking it backwards to the distant past. Sort of like the way this book is structured. I love this. Sometimes he thought he was seeing the ball sort of fly by. And we get that sense as we're reading this, especially the first time. It's like you're seeing it fly through the pages. He wanted to find Chucky and establish the last link, the first link, the connections to the polo grounds itself. So he's trying to find, Chucky is Charles Wainwright Jr. But really, Chucky isn't even the missing link. Lindy doesn't realize that it's Minx Martin and his son who are the missing links. And I love how, here's the thing, think about this. Marvin Lundy has traced it as far back as Charles Wainwright Jr., which is amazing because he will come into possession of it, and this is just a couple steps removed within a 24-hour period, sorta, because the dad buys it ultimately for the son to inherit it, but that inheritance takes place later. But he doesn't realize, and he never will. Anyway, we're talking about fictional characters. I won't go too far down speculation, but he doesn't understand that the missing link is actually a Minx Martin. And it's just so neat that Minx Martin's narrative is tucked in to the book. Bravo, DeLillo. These were used magazines, used and handled, lived with, and the address labels were attached, machine stamped and ink smudged and skin greasy, and printed on the labels were the names and addresses of real people out there in magazine America. This is just a standalone sentence. I mean, it has context and everything. But it says, pain is just another form of information. A lot of information theory wrapped into this. It's like information theory, systems theory, and graph databases. You could really do a lot with that and this book. Nick is thinking about Marion in her Big Ten town. I think she's from Wisconsin. I think. It'll come to me. Anyway, he refers to it as her and people raised in Big Ten towns, raised safely, protected from the swarm of street life, and feeling deprived because of it. Privileged and deprived. An American sort of thing. And this is Nick, who's grown up in the Bronx, right? Without a father. And then Marion, from this Big Ten town, well-to-do, non-broken home. And so but I love that. What does it mean to be American? It means to be privileged and yet feel deprived. Oh yeah. And when he talks about a detective's hand on a suspect's head, putting him into a car, he says, bending him into the unmarked car. And I'm sure the context there is probably Nick himself. You know, Marion doesn't realize Nick himself being arrested after the fateful moment that will be revealed to us right before the epilogue. Kind of another shot heard around the world. We get this moment that sort of situates the narrative historically. The World Trade Center was under construction, already towering, twin towering, with cranes tilted at the summits and work elevators sliding up the flanks. So this is what, 70... This is 74. We're in 74 now. So the World Trade Center is being built. Let's see. She realized how rare it was to see what stands before you. We've heard this before. What's right in front of you is often overlooked. What a novelty of basic sensation in the grinding life of the city. To look across a measured space and be undistracted by signs and streetlights and taxis and scaffolding, by your own bespattered mind, sorting the data, and by the energy that hurrying people make, lunch crowds and buses and bike messengers, all that consciousness powering down the flumes of Manhattan so that it becomes impossible to see across a street to the turquoise tiles of some terracotta facade, a winged beast carved above the lintel. The busyness of our lives obscures the details. All right, what we got here? She liked the glancing sound, the way documentary sound. She liked the glancing sound, the way documentary. It's probably supposed to be a documentary sounds or documentaries sound. This kind of the way documentary sound. Interesting. Or maybe way is not supposed to be there. She liked the glancing sound. So again, something glancing off, a sound bouncing or glancing off something. The documentary sound. This kind of flyby movie bounces off the tile walls, the cinder block walls, in dressing rooms and stadium tunnels. And there's the old lady again. Okay. All right, I think we're here. Yes, standing in someone's kitchen. Okay, this is in Clara's apartment that she shares with Albert Bronzini, and his mother, his aging mother, is there. And there's the old lady again, sitting in her webbed chair with the Sunday papers scattered, so familiar and encouraging. She holds a reflector under her chin, and faces sacrificially into the sun. Okay, hold on. I'm liking this because of the way it's written. I'm sorry. This is not Bronzini's mother. Claire is on the rooftop. This is the rooftop summer, that'll be the refrain in these beautiful passages. But Claire is on the rooftop and she's looking across and seeing an old lady who's sunbathing. Sorry about that. But this is cool. It says that she holds a reflector under her chin and faces sacrificially into the sun. Listen to this. a plattered head going mummy brown in the deeps of a summer day. Oh, it's so good. So well written. She thought she heard the boys. Oh, yeah, I'll save that for you. That might be a little too provocative for the YouTube. He heard a faint. Okay, let's see. Who is this? This is Matt and Janet, I believe. So Matt and his girlfriend from Boston, Janet. Matt is worked in the desert in kind of a secret bunker underground place called the Pocket, and he was a weapons safing specialist. And basically, he would work with data on the screen and build these models and so on, and then feed it to people. But he worked in weaponry. But he and Janet are going off on like a exploration into the desert. It says that he heard a faint boom somewhere over the desert. The blast wave of Mach speed. So we're getting this again. And it thrilled him, moved him. It always did, no matter how often he heard it or how far he was situated from the source. The sound woke him some mornings when the planes flew right over, and sometimes he stood outside his quarters before nightfall and watched the matched contrails of half a dozen aircraft in tight formation. The planes themselves long gone. But it was the drag and sonic shock. This was what awed and moved him. And then the afterclap rolling off the mountains like they were blowing out a seam in the world. DeLillo captures things like this from so many different angles, so many different sensations. Senses are involved. Listen to this. He's talking about his time working in the Pocket. There were people here who didn't know where their work ended up or how it might be applied. They didn't know how their arrays of numbers and symbols might enter nature. It could conceivably happen in a flash. Everything connected at some undisclosed point down the system's line. This caused a certain select disquiet. Couldn't help but think about the show Severance. There were people here who didn't know where their work ended up or how it might be applied. They didn't know how their arrays of numbers and symbols might enter nature. This is exactly what the people in data, what are they called? Data entry, data integration, I can't think of what their department name is. Data something. Anyway, they're sitting there and it's very much like Severance. Kind of eerie. I wonder if Ben Stiller ever read Underworld. But it was a splendid mystery in a way, a source of wonder. How a brief equation that you tentatively enter on your screen might alter the course of many lives. And so this thought of working so far removed from the effects, the causes and the effects so far removed from each other, complements again the way that it's set up spatially across this book, this narrative, but also gets into systems theory and graph theory and things like that, where you're not seeing systems theory. The whole discipline wanted to integrate different systems and show how they're connected instead of being disparate, discrete systems like this is the weather, these are the weapons, this is that, No, they're all systems that are interrelated and that affect each other. And just thinking about how, Matt in the Pocket tapping in some equations or whatever, or capturing some numbers and sending it off. Just thinking about downstream, what has he just sent into the world? Especially dealing with weapons of mass destruction. There's a moment, there's this break. I think this whole section, the whole, let's see. Yeah, 1974, that opens, it was the rooftop summer. This rooftop summer section is made up of like vignettes that are all interspersed, and everything is alternating. So at the start of every chapter, DeLillo will have like 3 or 4 different scenes or characters or different things he wants to unveil. and he'll intersperse them, right? But all of a sudden, in the midst of all this, we'll go from like Matt and Janet together, and all of a sudden, we'll get something that sounds very eerily like a TV commercial. So in the midst of all this with Janet and Bronzini teaching Matt chess and them in the Matt and Janet in the desert, now all of a sudden, standalone paragraph, we'll get this. Do you do grad work on solar energy? Did you do a paper on the trigger principle of nuclear fission? Do you go to the dentist every 6 months for a prophy and a polish? Are you a physicist with a grudge against your mother? Are you a systems engineer who masturbates in secret while your wife is watching reruns of The Honeymooners? Do you wish to hell you could see a tower shot with all the special effects, with the blah, 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 blah. And it's obviously referring to things in the novel, but it's just like a commercial. And lots of people have talked about the effect of film and TV on the structure of this novel. I would also add the radio and internet. And you can even like see that change happening across how historically those different media evolved and became more and more prominent. So in other words, to me, like the prologue and the beginning of the novel, you can see a lot of the influence of radio. Then like the middle of the novel, like we just saw with that ad, you see the influence of TV. And then at the end, a very explicit influence of the internet. But really, the early World Wide Web shows influence all throughout. And this is amazing. This is just a beautiful passage. But it's talking about, this is getting at reality filtered through technology and then re-represented as like data visualization. But this is from Matt's perspective and what he does at work. He looked at Landsat photos shot from space a year or two earlier. The pictures were false color composites that revealed signs of soil erosion, geological fracture, and 100 other events and features. They showed stress and drift and industrial ravage, billion-bit data converted into images. He saw how remote sensors pulled hidden meanings out of the earth, how sweeps and patches of lustrous color, how computer fuchsias or Rorschach pulses of unnamed shades might indicate a change in water temperature, or where the dwindling grizzlies go to forage and mate. He looked at spindly barrier beaches that showed white as shanked bone. He found sizable cities pixeled into mountain folds and saw black lakes high in the ranges, kettle holes formed by glacial drift. He could not stop looking. The photo mosaics seemed to reveal a secondary beauty in the world, ordinarily unseen, some hallucinatory fuse of exactitude and rapture. Every thermal burst of color was a complex emotion he could not locate or name. So beyond the fact that what I said, it's like reality filtered through data, and now us getting this like artwork of data visualization and the beautiful language used for that passage, where again, that's explicitly getting into systems theory, the interrelation of so many disparate things, and using systems theory and things like graph database technology to discover hidden connections and hidden patterns. This is talking about Matt Shea and his girlfriend Janet talking about, having discussions about weapons and NATO and Europe and the Eastern Bloc and the Americans versus the Soviets and all these things. And it says, he talked to her about the need to match our weapons to theirs, even when the numbers become absurd, because this is the only seeming safeguard against attack by either side. And so this is also commenting on the nuclear arms race and the Cuban Missile Crisis that will also be attached to Lenny Bruce and his stand-up routines and so on. It's talking about the thing with no name. I think we talked about this a bit ago. The bomb that would redefine the limits of human perception and dread. And again, we're all living in the shadow of the bomb. And yeah, when these things happen, they change the limits of human perception, yes. So they expand our awareness, our knowledge, our final vocabulary, as Richard Rorty would call it, our perception, but they also tend to expand the limits of our dread. Matt has taken a hallucinogenic, and he's looking at this shoe. He didn't know who was wearing the shoe. The idea of connecting the shoe to a person who was wearing it required such an immensity of effort. There was such an encumbrance and complication that he could only bend his head to the weight of the room. Maybe the shoe looked sinister because all its meanings and connections and silhouettes were outside Maddie's faculties of knowing. Sinister means, of course, unlucky, unfavorable, leftward, and the word was asserting its baleful roots, its edible tubers and stems through the medium of someone's foot. So this will have its complement, its counterpart, when we get to the scene of the physics of language with Father Paulus and Nick Shea and precisely naming the shoe. But here we get it, a connection with Matt on these hallucinogenics. But so much is rendered out of this moment, or rendered into this moment. All its meanings and connections to silhouette were outside his faculties of knowing. And this is on the same page where we say the bomb would redefine the limits of human perception and dread. But also, when DeLillo writes that the word sinister, but let's just say a word, language is asserting its baleful roots, its edible tubers and stems. This is another thing that DeLillo is working very hard to do all throughout this book, is to expose those roots of language, to really dig down into deep etymologies. It's so beautiful. Okay, and now we're about right in the middle. We're at 424. Clara Sachs at this point has been invited to Radio City Music Hall for a showing of a screening of this lost Eisenstein film, Sergei Eisenstein, sorry. It's fictitious, but of course it's called Unterwelt, which means Underworld. And it's this lesson in Eisensteinian juxtaposition and montage, of which Underworld is made up, the book here. And it says the event was a showing of the legendary lost film of Sergei Eisenstein called Unterwelt, recently found in East Germany, meticulously restored and brought to New York under the aegis of the Film Society that her friend Miles belonged to, and he'll eventually become a lover as well. But I also want to note that during the Bookworm talk with Michael Silverblatt, DeLillo said that he wanted a Russian presence right in the middle of the novel, but he wanted to make it come up with sort of a fictional presence, but nonetheless he does that with Unterwelt and Eisenstein, who clearly his filmmaking style has bearing on the style of Underworld. And then someone at the beginning, before they do the screening, they have the Rockettes come out and they're all high kicking and so on. But then Miles or somebody here, I can't remember exactly, maybe it's Clara, says, how do we know it's really the Rockettes and not a troupe of female impersonators? And really, as we go through this, especially when you're reading it the first time, you're even thinking, yeah, that the suspicion and skepticism starts to abound as we move forward. And we wonder, how do we know that the baseball we're following through this thing and that Nick has is even the real one? It says, it's describing Eisenstein's film here. Overcomposed close-ups momentous gesturing, actors trailing their immense bended shadows. I'm going to start skipping over things a little more here to leave some things for discovery. Okay, then we get, I think I read some of this too, but this is great. We jump to Matt. Matt Shea sat in the terminal at the airport in Tucson and listened to announcements bouncing off the walls. I'm telling you, you can really do something with the physics of language. You could do a whole dissertation in this bouncing and bending, like geometries and trajectories and so on. He was thinking about his paranoid episode at the bombhead party the night before, when he was staring at the shoe while on hallucinogenics. He felt he'd glimpsed some horrific system of connections in which you can't tell the difference between one thing and another, between a soup can and a car bomb, because they are made by the same people in the same way and ultimately refer to the same thing. So that's the thing. When we start really digging into the connectedness of systems theory and graph theory and so on, that sense of everything is connected becomes true, because at some point, even if one node is way out here and another node is here, there is going to be a path, a path of edges in graph theory speak that will ultimately connect them in some way, thus giving rise to paranoia. Then it skips to Nick. We're juxtaposing Nick and Matt in this one. Nick was living in Phoenix now, doing some vague consulting work and teaching Latin once a week at a junior college, reciting Latin epigrams to business majors in a place called Paradise Valley. And I just thought, this is the most classic DeLillo character ever. And then just appreciating the narrative. Matt took off his glasses and blew on the lenses. His mouth worked into a whispery ellipse. So good. You'll do that. Like some of the writing will be so vivid about what it's describing, you'll find yourself doing it. I had my glasses on and I took them off and I was like, trying to see, is it a circle? Is it an ellipse? He captured it perfectly. Okay, yeah. This is talking about how Matt and Janet have only slept together a couple of times, always planned in advance. Said they didn't have a set of understandings, a pace and glance. The whole hushed protocol of wishes and hints, bodies lightly brushing in the elevator. Even when he starts getting towards describing intimate things, which usually signals the fact that the writer is going to lose it. It's not going to happen. Like, this stuff is so hard to write. DeLillo, for me, mostly exceeds, just kills it. Here are we. Oh yeah, the landscape made him happy. Some half-dreamed vision. The otherness of the West. The strange, great thing that was all mixed in with nation and spaciousness. With bravery and history and who you are and what you believe and what movies you saw growing up. So the West becomes this emblem of the American frontier, the cowboy, the promise, and so on. All this mythology we've assigned to the West as we have exhausted and tortured the East and had to press westward. He didn't say anything about this because he didn't understand it. The stark sort of shudder, the leveling out, the sense of knowing he was headed into remote Sonoran waste, where the interplay of terrain and weapons was a kind of neural process remapped in the world. Neural networks, machine learning. A hollow sort of craving lifted out of the brainstem or wherever and painted over with words and sky and diamondback desert. What a master. Oh yeah, so here, let's see, Little Richard is singing on the radio and it says, Little Richard started bending notes in his primal falsetto. And we'll see, I think I'm right about this. Little Richard is actually the one who sang about Long Tall Sally. And we'll get this here in a little bit. And it actually debunks what we originally think of as the Long Tall Sally being the white, blonde American girl on the nose of the plane. As let's see who's talking here. Janet and maybe I stayed Catholic too long. Should I go out? I know what I think this is the pocket. Yeah, this is Janet and Matt. And he says, is this when history turned into fiction? Sometimes reality is even stranger than fiction. Oh, here we go. And how can you tell the difference between orange juice and Agent Orange if the same massive system connects them at levels outside your comprehension? So this is connects in. There are a couple, Lucky Strike cigarettes and Minute Maid orange juice, which are both, of course, very popular commercial products of their time. And they are used rigorously to get mileage and make connections by DeLillo. And we'll see that Lucky Strike is associated with gold mining, so striking gold, hitting a target. The logo is even like a bullseye or close to it. And then it's also Nick's father's brand of cigarettes. And this is the very cigarettes brand he was going out to buy and then disappeared. And then Minute Maid, of course, is the orange juice. It's associated with Agent Orange, which is something used in warfare here. And there is, it appears as an ad on a billboard that reveals the Esmeralda miracle, as we'll get to. And another thing with that billboard, I didn't see until the third time I read this, and I'll talk about it. Not huge, but just a neat little connection. So the other thing that this is getting at here, besides making that little connection between orange juice and Agent Orange, and continuing the thought of the same system controlling all the nodes. The dots he marked with his grease pencil became computer bits in Da Nang, Sunday brunch in Saigon, and mission briefings in Thailand, he guessed, or Guam. When you alter a single minor component, the system adapts at once. He opened his eyes and saw the sky go an odd sort of mad granny gray. And that's to match the very first page. The sky is low and gray, the royally gray of sliding surf. But I love that. A mad granny gray. Ideas used to come from below. Now they're everywhere above you, connecting things and grids universally. The binary black-white, yes-no, 0-1, hero-goat. All technology refers to the bomb. Here we go again. This is Matt. And this is a pair of F4 Phantoms going over he and Janet when they're returning from their desert retreat. He was happy, hearing the echo carome off the ranges now. A remnant thunder that cross-called from the Little Ajo Mountains to Growler Mountains to the Granites and the Mohawks and out into the towns and truck stops. Yes, he loved the way power rises out of self-caressing secrecy to become a roar in the sky. He imagined the sound waves passing over the land and lapping forward in time over weeks and months, cross-country, eventually becoming the gentlest sort of rockabye rhyme in a small, safe room where a mother nurses a baby. And then that trails into his own desires and wishes to have a family with Janet. Anyway, the very last little phrase we get before the end of this chapter is men bend heaven to their methods. So a lot of other themes coming out in that chapter are around the use of technology, basically to produce the greatest weapons and win the war, right? Or at least win the arms race. All right, here we come finally to that scene in Bloomingdale's with all the kids coming in numbers to steal clothing off the racks, and it echoes back to them jumping the turnstiles. One of them grabbed a jacket, half hurried, and one of them said something, and they all moved now, converging on one display. They grabbed and ran, jackets flying off hangers and hangers bouncing on the floor, and they grabbed what they could, 2, 3 jackets, some of them, or only one, or 2 kids snatching the same jacket and ran for different exits. There were 2 guards coming fast and another semi-crouched by the main door. The customers stood motionless and alert, fixed in neutral zones, and one kid was pinned by a guard, and Clara had a sense of half a dozen others scatter-running through the store, weaving and shying off, all the jacket arms flapping. And Miles, Clara's friend, said, "Leather," in a voice that rang with broadest joy. He said, "They take the subway down to 59th Street and come up the stairs right into the store, and they flood one area and grab what they can, and then they're out of here, man, in a dozen directions." Oh, yeah. This is talking about Marilyn Monroe and Jane Mansfield. And it says she was born to be Marilyn, blah, blah, blah. And then next thing you know, finally, she's the most photographed woman in the world. And I can't help but find that to be an allusion back to the most photographed barn in White Noise. DeLillo has a lot to say about the effects of taking photographs and video. Anyway. A guy beheads his lover. Oh, yeah, there's this moment on page 487. Where it says a guy, it's just naming these different things, setting the scene. It says, it was the summer, this is the rooftop summer still, and it says, it was the summer of blue-black nights, ambiguous thunder to the east, hoarse and false, and the city grid below. A guy beheads his lover, puts the object in a box, and takes it on the train to Queens. Can someone help me out? I did some searching around. I feel like that's got to be an allusion to something. Maybe it's just part of the fictional menace. But what is that referring to? Anyway, all these things in the sequence that begins with frame 313. And this is talking about the Zapruder film of the Kennedy assassination. And wouldn't you know, Miles would say later, there had to be a 13 somewhere in the case. So there's several people who are on this 13 numerology. Oh, this is one of my favorite passages. You heard me use it just to even open up, just to open up the video. All that winter, I shoveled snow and read books. The lines of print, the alphabetic characters, the strokes of the shovel when I cleared a walk. The linear arrangement of words on a page, the shovel strokes, the rote exercises in school texts, the novels I read, the dictionaries I found in the tiny library, the nature and shape of books, the routine of shovel strokes in deep snow. This was how I began to build an individual. So in other words, the individual is built in isolation. In this case, doing isolated exercises like reading and shoveling. And the other thing that's interesting about it is that they're both in silence. They're both done in silence. But this is talking about Nick's time in Minnesota, being reformed and raised by Jesuits, following his criminal act. But there's so much. It's just a beautiful. That's a beautiful passage, and when I read it, it just gives me chills. Here's another bending. He shifted into his own voice with its bent vowels and high nasal shadings. Also, a lot of shading, gradation, and so on in this book. There is only one truth. Whoever controls your eyeballs controls the world. Okay. Is this who I think it is? They're doing Charlie. Yes. Okay, in this passage... Oh, and I missed something. I could have gotten in so much trouble right there. All right, let me make sure I get this right. All right, we're with Charles Wainwright now. And it says, a smudged baseball balanced on the rim of a coffee mug that sat on the credenza. A ball he'd bought from a guy who claimed it was the very object Branca had hurled and Thompson had heroically struck. So we are now here seeing the ball that he bought from Minx Martin in his office there. And I think it's somewhere in here. Let's see. Anyway, it says, there's only one truth. Whoever controls your eyeballs runs the world. And in advertising, boy, that is really something. But, I mean, think about how prophetic that is. Whoever controls your eyeballs, what you look at, and whoever controls your eyeballs controls the world. I mean, think about that. When you're scrolling and when you're looking at stuff and you can't stop scrolling on social media, and when you're clicking on things that you didn't even know you were going to look at, but they're pressed in front of you. Like, just really think about that. Whoever controls your eyeballs controls the world. Yes, the baseball he dearly wanted to entrust to his son, Chucky, to Charles Jr. But how could he give such an emotional object, whatever ambiguity throbbed in the ball's corked heart, to this aimless, wayward, aging kid, a displaced person in his own time? So he wants to give his son the baseball, but his son is just like a screw-up for now. He will end up in the Air Force and kind of getting it together, but not before making a mess of things and ultimately losing possession of the ball. But in any case, here's something cool that I missed the first time. Charlie wanted to pitch the Minute Maid account. He thought about orange juice all the time. He looked at it, drank it, had fantasies about it. He knew how to advertise orange juice. Forget Florida, forget the piddling vitamins. You have to go for appetite appeal, for the visual hit, because this is a beautiful and enticing beverage. And women's eyeballs reach high levels of excitation when they see bright orange cans in the freezer gleaming with Rime ice. You have to show the pulp. You have to show the juice splashing in the glass. You have to show the froth on a perky housewife's upper lip. When we get to the billboard, the billboard that has the Esmeralda miracle on it, not only is it about Minute Maid, orange juice, which it tells us, but it describes the scene. It comes straight out of 300 pages earlier when the advertising exec, Charles Wainwright, has the idea of how he wants to portray the ad for Minute Maid. So brilliant. I missed that the first couple of times I read it. Here again, you didn't see the thing. Here it is. We are in the physics of language. So the Father Paulus is saying, you didn't see the thing, meaning you didn't. He's getting him to name parts of the shoe, and he can only name a couple of them, like the tongue, the sole, the laces. But then Father Paulus basically shows him that there are a million other. He makes a whole exploded schematic of a shoe. And he says, you didn't see the thing because you didn't know how to look, and you don't know how to look because you don't know the names. So needing to know the language before you can even see. That's interesting. We usually think it's the other way around. You see things and then talk about it or whatever. Not the language to be able to see. But there again, Underworld cause and effect are reversed. And obviously this is pointing back to Maddie having the hallucinogenic experience in the desert. You like how I pointed, like Matt's behind me? Father Paulus says, how everyday things lie hidden because we don't know what they're called. And he finally says, we're doing the physics of language, Shay. Everyday things represent the most overlooked knowledge. These names are vital to your progress. Quotidian things. If they weren't important, we wouldn't use such a gorgeous Latinate word. Say it, he said. And Nick says, quotidian. Father Paulus, an extraordinary word that suggests the depth and reach of the commonplace. And then as Nick continues to muse on everything he's just been taught for the physics in the physics of language by Father Paulus, he finally says, this is the only way in the world, meaning expanding your language. This is the only way in the world you can escape the things that made you. And that is indeed what he longs to do. And that is why he then begins spending his winters shoveling snow and reading books. He wants to escape the confines of his upbringing. Expand your language, you expand your world and who you are. Oh, I love this. I love this. On page 555, just a description of the time of day. In the hour before people take leave of the office and become husbands and wives again, or whatever people become in whatever murmurous words, when evenings grow swift and whispered. So good. All right, here we are. This is Edgar J. Edgar Hoover and his assistant getting ready for the historically factual black and white bowl put on by Truman Capote at the Plaza. But I think they're getting ready at the Waldorf. And then they're going to walk up to the Plaza. It says, whatever Edgar's own claim to rank and notoriety, he found himself subject to anal flutters when chatting with a genuine celeb. God. Sometimes DeLillo can be like extremely funny. This is also indicative of our connection between the two Edgars, because Sister Edgar is also secretly enamored of celebrity culture. Newspapers, guidebooks, Gideon Bibles, erotic literature, subversive literature, underground literature, whatever people read in hotels, alone, thumbing and breathing. I wonder if you could probably write a whole paper just on that one sentence. But the fact that he seizes on painting a picture and a mood of a person reading alone in a hotel room by just saying thumbing and breathing. Masterful. Through the battered century of world wars and massive violence by other means, there had always been an under voice that spoke through the cannon fire and ack, and that sometimes grew strong enough to merge with the battle sounds. It was the struggle between the state and secret groups of insurgents, state-born, wild-eyed, the anarchists, terrorists, assassins, and revolutionaries who tried to bring about apocalyptic change, and sometimes, of course, succeeded. The passionate task of the state was to hold on, stiffening its grip and preserving its claim to the most destructive power available. With nuclear weapons, this power became identified totally with the state. The mushroom cloud was the godhead of annihilation and ruin. The state controlled the means of apocalypse. So this is getting at like an arms race between civilian insurgent groups and the state. But it goes back again to whoever has the most money and the most advanced technology can thereby produce the most destruction, right? Or the means of the most destruction, and therefore they win because, as it says, they control the means to apocalypse. And so this is the perfect conversion of money, technology, weapons, and ultimately power. And you wonder why there's been such a shift towards STEM and away from the arts. Yeah. Oh, we talked about this. Okay, the snap back to the Bruegel triumph of death. So let us move forward. Oh, I love this. Lenny, talking about Lenny Bruce, followed this flurry with an erudite riff on the German word Sprachgefühl. And I'm sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing it, but Sprachgefühl, or something, a feel for language, for what is idiomatically hip. This is an intuitive feeling for the natural idiom or essential character of a language, and it also is something that DeLillo certainly possesses. We have it revealed that Matt and a one-time girlfriend in his wilder days, or Matt and Amy ended up getting pregnant and having an abortion. And there's this scene that is just, it's a searing scene of this abortion that takes place. But this is yet another thing. We are right at almost 600 pages. We're starting to have revealed to us that other things besides just the missing father that are in the waste, the hidden waste of Nick's past. And this is one of them. But there's this little exchange. The doctor comes out after the operation's done, says, he didn't seem to be looking at me. And he said, yes, with a period. He comes out, he says, yes. And Nick says, Dr. Swearingen? Says he wasn't looking at me. And he said, everything seems to be in order. And then Nick says, do I pay now? And the conversation is so awkward and so jarring. You feel that tension. And then silently in the narrative, Nick says, Nick speaks, is the only person in the book who speaks in the first person, says, we seem to be having a conversation that went backwards. And this little exchange that ends in him saying that, he perfectly describes what's going on that we've felt as readers but can't describe. And again, a conversation that went backwards, like a book whose timeline goes backwards. But this is such an incredibly nuanced exchange that fits perfectly with the uncomfortable, out-of-joint tension of the scene. Just incredible. And again, it seems designed, but it's just part of portraying, as DeLillo has said, just the way he hears things. And then the doctor walks out, and there are these pictures or words on the walls and stuff. And Nick says, I sat there with the pictures and the words. I didn't know how to think about any of this. I didn't know what to call it. So the Jesuit priest, of course, has drilled into him that he has to have the names and language for these images and these pictures and what's going on as a first step towards meaning. And so this whole scene gets its power from the fracturing of that precept. Just so good. Here's another 13. This is just a brief little scene between the neighborhood butcher and the young Matty. The butcher asked him if he was old enough to get it up, and Matty said, 13, almost. So again, a 13 there. And then he confirms, I was 13 years old, just a few pages later. Oh, now we are with, we're in the B-52. We're with the B-52 in its heyday, and we're with Charles Wainwright Jr., Chucky. And he's talking with a black guy here, Lewis. And Lewis is saying that, like, there's only one long, tall Sally. And he informs them that this song written by a black woman from Appaloosa, Mississippi. Richard add the little touches, meaning Little Richard. I guarantee, brother, this Sally we're talking about ain't no skinny blonde playing kissy face in no back seat. She's an advanced class of entertainment. So another thing that happens in this book is we're getting preconceived notions corrected. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is going into the mind of Chucky. He couldn't think of his father without regretting the loss of the one thing he'd wanted to maintain between them. That was the baseball his dad had given him as a trust, a gift, a peace offering, a form of desperate love, and a spiritual hand-me-down. The ball he'd more or less lost, or his wife had snatched when they'd split, or he'd accidentally dumped with the household trash. Now, I was thinking about this more, and I can't investigate it now, and it won't come to me, but it could be that Genevieve Roche or whatever, who was married to Judson, it could be that that was Chucky Wainwright Jr.'s ex-wife, and she'd pilfered and taken the baseball with her, and it ended up in the trunk of the car. But in any case, that'd be cool. Again, though, this is this is the invocation of Little Richard, by the way, that we had in the desert scene with Matt. And where Long Tall Sally, the discarded B-52, lives in that same desert. Man, crazy. And then Chucky thought of this moment. I think, if I remember correctly, this was the moment where the ballad Louis Bakey is the one who is telling him about Little Richard and the actual Long Tall Sally. But it goes into, he likes to tell people about the time he dropped a bomb and then flew through the mushroom cloud or something like that. And Chucky thinks of it as the Ballad of Louis Bakey. And it stretches for about a page and a half. It snaps into an actual ballad format. And I'm not going to read any of it, but it is wonderful. And he basically talks about the mushroom cloud and flying through the effects of it and everything. He basically likens to like seeing God and visiting a glimpse of heaven. 6:33, November 9th, 1965. We get some historically true event of the Great Northeast Blackout. That started in Ontario and affected a great portion of the Northeast. But as part of that, there's this beautiful rendering. And you can't help but feel that DeLillo saw this with his own eyes. From certain vantages, the city was all haunted silhouette, secret and recessed. Its neon ego shut down. It's New York City. There was a sky tonight. The towers across the park were planed down to a kind of night velvet that was etched and deathly and lacking the static that makes the high nights throb. Oh my goodness. And then finally we enter Minx Martin 3. As Minx Martin is going around the crowd of people waiting outside to get tickets for the World Series with the baseball in his jacket pocket that he's absconded from his son's room, Here's the irony of all ironies. Then he realizes what he ought to be doing. He gets an idea. He gets it from the crowd. He ought to be looking for fathers and sons. Now, how ironic that this father who has stolen the ball from his son to go and make a buck is going to look around and play on the bond of a father and son to find a father whom he know would love to give this as a gift to his own son to prey on. And then furthermore, the ball, with all this stuff I just mentioned, unbeknownst to Nick Shea, this ball that he ends up buying, coming to like represent loss of his father. Wow. It's a lot of mileage out of a simple baseball. I talked about the tar spot and how that comes up again, because in this scene, as he's selling it to Charles Wainwright Sr., he removes the tar smudge that his son accidentally put there when he was escaping from the clutches of Bill Watterson. But anyway, the sum arrives when Charles Wainwright pays for the ball. He gives him a 10, 2 5s, another 10, 2 singles, a quarter, 2 nickels, and a tiddlywink dime. And I sat here and calculated all that out to come up with $32.45. I was really hoping it would have a 13 somewhere in there. Nonetheless, $32.45 is how much Charles Wainwright pays Minks for the ball. As we learn, Nick Shea pays $34,500. I feel like he should have paid $35,500, because then 355 would have been 13, but DeLillo does not give that to us. All right, so now we are entering into part 6, the last part before the epilogue. It is called Arrangement in Gray and Black, which is another title given to a painting that James Whistler did of his mother. As we'll see, we get a lot of insight into Rosemary Shea, the mother of Nick and Matt. We start off with Bronzini, though. The first sentence is, Bronzini thought that walking was an art. And it says, he thought of the old device of double take, how it comically embodies the lapsed moment where a life used to be. I'm not going to sit here and unpack all the connections and thoughts I have around that, but I do want to just state that what's so amazing is that how everything accumulates. So as we're moving through the book, DeLillo is creating all these swirling, interconnected systems, right? And eventually he starts to craft these sentences and these insights where he takes all the yield of all of those and kind of wraps them all in together, and it just adds a lot of power and thrust behind things. We get a glimpse of the newspaper that inspired this novel. He took a table in the dim interior and unfolded the Times across the scarred enamel. The front page astonished him, a pair of 3-column headlines dominating. To his left, the Giants capture the pennant, beating the Dodgers on a dramatic home run in the 9th inning. And to the right, symmetrically mated, same typeface, same size type, same number of lines, the USSR explodes an atomic bomb. Kaboom! Details kept secret. He didn't understand why the Times would take a ball game off the sports page and juxtapose it with news of such ominous consequence. And of course, therein, it is weird, but of course they need to report on this terrible thing, but it's almost like they're anchoring it with something great, a victory. He talks about, this is Bronzini and a friend of his, a priest from Fordham, University, a professor at Fordham, I think, talking in the diner. And he says, although In fact, poor Ralph Branca happens to be half Hungarian. Sons of immigrants. Branca and Thompson both. Bobby himself born in Scotland, I believe. You see why our wins and losses tend to have impact well beyond our borders. And thinking about DeLillo himself as the son of immigrants adds to that. Here we go, more nostalgia and longing for the past. And when it ends completely, we find ourselves abandoned to our sodden teenage years. What a wound to overcome, this passage out of childhood. But a beautiful injury, too, he thought, pure and unrepeatable. Only the scab remains, barely seen, the exuded substance. So we're getting closer and closer to seeing those wounds out of childhood. Then we get a whole litany of the number 13. Nick's been seeing the number 13 ever since the game yesterday. So we're now at the day after. Nick's been seeing the number 13, the game, the mass hurrah, the way he crouched over his radio, ready to puke his guts all over the roof. Bronco wears number 13. Bronco won 13 games this year. The Giants started their pennant drive 13 and a half games behind the Dodgers. Blah, blah, blah. And it goes on and on and on. Thompson wears number 23. Subtract the month of the year. You know what you get. So there's this like primitive numerology that's in there. We'll get into some of that in the essays. Oh, here's where we bring two Bruegel paintings together in very close juxtaposition. The children's games that he painted in 1560 and the Triumph of Death from 62. Do you know the old painting, he said, that shows dozens of children playing games in some town square? Hundreds, actually. 200 anyway. Bruegel. I find it unwholesome. Why? It came up in conversation. I don't know what art history has to say about this painting, but I say it's not that different from the other famous Bruegel. Armies of death marching across the landscape. So, children at play, children with their toys, and then leading to the triumph of death. Oh, I love this. What a great way, I mean, just in very compressed, striking language, to sum up Italian food. The garlicky smack and tang. That's it. That sums up all of Italian food right there, and makes me want it right now. And then how better to sum up Italians? The family was an art to these people, and the dinner table was the place it sought expression, dining together over that garlicky smack and tang. Let's see, there's such a funny line. I mean, as we get closer and closer to the epilogue, his rendering of these people in the Italian Bronx of the 50s, it's such a treat. There's some one-liners in here that are so funny. I'm going to leave them if you haven't read it yet. If you have, you know what I'm talking about. The guy who ends up winning the lottery, the fishmonger who wins the lottery. So funny. I just want you to enjoy it. And then notice that Albert Bronzini tells Matty, as he's rendered here, he's a child, that he's beginning to think in systems. I think that is a sign that good things will begin happening again. Because he's his chess instructor at the time. But he goes into a different type of systems. He goes into weapons systems. Not that far different from chess, really. Let's see. Oh, if you thought... I thought that the cop described as wearing his municipal... his municipal bulk was good. Well, here, some 700 pages later, Sister Edgar is like a pre-Vatican II style nun who still wears the traditional garb and so on. It says she was all cloth. She was a wall of laundered cloth. Municipal bulk, a wall of laundered cloth. So wonderful. And the wall being having a connection to the wall, the place in the Bronx where she goes. This is Clara and young Nick having their very illicit affair. But listen to this description. This is what I mean by even these intimate moments that are really hard for writers to write without seeming gimmicky or just off-putting or I don't know, cliche, whatever, silly. It says bodies turned and edged and sidled, one way and the other, this and that concurrent, here but also there, like back-fronted Picasso lovers. Perfect. Skinny, sorry Alphonse, grape-stained with tragic acne. I mean, he just wants to describe the way that acne looks on his face, and grape stained, grape stained with tragic acne. Perfect. All right, now we're talking. Think back to Matt talking about how his computer inputs can change things in the world that he doesn't even know about. Let's see. This is Bronzini, and this is Bronzini giving his science lesson to his class. 44 stoical souls in his general science class. Most 16 years old, a few older, even 18. He's saying, and Alphonse is one of the students in his class. He's saying we need numbers, letters, maps, graphs. We need scientific formulas to understand the structure of matter. E equals mc squared. And then he wrote the equation on the blackboard. And he says, how is it that a few marks chalked on a blackboard, a few little squiggly signs can change the shape of human history? There we go. Mm-hmm. Powerful little things. And then, of course, as each section is named after a film, a work of art, a slogan, whatever, it's usually explicitly pointed out in there too. And it says, she had a small print of a whistler, the famous mother. And that is exactly alluding to the title. Listen to this. What mattered? This is as we're wrapping up. We're at 7:57 of 8:27, and at this point, with everything that is loaded in our minds from this novel, what mattered were the mysteries, not the language in which you said them. Sometimes faith needs a sign. There are times when you want to stop working at faith and just be washed in a blowing wind that tells you everything. So again, getting at that mysticism, that pressing into the cloud of unknowing. And let's see. Oh, we get this, that section 13 was the pickup section at the beach. I can't remember exactly what's going on here, but this is something between Nick and Gloria and Loretta, and they're hanging out. They're taking a car out to the beach. But anyway, it just is another 13. Sister Edgar, we see her reading what one of our scholars will call the third Edgar, and we'll get into that. But we see her reading Edgar Allan Poe, and she would recite the poem to them, her students, crooking her finger at their hearts. She would become the poem and the raven both, the Roman-nosed bird, gliding out of the timeless sky and diving down upon them. So this is... I think this is not only making the connection between the three Edgars in here, but it's also it's foreshadowing Sister Edgar's own transfiguration in the epilogue. And I think it is an epic epilogue. Okay, right before we end part 6, at the very end, and moving to the epilogue, we finally get the most major criminal act or sin of Nick's childhood that kind of really set his life into motion and on this different track. The whole scene, he shoots, what's his name, George Lanza. I've got all these charts in here that George Manza, George the waiter. So when Nick was 17, at 17 he shoots George Manza. At 16 his dad. Wait, hold on, let me think. No. I can't remember how old he is when his dad walks out on him. But at 17 he shoots and kills George Manza, or George the waiter, and gets sent to a Jesuit correctional school in Minnesota. At age 24, he has the abortion with Amy Brookhiser. And I think even... Okay, and then when he's 16, he has the affair with Clara Sachs. But this whole scene of the shooting, the killing of George, is so well executed, if you'll forgive the bleak pun, so well, down to the sort of anxious, repetitious response of the unexpected incident. The whole thing. When you think of cause and effect, but then human intent, is done so well. But he keeps, like, his mind, he goes into a sort of shock and denial, and it's rendered so well in the prose. And then at the very end, it's this is where it says, when they took him out to the cop car, there were people on the stoops and they're watching. Everyone's watching them put Nick Shea, a boy in the neighborhood, put into this cop car. And it says, they watched him closely and gravely, thinking this was a kind of history taking place here in their own remote and common streets. So now we see what happened, and now what we do is we spring way forward beyond even the part 1 that opens in 1992. This section, the epilogue, I think it's incredible. It's titled Das Kapital. So that is, of course, Karl Marx's huge philosophical treatise on capitalism. And it opens up thus on page 785. Capital burns off the nuance in a culture. Foreign investment, global markets, corporate acquisitions, the flow of information through transnational media, the attenuating influence of money that's electronic and sex that's cyberspace, untouched money and computerized or computer-safe sex, the convergence of consumer desire. Not that people want the same things necessarily, but that they want the same range of choices. So we also, right off the bat, are in an advanced state of late capitalism, and now computers are suddenly in here. So this is our first signal that we're now, because it just says Das Kapital. It doesn't have a date on it like it does parts 1 through 6. So that's our first indication that we've been catapulted somewhere beyond 1992. It says, and the system pretends to go along to become more supple and resourceful, less dependent on rigid categories. But even as desire tends to specialize, going silky and intimate, the force of converging markets produces an instantaneous capital that shoots across horizons at the speed of light, making for a certain furtive sameness, a planing away of particulars that affects everything from architecture to leisure time to the way people eat and sleep and dream. So what's happening now is we find ourselves with Nick Shea and his colleague Brian Glassick. They work for Waste Containment, and they are visiting a guy named Viktor Maltsev in Ukraine to talk about a joint venture whereby Maltsev is working for a company that has learned how to use nuclear technology to set off nuclear explosions deep below the surface of the earth to get rid of harmful, dangerous waste. So using like a nuclear bomb to get rid of nuclear waste or something like this is the idea. But they're flying to this site that ends up being the site I was talking about where the Soviets tested the atom bomb that we see in the prologue. Victor Maltsev, as they're flying there, says, yes, it's true that geography has moved inward and smallward, but we still have mass graves. And and then he gets into his whole philosophy of capitalizing on waste, which has gotten much more dangerous at this point. So we saw the effects of waste, garbage all in the streets all over New York City during one of the garbage strikes. Now waste has become extremely dangerous to all of us, with radiation bleeding out of it, leaking out of it, and so on. And it says that Victor's company, they sell nuclear explosions for ready cash. They want us, Waste Containment, to supply the most dangerous waste we can find, and they will destroy it for us. They try to get into some things like testing and playing devil's advocate about what Maltsev's company is doing. And he says, yes, we have the expertise. And the narrator says he unzippers this word, expertise, with a certain defensive zest, as if it sums up all the insufficiencies that have mocked him up until this point. I look at him carefully. Now, Nick is looking at Brian carefully, because Nick has found out about the affair that Brian Glassick and his Nick's wife Marion have had. I look at him carefully. It's cold and we're dead tired, and I look at Brian. The knowledge of what he's been doing, the calculated breach of trust. I want to stay awake while he sleeps so I can watch him and fine edge my feelings and wait for my moment. This is a master novelist here. Master novelists have this ability to observe things taking place in the world or taking place inside minds and behaviors of people and render them into the most articulate and striking prose available. Chaika, that's the name of Victor Maltsev's company. Chaika means seagull and refers poetically to the fact that the company's basic business is waste. He likes the way seagulls swoop down on garbage mounds and trail after ships waiting for the glint of jettison at the bow. Maltsev finally says, waste is the secret history, the under history, the way archaeologists dig out the history of early cultures. Every sort of bone heap and broken tool, literally, from under the ground. And he finally says that what they're doing is the fusion of two streams of history, weapons and waste. We get a confirmation that Victor says, this is ground zero. We're standing there nodding in the wind. And that ground zero it's referring to points all the way back to page 23, some 750 pages earlier. And then we hear a Russian voice tells a joke to a huddle of burly men, and I stand on the edge, startled to hear the name Speedy Gonzalez mixed into the rolling narration. So it snaps all the way back to page 34. And now thinking about this company of Victor Maltsev's, it says, fixing and hustling have come out of the shadows of black market speculation to create a wholly open economy of plunder and corruption. He says, but Brian thought I was the soul of self-completion. Maybe so, but I was also living in a state of quiet separation from all the things he might cite as the solid stuff of home and work and responsible reality. And that quiet separation echoes to me. Is it Thoreau or Ralph Waldo Emerson that talks about men leading lives of quiet desperation? And he says, because even the job is an artificial limb. And these are our first hints that for everything that says on the surface that Nick Shea escaped his troubled youth and achieved the dream, the American dream, he's still living this quiet life of desperation and separation. And then we get this beautiful passage. All the banned words, the secrets kept in whitewashed vaults, the half-forgotten plots, they're all out here now, seeping invisibly into the land and air, into the marrowed folds of the bone. And he's talking about all those secrets, all the garbage, all the things we've tried to hide and thrown away. They're now being buried and exploded. And it also, we think about, I didn't touch on it, but an essayist probably does, but the J. Edgar Hoover and the activists who threatened to go through his garbage. It says, the sky was divided, split diagonally, a flat blue, a soft slaty blue, like the head of a crested jay, and a yellow that wasn't even yellow. And that's an echo, that is a prolepsis out to pointing to a yellow of the pencil that we'll get at the very end. And a yellow that wasn't even yellow, an enormous heartbreak yellow sweeping to the east, a smoky gold shot stain. I wonder if you could do a whole study of the way, just the descriptions of the sky in this novel. Then we get this. Most of our longings go unfulfilled. This is the word's wistful implication, a desire for something lost or fled or otherwise out of reach. And this is for sure one of the central themes of the novel and the reason Matt bought that baseball. It points to his father. All right, moving on. The long ghosts are walking the halls. It follows on the heels of that. And what a stirring metaphor for nostalgia and memories. So now we start to get introduced to Marion and Matt's son. Sorry, Marion and Nick's son, Jeff. And Jeff has been very much influenced by the World Wide Web. He spends all kinds of time on his computer. And it says, everybody is everywhere at once. Jeff liked to say this. And it says, our son, who still lives at home. He's just stuck on this computer, right? And then it gets into interconnected systems. It says all the contact points that shimmer in the air somewhere. So this starts to get so good. Then on page 807, it says, he enters 17 characters and then, in italics, .com miraculum. The first couple of times I didn't know what that meant. But then on 810, we get 3 section breaks that are headed with italics. The first one is a website URL. That's http://blk.www/com/miraculum. And then it hit me. The 17 characters that it's referring to when it says he enters 17 characters and then .com miraculum. If you look on page 810, all the count of characters in http:// before the .com miraculum is 17 characters. Pretty cool. And then we get 2 keystrokes. We'll get to in a second, but the real miracle is the web, the net, where everybody is everywhere at once, and he is there among them, unseen. That is Jeff, the lurker, the cyber stalker. And then he goes and looks at his the baseball, Nick. A beautiful thing smudged green near the Spalding trademark. So there's that telltale green sign. And I tend to agree that it is the ball because in the 2022 preface from DeLillo, he talks about the baseball and he says, follow the baseball. And it says, it's sought after, borrowed, sold, stolen, and ending up finally on a bookshelf in a quiet Arizona suburb. So that to me says that DeLillo, the author, concludes that the baseball in Nick Shea's possession is indeed the ball. Then we finally get the fracturing. We finally see that even though Nick has finally confessed all of the sins of his past and opened up to his wife, Marion, and of course it took Marion's affair with Brian Glassick to cause this rupture and bring these confessionals forward. It still says, I long for the days of disorder. I want them back. The days when I was alive on the earth, rippling in the quick of my skin, heedless and real. I was dumb-muscled and angry and real. This is what I long for. The breach of peace. That's key. The days of disarray when I walked the real streets and did things slap bang and felt angry and ready all the time. A danger to others and a distant mystery to myself. So this longing for a time, now the web, everything's going virtual. And it will literally go virtual here in a second. But him longing for the days when things were real and weren't figured out, weren't mapped out. Then we get, we cut over to, this is when it gets wild. We're at 8:11. We're like 17 pages left. DeLillo seems to want to now kick things into hyperdrive and say, okay, hey, we're in the era of the World Wide Web. Everything's connected. Everything's going virtual. We're way beyond the days of radio broadcasts and stuff. He takes Jeff Shea on his computer connected to the internet in his room, going to a website that talks about miracles, and then gives us a scene of Sister Edgar and Sister Gracie in the Bronx at the wall. Old spindle-shanked Edgar sits next to Gracie and feels the aura of the streets and thinks herself back to another century. So this is another clue that we're moving into the 21st century, out of the 20th century. And we're told how we're shown the miracle that takes place in the Bronx miracle, that now Jeff is looking at us on his computer. In the midst of this, we see Sister Gracie, Sister Edgar visit Moonman 157 Ishmael, and he says, some people have a personal God, okay? I'm looking to get a personal computer. What's the difference, right? Keep all this in mind. Then we go into, I must have skipped over it. Hold on. Yeah. We're given the description of the billboard, and people have been talking about this miracle that's appearing. Esmeralda is a poor child who's been brutally murdered, and Moonman's crew has spray painted her commemoration on the wall, her angel, the angel Esmeralda. But now people are gathering to watch this billboard when the headlights of a subway train go by and hit it just right, and they're seeing a miracle there. But listen to the billboard is unevenly lighted, dim in spots. Several bulbs blown and unreplaced, but the central elements are clear. A vast cascade of orange juice pouring diagonally from top right into a goblet that is hand-held at lower left. The perfectly formed hand of a female Caucasian of the middle suburbs. It is the juice that commands the eye, thick and pulpy, with a ruddled flush that matches the madder moon. So there we go. There is the vision that Charles Wainwright had now come to fruition. It says the 6-ounce cans of Minute Maid arrayed across the bottom of the board, 100 identical cans so familiar in design and color and typeface that they have a personality. And then we get the miracle. We get to witness it along with the hopeful Sister Edgar, who's been on the cusp of losing her faith. Then she sees it, an ordinary commuter train, silver and blue, ungraffitied, moving smoothly toward the drawbridge. The headlights sweep the billboard, and she hears a sound from the crowd, a gasp that shoots into sobs and moans, and the cry of some unnameable, painful elation, a blurted sort of whoop, the holler of unstoppered belief. Because when the train lights hit the dimmest part of the billboard, a face appears above the misty lake, and it belongs to the murdered girl. A dozen women clutch their heads. They whoop and sob. A spirit, a god's breath passing through the crowd. Esmeralda, Esmeralda. And then, just like that, it's gone. So that's this miracle. Beautifully rendered. Then we get keystroke 1 and keystroke 2 separating the next little bit. So again, Jeff's using his computer. This is wrapped into the stuff that's going on, the miracle in the Bronx. And Sister Edgar regaining her faith with the miracle of the angel Esmeralda appearing. Keystroke 1 and keystroke 2. With keystroke 2, Sister Edgar has died, and with keystroke 2, she does not find herself in heaven, but in cyberspace. This blew my mind. Every time I read this, it is amazing. She dies and passes beyond into cyberspace. And in fact, she's also depicted as being trapped in a part of cyberspace that is interacting with Jeff at home on his computer, going to a website about nuclear bombs. Here in cyberspace, she has shed all that steam-ironed fabric. She's no longer a wall of fabric or cloth. She is not naked exactly, but she is open, exposed to every connection you can make on the World Wide Web. There is no space or time out here or in here or wherever she is. There are only connections. Everything is connected. All human knowledge gathered and linked, hyperlinked. This site leading to that, this fact reference to that, a keystroke, a mouse click, a password. World without end. Amen. When you decide on a whim, so now we're going back to the voice of the prologue in the second person. When you decide on a whim to visit the H-Bomb homepage, she begins to understand. And I feel like this is also Jeff is doing this. Everything in your computer, the plastic, silicon, and mylar, every logical operation and processing function, the memory, the hardware, the software, the ones and zeros, the triads inside the pixels that form the on-screen image, it all culminates here. Jeff, we go to this bomb website and we play a video clip on the screen of a nuclear explosion. And Sister Edgar, who's trapped there in cyberspace, she sees the flash, the thermal pulse. She hears the rumble building, the great gathering force rolling off the 16-bit soundboard. She stands in the flash and feels the power. She sees the spray plume. She sees the fireball climbing, the superheated sphere of burning gas that can blind a person with its beauty. Its dripping Christ blood colors, solar golds and reds. She sees the shockwave and hears the high winds and feels the power of false faith and faith of paranoia. And then the mushroom cloud spreads around her, the pulverized mass of radioactive debris. 8 miles high, 10 miles, 20, with skirted stem and smoking platinum cap. 58 megatons. Add the digits and you get 13. A click, a hit, and Sister joins the other Edgar, a fellow celibate and more or less kindred spirit, but her biological opposite, her male half. The bulldog-fed J. Edgar Hoover, the law's debased saint, hyperlinked at last to Sister Edgar, a single fluctuating impulse now, a piece of coded information. Everything is connected in the end. So here on the World Wide Web, unlike in reality, when they lived, they had no connection at all. Someone has now used the web to connect them indelibly together. And what they're talking about, I love that he uses the wording, a piece of coded information that connects them. This is a vector. In graph theory and graph database retrieval, that would be a vector. And then it says everything is connected in the end. So it's a vector within a graph. Is cyberspace a thing within the world, or is it the other way around? Which contains the other? And how can you tell for sure? We're getting into virtual reality theory. We're getting into the multiple worlds theory. A word appears in the lunar milk of the data stream. I love that. I love that. And they speak in your voice, and it's your voice they hear. These are the children playing games. You try to imagine the word on the screen becoming a thing in the world. Unlike the other way around, a thing in the world becoming a thing on the screen. And then finally, we have that final word, peace, that was alluded to on the previous page. A word appears in the lunar milk of the data stream. But yeah, peace. So perhaps that longing for peace and that the future might bring, perhaps like, what's the guy's name who created the World Wide Web? It's a hyphenated last name. Edgar's Brenner. Tim something Brenner. It'll come to me. But anyway, he wanted this to be totally open and a sense of community. He didn't want companies coming in and hijacking it and marketing agencies getting in on it and controlling our eyeballs, basically. Peace and hopefulness was attached to it. But you have to contrast that peace with the fact that the bomb's being exploded on the screen, back with Nick saying that he longed for the breach of peace. So, just an extraordinary ending to an outstanding book that gets me every time. So, that's my read through and some of my commentary on my own notes. Let us now turn to some real thinkers and academics and critics and dig a little deeper into this with a couple of great anthologies that contain wonderful work on this beautiful novel. All right, now let's dig into some secondary sources and see what some great thinkers have to say about Underworld, because try as I might, I can really, and so far in this video, I feel like I've managed to touch on and present about 13% of what this monolithic novel has to offer. So hopefully by digging into some of these secondary sources, we can unearth some more about Underworld. So let's start with In the Loop, Don DeLillo and the Systems novel by Tom LeClair. As I talked about earlier in the video, Tom LeClair is one of my chief influences when thinking about literature and reading and so on. Between In the Loop and The Art of Excess, he's just really secured his place in the upper echelons. And in this book, he introduces his concept of the systems novel, which is built on systems theory. But let me just touch on a little bit from the preface and the introduction. One thing to keep in mind is that this book was written before Underworld, so the chief exemplar is Ratner's Star, but it takes on a lot of other DeLillo novels up to that point. I think like 8 of them were published by this time. Anyway, I love some of these sentences, not only necessarily to dig deeper into parts of Underworld that we haven't touched on so far, but also just great ways of formulating why this novel is so good. From the preface, my title is intended, as I believe Don DeLillo's novels are, to be both explanatory and mysterious, singular in expression, but multiple in meaning, positive and negative in its connotations. And he further expands in the next paragraph, DeLillo's novels are deceptively artful, mysteriously profound, and wide-ranging in their treatment of those qualities of American life that distinguish it as a post-industrial culture, America in the age of information and communications. He says that Don DeLillo consistently creates polarized structures of genre, situation, character, language, tone, that double the novel back upon itself, questioning its generic codes, its beginnings and development, its creator's position toward it, his relation with the reader, who becomes self-conscious, the reader, reflective about both his reading and himself, a Mobius stripping away of assumptions about the forms that DeLillo uses, the charged subjects he encircles with his reversals, and the act of reading from beginning to end. It's pretty remarkable that he's not talking about Underworld specifically. In the Loop further points to the fundamental subjects of DeLillo's fiction, communication loops ranging from the biological to the technological, environmental to personal, linguistic, pre-linguistic, and post-linguistic. Loops that are both saving and destroying. Evolutionary spirals and vicious circles. Feedback variation and mechanistic repetition. Elegant ellipses and snarling complications. I love the way Tom LeClair writes about these kinds of books. DeLillo's orientation toward the world, as well as toward fiction, is influenced by and parallels the idea of systems theory, a contemporary scientific paradigm that concentrates on the reciprocal, that is, looping communications of ecological systems, including man. He also notes, right as he's wrapping up the preface, I first went to Greece, where most of this book was written, in 1978 to interview DeLillo, and we read from that interview earlier. He allowed me into his private thinking and showed me around the public life of Athens, both of which ultimately stimulated the writing of this book and offered enabling perspectives on DeLillo's and my America. So pretty amazing that Tom LeClair got to go to Greece and actually spend time with DeLillo personally. So that further lends authority to his words. He talks about, he kind of gives a little history of everything that went into systems theory. He talks about how, at the same time, there was also the information theory of Claude Shannon and Warren Weaver, and the cybernetics of Norbert Wiener, which we've gotten into in my Gaddis videos. There's also, he talks about how figures in other disciplines were also working with similar ideas that touch on systems theory, like Alfred Whitehead. Alfred? Yeah. Whitehead in philosophy, Saussure in linguistics, and Lévi-Strauss in anthropology. But none of them had so they're all working in these different disciplines. But then, and I'll get the name wrong, but von Bertalanffy, the pioneer of systems theory, no one had quite his level of ambition to create basically what Tom LeClair refers to as a system of interrelated and interconnected systems. In its approach, in systems theory's approach to living systems, it is mathematical and speculative, a hypothetical model building. In its approach to scientific discourses, it seeks to identify what von Bertalanffy calls isomorphisms or homologies, formal similarities and differences among systems of notation. And when I read that about isomorphisms, the first time I read this introduction, I started thinking about one of my favorite books, Gerda Lescher Bach, An Eternal Golden Braid by Douglas Hofstadter. And about 2 pages later, LeClair brings in exactly that text. But he touches on some of the major tenets around systems theory, and here is just a sampling of those. Because living systems are dynamic processes that combine energy and information in reciprocal relations, the systems are not separable into parts, but must be considered as wholes. Living systems are open and interacting with other systems. So really getting into stuff that is all over Underworld, as we saw. Living open systems are goal-seeking, self-organizing, and self-correcting, tending toward homeostasis, or equilibrium, which contrasts with the thermodynamic model of closed systems and increasing entropy. This, I think, strikes at a major difference between Pynchon and DeLillo. The optimum condition of a system exists when it has variety in its information and flexibility for adaptation, which, again, perfectly couples with graph theory and graph database technology. The observer or theorist, unlike the physicist who stands apart from his experiment, is part of the system under investigation and is therefore limited to what von Bertalanffy calls perspectivism. The either-or logic of mechanism is inadequate for the both-and relations, the simultaneity of living systems. The description of living systems requires a hierarchy of abstraction, logical types, or frames within frames to represent wholes within wholes. And you can't help but think about all the framing devices that go on in another book of the late 90s, Mason and Dixon. And we'll get, I think one of the essays we'll talk about in a little bit talks about just those 2 books. Early on, von Bertalanffy welcomed the computer as a device for creating sophisticated mathematical simulations to be used by systems theorists. But in recent years, the tool has increasingly become the object of study. And that really struck me thinking in terms of Underworld, where everything in the end tends toward going into the computer, and the computer becomes a system of systems, but is also self-referential. I like that Tom LeClair, despite being an academic, points out that academic criticism has lagged behind some of our best informed and most advanced novelists. And systems theory provides a new and influential set of ideas necessary for understanding much of our most original and valuable fiction. Gaddis, Pynchon, Coover, and DeLillo are frequently considered to be postmodernists. But if postmodernism continues to be defined as a deconstructive movement, and I believe it almost always is, these systems novelists would be more accurately termed re-moderns to suggest their continuity with modernism. The themes of systems theory are the master subjects of literary modernism: process, multiplicity, simultaneity, uncertainty, linguistic relativity, perspectivism, but in a new, larger scale of spatial and temporal relations, that is, the ecosystem, that reflects the new scale of socio-political experience, including the rise of multinational corporations and global ecology. Systems man is more a locus of communication and energy in a reciprocal relationship with his environment than an entity exerting force and dictating linear cause-effect sequences. Systems theory offers the novelist a contemporary model for hypothetical formulations of wholes, the finding and creating of homologies, and formal equivalents in dense bodies of living data. And that hit me, not only the novelist, but then, of course, the reader, too. And in a way, what Underworld does, using Tom LeClair's framework, what Underworld does is it gives us an opportunity to be systems theorists or systems theory analysts. And Underworld is sort of a system of systems. And we get to observe and see how these systems reciprocally communicate and feed back to each other. Okay. He, as the introduction continues, he touches on how DeLillo is the son of Italian immigrants who, growing up mostly in the Bronx, and he talks about how he feels the social distance of DeLillo's upbringing contributed to his double view of American life, its promises and mythologies, an appreciation of its rich potentialities, and an ironic sense of its excessive failures. Raised in a world of work and family, DeLillo is in his novels fascinated by the seductions of American leisure and privacy, the needs for entertainment and connection produced by these achievements, the violence and secrecy that fill the voids of needs unmet. American success for DeLillo also means education in abstraction and technology, preparation for a highly mediated and digitalized life, producing, in yet another loop, methods for wide understanding and for floating alienation. And LeClair hit on something that goes beyond just his systems theory and the systems novel and so on, and captures something really fundamental there and something important that DeLillo does point out. And it's pointing to a new type of education that's necessary for a citizen to make it in this world. DeLillo's subscription to a systems view of the world, with its plenitude and uncertainty, may thus grow out of both what he has learned of contemporary expertise and what he has remembered from his early training in Catholicism. For DeLillo, the counterbalance to both power and consumption is mystery, the single most important value word in his fiction, nonfiction, and interviews. And he says that, he says, as if we needed this pointed out at this point, systems language is scattered through all of his books. And it's true. I mean, even when we saw Bronzini say that the young Matt Shea was beginning to think in systems. But systems theory, vernacular, is indeed all throughout his novels, including Underworld, which was published after this. And just so you know, these are the main books that are put on display here in LeClair's system. J.R., Gravity's Rainbow, The Public Burning, and Ratner's Star are all about global issues of energy, information, and communication. The relations among politics, economics, technology, and an exploited, endangered ecosystem. Again, you can swap Ratner's Star for Underworld. Each of these systems novels explores the essential reciprocity of abstract ideas, especially those scientific ideas that have culminated in the business machines of JR, the rockets of gravity's rainbow, the atomic bomb of the public burning, and the extraterrestrial probes of Ratner's Star, and the concrete facts of individual lives, small families, and nature. Again, the themes of process, multiplicity, and relativity are expanded in these systems novels to a new scale of time, pre- and post-historic, and space, both micro and macroscopic. The protagonists of the 4 systems novels, Nixon and the Rosenbergs, Slothrop, Gaddis's writer Gibbs and composer Bast, DeLillo's prodigy Billy Twillig, are primarily producers and consumers of messages, would-be artists or detectives in multiple, frequently overloaded communications loops. They try to understand new information rather than cause events to happen. They learn the processes in which they participate rather than dictate circumstances. The novel's movements are repetitive and digressive rather than linear, suggesting a ranging simultaneity of information that the protagonist and reader must sort. Perfectly describes Underworld. The most common action is the mind's interpretation of semiotic systems, the world's codes transformed into human codes. So if you want to know if there's any action in Underworld, that's the action. The mind's interpretation of semiotic codes. Like the work of systems theorists, the systems novels are imaginative models, including but not ruled by empiricism. Systems novels are primarily composed of the representation of talk, of public oral discourse. So that is perfectly in line with Underworld. And again, I have to say again that Underworld was not out. It was like a decade away when this was written. But think about systems novels primarily composed of the representation of talk. I mean, that describes a major facet of Underworld. But think about how the very first line is essentially public discourse, the radio voice of Russ Hodges. It's unbelievable. And the prose, sort of the way it adapts to the different diction and vernacular. People are speaking constantly in Underworld. Authoritative in their range and scale, in their mastering of contemporary information and technique, systems novels also admit from within their limitations. Such a metafictional critique parallels systems theory's meta-scientific self-awareness. Conscious of standing within the living systems they compose, the 4 novelists remind the reader of their presence. And like, for example, Pynchon addresses the reader directly in the second person during the late stages of Gravity's Rainbow. And so again, that's exactly what Underworld does in the opening pages. And so, as Tom LeClair gets at, and like I said, the books are themselves systems. So DeLillo has given us our own model of systems to observe. Systems novels are themselves about processes of communication. and they take great risks to communicate a new version of the world. And this touches on one of the things that draws me to these big, sprawling, ambitious novels in general, and why they're so often misunderstood and panned by early critics and readers. They're trying to, express a new vision of the world, and part of that is going to mean that you can't read them the way you read other things because they're doing something new. So I've always maintained that they're also teaching you, while they're showing you their new version of a world, they're also teaching you how to read that world. So you have to, as a reader, you can't assert your expectations onto these texts. You have to understand their expectations of you. Listen to this. Recorders of living fictions about systems of communication, Gaddis, Pynchon, Coover, and DeLillo have shared an intentional exile from the media loop of conventional literary life. And LeClair concludes that by not appearing in person within the media market, the systems novelist attempts to preserve the disturbing integrity of his book. And think about the things that in Underworld, the things that are pointed out about the repeatedly shown Texas Highway Killer video. The systems novelist illustrates outside the book what Roland Barthes called the death of the author. Denied the text's cause, that is, the author, or access to the author, the reader must return into the looping structure of the effect, that is, the systems novel itself. What from in terms of graph theory? Oh yeah. Who is WN from WN? Oh, White Noise. This is just a little excerpt from White Noise. There was a long piece of twine that contained a series of knots and loops. It seemed at first a random construction. Looking more closely, I thought I detected a complex relationship between the size of the loops, the degree of the knots, single or double, and the intervals between knots with loops and freestanding knots. So perfectly in line with systems theory, but also so striking. I have to keep driving graph theory because I really think someone more scholarly minded than I should pick that up. While similar to other systems novelists in his concerns, DeLillo is distinguished, I think, by the range and relentlessness of his investigations and by his strategies for affecting a wide audience with his books. And lastly, from LeClair, DeLillo is indeed critical of and pessimistic about many of the current languages, values, and lives he presents, and he often seems to maintain either an elusive or ironic detachment from his narrators and characters. But the writer behind this rhetorical strategy, as his two most recent novels quite clearly show, rages against and pities mankind's self-destructiveness. It's gathering itself into its own powerful and vicious circles. Loops become nooses. The perspective from which DeLillo criticizes contemporary American life is not the platform of class or religion or race or sex or education or taste, but the long moral view of simple human survival, the survival of the species and its individuals. There is no pettiness in his work, no small-minded wit. The pretense and power of large, closed systems, their fake and therefore punishing certitudes, are the constant foci for his satire. His fiction displays a specialist's knowledge and a generalist's skepticism, respect for exactitude, and scorn for reduction, use of nomenclature and parody of jargon, love of invention and suspicion of the new, the urge to know, and the desire to preserve mystery. And with that last one, it reminds me of what Graham Robb said in his biography of Victor Hugo. And I keep it here on my typewriter, but he referred to Hugo as having an enormous curiosity coupled with an enormous desire not to know. That is basically what Tom LeClair is saying of DeLillo, and everything points back to mystery. All right, next let's look at David Cowart's Don DeLillo, The Physics of Language. Now this one actually, while using his conception of the physics of language, which again he takes straight from Underworld, he then goes through and applies it to all of DeLillo's novels: In Zone, Great Jones Street, Players, Running Dog, White Noise, Libra, Mao 2, Americana, Ratner's Star, Underworld, and The Body Artist is where it leaves off. So it covers quite some ground. But I'm just going to give a couple of little bits of it because we revisit this in a different form in one of our anthologies. From the introduction, Cowart says that DeLillo's characteristic concerns, terrorism, political murder, nuclear war, the nature of language, the fate of America, are perfectly plain, but he tends to write all around these subjects, almost like a moth wise enough to know the annihilating power of the flame that attracts it. I'm a sucker for stuff like that. That's really good, really well written. All right, but then the very first sentence of the title section, The Physics of Language, which is on Underworld, says right off the bat, in Underworld, DeLillo's engagement with language reaches an apogee. And I completely agree. He says there is a kind of agon here between the wordable and the unwordable. Experience tamed because named on one side, experience outside the established or sanctioned lexicon on the other. So good. So articulate. I love how articulate these people are. Indeed, the longing invoked on the last page of Underworld figures also on the first. Longing on a large scale is what makes history. And let's see. The point of the Bobby Tom... Okay, this is where I need to give credit to David Cowart, because I'd read Underworld twice by the time I read this, and I totally missed this. And when I read this, I was like, what now? The point of the Bobby Thompson baseball is that it embodies a wholly memorable piece of reality, of history even, precisely because it could not be replayed. It remains undiminished as an experience of reality because it was never transformed into media simulacrum. Contra the Texas Highway Killer home video and the Zapruder film in real life. But then he kind of casually says the baseball is in the car with Judson Roche, I don't know, at the time of his fatal encounter with the Texas Highway Killer. And I thought, wait a second, are you kidding me? And I went back and read it, and there was a missing link in my lineage. And it says, present in the car of a victim of the Texas Highway Killer. Indeed, the videotaped death may be that of Judson Roche himself. The ball eventually passes into the hands of the novel's protagonist. I mean, what an adept reader. All right, let's move on to the two anthologies of essays on Underworld. So the first one is Underwords, Perspectives on Don DeLillo's Underworld, edited by Joseph Dewey, Stephen G. Kellman, and Irving Malin. And I have to say, Irving Malin. Excuse me. And I have to say, some of these, those editors and some of the contributors in here also contributed to Into the Tunnel, a very early collection of essays on the heels of William Gass's The Tunnel. So these are really, really good sources to turn to for a book like this. All right, so let's dive in here. This is from Joseph Dewey's introduction. Such readers, necessarily enthralled by the intrigue of rereading a multi-dimensional text, appreciate the immense reach of such texts. They gather, under words, as it were, to devise readings, to connect the dots, to configure convincing patterns that satisfy the complicated need to understand. And he's playing off of people getting together at night to do stargazing underneath constellations. So he's saying that readers those of us who are drawn to books like this, it's like we gather under words instead of under stars to devise readings, to connect the dots. I love that. And that is a lot of what these novels are about. There's no necessarily objective or definitive meaning or assessment of the novel. There is only, like this video is just my attempt to make sense of it. And it is merely a reading, not the reading. He says that Underworld is most obvious. He's trying to pin it down. Well, what is Underworld? He said, most obviously, it's a cultural biography, but it's also a narrow look at the aesthetic enterprise. Yet, it's also pretty much a traditional, realistic narrative. And therein lies why I think the epilogue, especially the very end of the epilogue, when we see the miracle of the angel Esmeralda and then the resurrection into cyberspace, why I think that has so much power is because the whole preceding 820 some pages are all rooted in pretty much traditional realistic narrative, although told sublimely. It is as well a fierce satire that examines with the glowering dissatisfaction of a savage Old Testament prophet the contemporary lurch into the wasteland, our terminal fascination with violence, the tentacled reach of domestic entertainment technologies, our deep faith in the propaganda of consumerism, our indulgence of fanaticism. But yet, it's also a daring religious novel that confirms as significant the need to touch a spiritual overlay amid the intricate circuitry of our physical nature. The narrative draws from the mystical energy of traditional Catholicism, the vocabulary of miracles, eerie New Age spirituality, even primitive numerology, particularly the number 13. Yet it is as well maddeningly cool. It is a self-reflexive exercise in language, a vast and enclosing playscape in which a writer manipulates voices to create a stunning jazz-like improv and a collage of styles to direct our attention, not on the events, but on the implication of transcribing events into the virtual reality of words. Perfectly stated. Yet, Underworld is also a shamelessly sentimental jock novel. It is also a gothic novel of sensation. It's a comedy. It's a cutting parody of expectations. It's all of these things, and that's part of what makes it so fascinating. It's also a book about, of course, connections. A book that is itself relentlessly aware of its fascination with coincidences, with patterns that go unsuspected amid the rolling ad lib of the day today. So good. This, I enjoy. There's something about books like Underworld, Gravity's Rainbow, so on. Have you noticed that they tend to bring out the best from people who write about them? You know, they demand the best, and it's like you have to. It's like people like Joseph Dewey here in this introduction, like Tom LeClair. It's like they prod them or encourage them to elevate their prose, even though they're writing critical or scholarly material. All right, the very first essay in this collection is from Irving, Malin, and Joseph Dewey, two of the editors. It says, "What beauty, what power, speculations on the third Edgar." So they take they take an admonishment straight from Albert Bronzini's science lecture as their own cue to the reader to make connections. And then they compare and contrast the two main Edgars, Sister Edgar and J. Edgar Hoover. Then they propose a sort of irresolvable dichotomy between them, despite all of their similarities. But then they offer a third Edgar, the third Edgar, that being Edgar Allan Poe, especially his poem *The Raven*, as something that will resolve the perceived aberration with these two strangely connected Edgars. All right, it says, "Underworld is supremely such an invitation to observe, to analyze, to count, measure, and test. And certainly, I put, we're provoked to follow the baseball lineage. We are counting change here and there. We're counting the number of characters in a URL, as I showed, and we're being pulled into this obsession with the number 13. Readers moving through such a vast text, one so animated by the sheer suggestivity of possible designs, are encouraged, even compelled, to participate, in effect, to connect the dots." And using Poe's poem, the reader can see how the cop, J. Edgar Hoover, and the nun ultimately depend on each for what DeLillo terms elsewhere deep completion. Within DeLillo's matrix, both the FBI and the Catholic Church maintain their positions only by ruthlessly manipulating paranoia and preserving a permanent atmosphere of crisis. Our patterning has taken a dramatic turn. One of the Edgars is left death-haunted, the other triumphant over its irresistible stroke. So for one, it's the triumph of death, and for another, it's the triumph over death. To resolve the dilemma between the two Edgars, DeLillo introduces a third Edgar, specifically Edgar Allan Poe and The Raven, to suggest that corruption and transcendence are, finally, complementary processes, part of the same vast enterprise. And it says, "Consider how DeLillo introduces images of the Raven into those narratives. As Hoover contemplates the photograph of the Bruegel painting by the arc lights of the Polo Grounds, he notes particularly the detail of a raven riding the rump of a white horse. Later, at the Black and White Ball, Clyde Tolson dances with a mysterious and darkly erotic woman. We suspect she's one of the countercultural guerrillas crashing the party, who is dressed in an elaborate mask of a medieval raven. And Sister Edgar, of course, methodically memorizes the text of The Raven And early, it talks about she recites and she claims that she will actually become the poem or become a raven. She's dressed in all black, in her in her what's it called, the wimple and all that. The wimple's the white part though. Oh man, I can't think of what it's called. Habit. There it is. And then earlier in the novel, she admits that she has a raven's heart. Pretty amazing. And then wrapping up, thus the third Edgar cautions and at the same time celebrates that DeLillo's novel, like Poe's poem, is ultimately about the game itself, not its resolution. It's a wonderful essay. All right, the next one is from David Yetter, and it's called Subjectifying the Objective, Underworld as Mutable Narrative. This one is wonderful. For me, I'm a sucker for the writing itself, for the prose above all. And this really, really bears out and puts on display the virtuosity of DeLillo. He digs into how basically DeLillo uses these mutations in narrative, perspective, syntax, grammar, and idiom to achieve a wide range of effects. And these are things that you'll notice, especially someone who's sensitive to the language used and the way language is used in a novel. You'll notice it, but Yetter really does a good job of explaining it to a satisfying degree. There is a constant interplay of distances and closenesses between the third person narrator and nearly every character. For example, Russ Hodges, Cotter Martin. The examples that are drawn out in here are Russ Hodges, Cotter Martin, Richard Henry Gilkey, and Marvin Lundy. And DeLillo's camera lens is constantly zooming in and retracting. And DeLillo has found a wide range of methods for how to reflect this in prose. So yeah, we talk a lot about, we use jargon from film to talk about what DeLillo does in his narrative. But Yetter wants to draw attention to like how he pulls this off in prose, how he mimics what cameras do in prose. All right, we're getting to the essay proper. DeLillo's narrative lens captures in precise detail foreground figures, that is the subjective narrative, while simultaneously maintaining focus on the background, the objective narrative, and all gradients in between. His dexterous narrative language adapts continually, allowing itself to be subsumed by the language of character and milieu, individual subject, and historical context. Blurring toward a formal point of view assumption, then waning back toward third-person omniscience. DeLillo creates a dialectic between the present tense immediacy and the relative distance of the narrated moment. That is a back and forth that places the reader in the moment of the action while simultaneously allowing the reader to reflect on that moment and on its telling. And for me, when I was reading through this, and especially when I read that, I was thinking about how writers have often talked about how there's this like disconnect or tension between writing of something happening and then also being the person experiencing it firsthand. Because obviously as you're like, if you go out and have this experience that you're drawing from when you're writing, you're removed from that experience. And I think what DeLillo does so well is he's found a way to sort of integrate the two. That immediacy of being in a lived, felt experience, but then also that distance of writing about it. The prologue sets the rules of the narrative, but also establishes their flexible nature. The narrative camera swoops all over the ballpark, cozies up to characters and takes on their language, and gives the reader a glimpse into their subjective response to the game. I love that. The prologue really does a great job of setting up the whole novel. Syntax, grammar, and idiom set a different tone of suspense, for example, with Richard Henry Gilkey. And this is the one chapter that I talked about where it talks about how he slapped the meat down on the mayonnaise and he only ever spread it on this and he's watched it seep out. Whereas the grammatical inconsistencies surrounding Hodges in his radio voice lends immediacy to the narrative, the inconsistencies surrounding Richard Gilkey halt it. Then we move on to Marvin Lundy. The narrative mechanism of Lundy's voice has brushed into contact with one of the novel's overarching themes, the yearning backward glance in the face of a rapidly advancing age. And this theme speaks through him. The narrator's voice has been foregrounded, and it comments on Marvin through Marvin. Slowly, the diction has changed. The quotation marks soon fall away, and Marvin, the verbally challenged collector who places cities in entirely different time zones, suddenly channels the anxious grumblings of the media age. And this blew my mind. So it's using the scene where Brian Glassick is visiting Marvin Lundy at his home in New Jersey. I may have noticed subconsciously, but Yetter really draws out everything that DeLillo's got going on here. And how the narrator sort of like moves in on, talks through characters, even sometimes self-reflexively goes in and outside of internal and external dialogue, using syntax and the language, idiom, so on. Masterful on part of DeLillo and Yetter for explaining it, pointing it out to us. Totally changes and deepens my appreciation of DeLillo's work. And that's by the way, that for me, that's the biggest mark of a successful scholarship or literary criticism, is if it deepens your appreciation and the experience you get out of reading a book. All of DeLillo's novels explore this symbiotic relationship between the pixel and the broad American picture. His technique matches the dissonance of his age, a technique that allows the reader to detect the whispers of the individual while simultaneously absorbing the clamor of the crowd. All right, then we move to the next essay, Underworld, Sin and Atonement by Robert McKinn. And just some quick notes on this one overall from me. Waste is tantamount to sin and death, and the filth we produce and try to hide. In our attempt to hide our waste, we have made something profane take on properties of the sacred. For example, Brian Glassick's awe that he experiences at the Fresh Kills landfill. We try to atone for our sin by engaging in rituals like Nick and Marion sorting through their recycling, or the waste at Fresh Kills being sprayed with perfumed water. We try to hide our sin, but ultimately we need to face it, to cleanse it, and to bury it in a proper ritual of atonement. So here we go. The subject matter of the book explicitly includes the topics of connectivity and connection. And because the narrative itself consists of connected sections with quasi-hypertextual anchors placed throughout, leading you from one chapter to the next and back again, the mind of the reader becomes a slave to connection. This is interesting because he goes on to say, DeLillo's narrative trains the reader to read in a particular way, which goes back to something that I said just a little bit ago and that I've always said about these novels. They You have to let them teach you how to read them. But now, with all the connections, systems theory, cyberspace involved, another way you could think about it, and I may have said this earlier, but a novel like Underworld sort of trains us the way that we train machines and AI on training data. And I love this formulation. We do not read Underworld to see what happens next, but to see what happened before and how it connects. Perfectly described. It is the narrative he chases, not the ball, Marvin Lundy. Not the physical object, but something metaphysical. The connections themselves and the links. So a lot of it is getting at the book as hypertext, as its own cyberspace. I did not realize this, but let's see, was this Nick? Oh yeah, Nick. There's this one moment on early on page 132, and let's see, across his face, maybe that was the dream. He like has a dream or something, and he says, I hefted the weapon and pointed it and saw an interested smile fall across his face, the slyest kind of shining grin. And later on page 780, we hear that exact text repeated. A little brightness entered George's eye, rare in George, this brightness in the eye, and an interesting look moved across his mouth. It was the slyest kind of shining grin. And I did not realize that somehow I didn't connect that he uses that exact same language in both places. Because when you read it the first time, you have no clue what that pertains to. And it's depicted as basically a dream. And so you just think it's some kind of subconscious anxiety or whatever. But then like over 700 pages later, 750 pages later, you see exactly where it came from. And it's also interesting that he uses that particular adjective when we're talking about waste products. As he holds the ball in his armchair in Phoenix, he is transubstantiated into that third person Nick holding the sawed-off shotgun. So again, Robert McMinn has made a great link there with the physical object of the ball and the sawed-off shotgun as like sort of a talisman that channels the two. Marvin Lundy also suffers a moment of transubstantiation. And McMinn tells us, he uses the term figuratively, of course, as he stands in San Francisco harbor with his wife Eleanor, contemplating the waste ship. The smell of it takes him back to a trip to Europe they made in 1951. The smell of the ship in spring 1978 reminds him of the stomach problems he experienced in 51 when his bowel movements grew heavy and strange as they moved farther east. And I mentioned that a little bit ago as the tantamount to, Lundy is trying to hide that from his wife hide his own dirt, his skeletons in his closet, the same way that Nick Shea has done with Marion about things in his past. This is the problem of waste. It is a public concern that over the century has ended up in private hands. So in Underworld, we encounter the breakdown of public waste management in New York City in 74, with garbage strikes leaving waste to pile up conspicuously in the streets. We see the privatization of waste disposal in the Bronx in 51, with Antoine's car ferrying restaurant waste around the city. And the waste ship, endlessly touring the world with its unnamable cargo that belongs to everyone and no one. And I think someone in the In Context anthology we'll get to in a little bit digs in more about this waste ship. Nick connects his recycling ritual with the preparation of a pharaoh for his death and burial. That's from Underworld. The dead consumer object, no longer shining on the supermarket shelf, has to be prepared for its trip into the afterlife, or the underworld. And then again at Fresh Kills Landfill with Brian standing there, the spraying of perfumed water recalls rituals for preparation of the dead. Another way in which waste is transformed in this novel is through art. Clara Sachs abandons the painting with oils of her formative years in the Bronx and becomes notorious for using objects that have been discarded. And the apogee of this for her is the decommissioned B-52s in the desert. Like Brian at Fresh Kills, encountering the sacred, the individual is overawed, and the language reflects that. Another element of the holy identified by Otto, that is, what's his name? Rudolf Otto in the idea of the holy, is its absolute unapproachability, which could apply to a great work of art or to a landfill or toxic waste. Waste reminds us that we are going to die. In order not to contaminate the holy, individuals must consecrate themselves in ritual by taking on some of the qualities of the holy. And he concludes, Underworld, then, is the story of Nick Shea's spiritual journey from the wasteland of the Bronx to the empty space of Arizona and the waste disposal business. That is, from a wasted life to a life of waste. All right, the next one is David Cowart's essay, Shall These Bones Live? And this is comes from the book he was working on, The Physics of Language, which is why I didn't get too much into the book. Name's already given. Yeah, so it starts out. Underworld in large measure a story of spiritual travail. Nick Shea, protagonist and sometimes narrator, learns from Father Paulus that he must master the names of things. Doing so over the course of his life, Nick engages with the mythic legacy of Adam, the primal neighbor. The primal namer. And my only critique here is that Nick is just learning the names of things, whereas, Adam is giving them their original names. But nonetheless, we don't need to split hairs. We get Cowart's point here. And in another essay, we'll see Nick Shea linked to the concept of the American Adam. What Marvin Lundy and DeLillo sees is that we live more and more in a world incapable of such authenticity. All such experience is pithed as it becomes endlessly replicated as mass consumption, image, or soundbite. The point of the Bobby Thompson baseball is that it embodies a wholly memorable piece of reality, of history even, precisely because it could not be replayed. It remains undiminished as an experience of reality because it was never transformed to media simulacrum. We're jumping to the billboard miracle. Yet, if DeLillo does not represent the billboard manifestation as a genuine miracle, he remains deeply sympathetic to the spiritual yearning it feeds. And that does go along with what we've learned of the influence of his Catholic upbringing on his sentiment. There's a passage about the recycling, again, the recycling ritual. And it appears, in several different ways throughout the book. But this passage is itself recycled, a version of it having appeared earlier. Nor does it conclude the recycling, for at least two more variants will appear in the story. And I liked that observation that the recurring passages about Nick and Marion sorting the recycling are themselves recycled. Art, like religion, promises the redemption of human waste. It recycles. The next essay is by editor Stephen G. Kellman. He also edited Into the Tunnel from 1998, like I said. Here, he talks about how DeLillo uses language to create patterns of meaning, but denies us an omniscient narrator who can affirm the validity of the meanings. Love it. So again, mystery. Underworld is, among much else, a parable about the creative and destructive powers of language. I was driving a Lexus through a rustling wind, is the way that Nick Shea begins his story, much as the author tells all his stories, by driving a Lexus, Lexis, through the windy expanses of pre-verbal thought. More than angst over the inexorable approach of death, or mirth over that angst, language itself is the engine of DeLillo's writing, including Underworld. And I love that. I love that homophonic connection between Lexus and Lexis. Indeed, all of Underworld could be seen as Don DeLillo's Lexus. I didn't notice this until Kellman pointed out that those decommissioned B-52 bombers that Clara Sachs is turning into her art project, it's a fleet of 238 of them. And I missed a 13 in the book proper, but 238, 2 plus 3 plus 8 is 13. Anyway, haunted by a nameless dread, much of Underworld is activated by the futile request to match language to the scatologically ineffable. Replete with such images, Underworld is an attempt to write the secret history, the under-history of the second half of the 20th century, by excavating the littered lots of the Bronx and the housing tracts of Phoenix, a city named for the creature recycled from its own ashes. Kellman says that, like a pointillist painter, DeLillo constructs his elaborate fictions less in terms of straight lines stretching from beginning to middle to end, than as isolated dots dependent on an active reader for integration into a complete, coherent design. I love that. Yet his figurative Jamesian figure in the carpet remains elusive, if not illusory. A tantalizing possibility that seems to linger just beyond the grasp of characters and readers, as if finding design is an exercise in detrology. In Underworld, DeLillo's characteristic paranoia over patterns takes the specific form of triskaidekaphobia, a tendency to regard the entire universe as organized around the number 13. So thank you, Stephen G. Kellman, for giving us that fancy word for the 13 fixation. Pynchon and DeLillo by Timothy L. Parrish. This compares and contrasts DeLillo's career with chiefly Gravity's Rainbow from Pynchon's Irv, to show how deeply the Gravity's Rainbow impacted DeLillo's books. pointing to the ways in which people might be seen as the effects of a particular technology. DeLillo has also been centrally interested in the possibilities and limitations of authorship. DeLillo's work points to the central author of the postmodern era, Thomas Pynchon, the one author who might be said to have written the one book, Gravity's Rainbow, that defines the way we see the postmodern era. DeLillo's career might be productively understood as an attempt to make sense of the implications of Pynchon's seminal work. Quite a statement. In Underworld, DeLillo borrows the line, "Everything is connected," from Pynchon, but now the line's meaning can no longer be ascribed quixotically to a single individual's paranoid delusion. When waste conspiracy theorist Jesse Dietweiler remarks that everything is connected, DeLillo suggests that Pynchon's line has become the ruling logic that explains how in the second half of the 20th century, humans have become the inventions of their various technological systems. And so he says that it would not be an exaggeration to say that for DeLillo, as for Pynchon, technology rather than character is fate. DeLillo's characters either consciously or unconsciously work to perpetuate the systems in which they find themselves. Pynchon's characters futilely try either to create or imagine an alternative. At times in DeLillo's fiction, it seems that technology is not the medium for the divine, but the divine itself. So think about cyberspace as heaven, and the way that, what's his name? Louis Bakey talks about the mushroom cloud from the bomb technology. Pynchon makes technology the culmination of the master narratives of European and American history. DeLillo, by contrast, identifies technology not as the end of a historical sequence, but as something that verges on making history irrelevant, if not altogether absent. DeLillo might be understood as a late modernist writing about the consequences of postmodernism. So I like these people also, academics are concerned with organizing and categorizing things very properly. DeLillo's characters are created through specific technologies, but those technologies are always the function of a particular language. To DeLillo, language is a force before which we may humble ourselves, but with which we invent ourselves. So good. No author, he's wrapping up here. No author of the past half century has surpassed Pynchon or DeLillo in portraying how technology has transformed the way we perceive reality in the postmodern era. In the theater of Thomas Pynchon, we are left in the dark the moment before the rocket lands. In the theater of Don DeLillo, we are treated to many possible films, spliced together by DeLillo, whose projector never breaks. Bravo. All right, this next one is from Karl Ostrovsky. Conspiratorial Jesuits in the Postmodern Novel, Mason and Dixon and Underworld. So the first thing he does is to survey the history of Catholicism and Jesuits in particular in both England and America, and also the literary representations in early American literature were depicting Jesuits as conspirators and disruptors of Protestantism. Then he shows how Pynchon and DeLillo have inherited these themes, but employed their Jesuits to different ends in Mason and Dixon and Underworld, respectively. Pynchon's Mason and Dixon and DeLillo's Underworld published in the same year, amazingly. Both include as important minor characters Jesuit priests who possess knowledge and power beyond everyday experience. And he talks about how contemporary American novelists come out of a centuries-long cultural tradition that blends a paranoid style of thought with a long and vividly rendered history of Catholic, particularly Jesuit, conspirators. And he points out that, as is well known, DeLillo was educated at the Jesuit-run Fordham University. And he has said that he attributes the sense of mystery in his novels to partly to his Catholic upbringing. Blah, blah, blah. In this section, the notorious linguistic subtlety of the Jesuits, and this is Paulus doing the physics of language, is the section he's talking about. It shows the notorious linguistic subtlety of the Jesuits and turns it to benign ends, simply guiding Nick toward a deeper understanding of the world. Nick retains this epistemological insight throughout his life, often meditating thoughtfully about the deeper meanings of his unusual occupation. So DeLillo alters the conventional relationship between Jesuits and paranoia, making Paulus a defender of the underdog, an opponent of a paranoid habit of mind. Especially in Underworld, it depicts Paulus as being at odds with Senator Joseph McCarthy and his notorious witch hunts. To look for connections in the quotidian rather than an imagined web of conspirators, DeLillo implies, is not paranoia. It is the most constructive, meaningful response to an increasingly complex, fragmented world. It's really a wonderful essay, and I highly recommend it. Donald J. Greiner, Don DeLillo, John Updike, and the Sustaining Power of Myth. In general, we need myths reinforced by the power of fictional language to sustain hope in troubled times and beyond, is my little summation. Now, Greiner speaks from his essay. DeLillo's recreation in Underworld of the third playoff game between the New York Giants and the Brooklyn Dodgers on the 3rd of October, 1951, the game in which Bobby Thompson hit a home run in the bottom of the 9th inning to lift the all-but-beaten Giants to the pennant, brilliantly captures a moment at the beginning of the decade when a nation elevated an apparently insignificant sporting event to the heroic in its need to counter the startling news that the Soviets had on the very same day exploded a nuclear device. And he says that both writers, that is Updike writing of Ted Williams in 1960 and DeLillo in the prologue, both writers recognize the creative uses of language as an arbiter of history. And DeLillo argues the authority of language to counter the triumph of death, says Greiner, using The Power of History, written by DeLillo. Both history and fiction are narratives, but the latter connects humanity to sustaining myth. And this is from The Power of History, quoting now from DeLillo. It is fiction's role to imagine deeply, to follow obscure urges into unreliable regions of experience, child-memoried, existential, and outside time. Such qualities will sooner or later state an adversarial relationship with history. Language lives in everything it touches and can be an agent of redemption. Greiner says the point is not that myth fosters forgetfulness, but that myth offers renewal or hope. The baseball game doesn't erase, that is to say, the baseball game doesn't erase or replace the Soviet blast. It just fosters, it gives that a myth that offers renewal and hope in the face of bleak times. DeLillo and Updike affirm a society's need for faith, for what the former calls magic and the latter calls miracle. To believe is to hope, and to hope is to live. It is not that they are ahistorical, or that the bomb did not explode, or that Korea, McCarthyism, and racial tension did not exist, but that a nation turning toward Bruegel and Hoover, rather than toward the myths created by Thompson and Ted Williams, is a nation depleting itself. Oh, that's so well said. So well said. And then the very last part of the essay here. The point is clear. Mythic feats and artistic language outlive the political turmoil of their times. Don DeLillo and John Updike confirm that a society is finally sustained by the stories it remembers to tell. So there you are with a wonderful affirmation of what literature is and what it does so well. Next up is from Joanne Gass, In the Nick of Time. DeLillo's Nick Shea, Fitzgerald's Nick Carraway, and the Myth of the American Adam. So she says, Nick Shea seems to stand for America itself. Cynical, tired, lost, and nostalgic for a time when baseball was the national game and its heroes represented action, impetuosity, and purpose. And Nick Shea evokes another Nick Carraway, the narrator of F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby. That Nick is disillusioned as well. Disillusioned by events that transpired shortly after the beginning of the 20th century. Both Nicks, it seems to me, represent America at crucial times in its history, and both are descendants and heirs of the American Adam. So this is the American Adam essay I was referring to. That mythic figure that came to symbolize the young, expanding frontier America of the 19th century. And she uses the book, The American Adam, Innocence, Tragedy, and Tradition in the 19th Century by R.W.B. Lewis. And I ended up ordering a copy of that book by the end of this essay. For Lewis, who wrote that book that Joanne Gass is drawing on, the 19th century American Adam was a radical innocent of the New World, divorced from the corruption of the Old World. Gatsby's narrator, Nick Carraway, may provide us with a more fruitful look at the fate of the American Adam in the 20th century, especially if he can be compared to Nick Shea, who, it seems to me, represents the last half of the 20th century and the consequences of the perpetuation of the myth of the American Adam. She says that Nick Carraway stands for the millions of young men who returned from World War I, having had their innocence and ideals stripped from them. Nick Carraway, the American Adam of the first part of the 20th century, faces the future by retreating to his home in the Midwest, disillusioned, burdened by the irony of his realization that the Europeans' arrival in the New World actually signaled the end of something, not the beginning. She goes on, by contrast, to say that Nick Shea, the American Adam, again, of the last half of the 20th century, is virtually everything that Nick Carraway is not in terms of privilege and education. And yet the two share one crucial trait. Yes, you guessed it, disillusionment. So building an individual requires that our Adam, after having left behind home, family, and community, actively reject his history and begin anew in setting wholly unlike the old world. Hold on. He has to actively reject his history and begin anew in a setting wholly unlike the old world from whence he came. Upstate New York and Minnesota proved to be new worlds far removed from the Bronx. The American Eden has become a true wasteland, and Nick is a waste manager, and America's future lies, therefore, in managing its waste. Whereas Nick Carraway passed through a valley of ashes, Nick Shea's America has become a valley of ashes. And so DeLillo's novel, on one hand, catalogs the sweep of our irresponsibility across the century. As she's wrapping up, she says, Underworld, like The Great Gatsby, ends in a vision of the future. Fitzgerald's ending mourns the tragic loss of innocence and of the American dream. But DeLillo's vision embraces, in a way, connectedness, at the same time as it evokes the specter of formlessness in a vision of cyberspace as the new frontier. Cyberspace as the new West to be conquered. Paul Gleason writes an essay, Don DeLillo, T.S. Eliot, and the Redemption of America's Atomic Wasteland. And it opens up right away. T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland and Don DeLillo's Underworld meditate the meaning of waste in different periods of the 20th century history. Both Eliot and DeLillo recognize that, as Jesse Diekwaller points out to Big Sims and Nick Shea, one can learn a lot about a civilization by examining its garbage. Eliot and DeLillo agree that waste and literature function as cultural productions that illuminate the civilizations from which they derive. But by similarly creating literary works in which waste defines specific historical epochs, Eliot and DeLillo offer different commentaries about the role of literature in history. DeLillo proposes art and language as means by which the individual can reinvent and redeem the waste that defines America in the second half of the 20th century. For Eliot, who wrote The Wasteland before the advent of nuclear power, waste is not eternal, but a psychological and moral state that can be eliminated if humanity rediscovers the religious consciousness with which it lived in past eras. That's a wonderful observation. The word velleities. Velleity is specifically used by Father Paulus in his Physics of Language lesson, but it's also used in Eliot's poem, The Wasteland. The word velleities indicates human volition at its lowest level. In The Wasteland, Eliot posits that velleity plagues his speaker and modern humanity, transforming them into waste. In contrast to Eliot, though, DeLillo does not hold that waste can be eliminated in language or sex, nor does he idealize the past. Rather, he attempts to locate redemption in humanity's existential experience of a culture whose phenomenology is rooted in waste. For DeLillo, two forms of waste define culture in the second half of the 20th century: nuclear waste and the waste produced by mass media capitalism that ends up in landfills. Victor Maltsev of Chaichka Technologies, or whatever the word it was for Chaika, for seagull, there in the epilogue of the novel. Victor takes Nick and Brian to the region's medical institute, where Nick sees a boy with skin where his eyes ought to be, a bolus of spongy flesh, oddly like a mushroom cap, springing from each brow. So we didn't talk about that, but there is a scene where Victor Maltsev takes them to a local facility where you're basically seeing people downwind of the nuclear test sites, who are now have all these defects and aberrations, including this thing that looks like, oddly, like a mushroom cap. And it says, indeed, the boy's mushroom cap is an eternal reminder of the mushroom clouds that led to his deformity. For DeLillo, in the manner of Martin Heidegger, truth remains concealed until the work of art reveals it. This is why the novel's backward structure is so important to DeLillo's theory of language and art. As the novel's narrative moves into the past, the characters offer their own narratives of the secret events that the reader encounters firsthand later in the novel. Moving towards the end of this essay, Eliot ironically uses the word chante, which means the peace which passeth understanding, to conclude his poem, as well as to confirm the fragmentary nature of modern history. He leaves his reader stumbling for meaning among the fragments of mythic texts from which he constructs his poem, just as humanity strives for coherency in the chaos of contemporary history. By contrast, though, DeLillo also concludes his work with the word peace in the English language, but he does not share Eliot's nihilism. This is because DeLillo posits language and art as ways in which humanity can redeem historical experience. Like Eliot's speaker at the end of The Wasteland, DeLillo's heroes Nick Shea and Clara Sachs are also desert ascetics. In contrast to Eliot's speaker, however, they linguistically and artistically strive to redeem the waste land they inhabit. Such great observations, explained so cleverly. Nick's mentor, Father Paulus, discusses intense actions and a persevering will as means of combating velleity, the modern sickness that plagues Eliot's wasteland. It's a really, really well done piece. All right, and then we turn to Kathleen Fitzpatrick's The Unmaking of History, Baseball, Cold War, and Underworld. And this one, in my own words, describes how literature like Underworld attempts to rescue history that has been demythologized and commodified and ideologized. I guess that's a word. That is, how history is unmade, reassessed, and reinvigorated by a novel like Underworld. In an article, The Rhetoric of History, it has since, which has, who did this? J.H. Hexter had this article, The Rhetoric of History, and it's since achieved classic status among postmodern historians whose work draws upon Hexter's conclusion that history is built not simply of facts, but of narratives. The best means by which one can evoke this sense of vicarious participation is, Hexter argues, narrative. Only in telling stories about the past can the historiographer move beyond the facts and figures and statistics. The rest of the novel, Underworld, of which Pafko at the Wall was a mere prologue, provoked disappointment in a number of sports literature critics when it turned out that the narrative in its entirety was not about baseball after all, but instead about the Cold War that the game had hidden. And she says, in this essay, I will explore Underworld's interplay between baseball and history, suggesting that the novel's relationships to both the game and the Cold War reveal a move beyond the self-reflexive logic of postmodernity, in which history is its writing, and into a new logic of unmaking. In this new logic, history's textuality is called into question, as traces of the past are seen to conceal as much as they reveal about the workings of history. These traces must be dismantled in order for history to be understood. She goes on to say that the novelist's rhetoric far from creating history, instead helps the reader escape history. A fundamental contradiction lingers then in DeLillo's dual conception of mystery as something that should be sought out and as something that must be escaped. History as inspiration and history as trap. History, here again created by the records baseball leaves behind, is for DeLillo at its purest or its most permanent when those records are least complete, which also is exemplified by his draw to the subject matter in Libra. The loss of mythical energy in narrative then cannot be casually attributed to postmodernist experimentation or disaffection. At issue is a much deeper, later reassessment of myth, of history, and of narrative itself, a reassessment that lies at the heart of Underworld. And again, although this may not be a story about baseball, it is in fact a story about a baseball. The baseball itself condenses and reifies the game's lore into something with exchange value rather than mythical value. And this is shown in how it's sold for like $34 and change, and then ultimately purchased for $35,000 and change as it appreciates throughout the novel. But it shows how it becomes a commodity of exchange. The baseball then is no longer priceless, as Russ Hodges would have thought, as it is repeatedly bought and sold. If myth has been replaced by commerce, a profound loss that demonstrates a fundamental change in American culture, the change is irrevocably tied to the Cold War itself. Pictures. Let's see. Getting more into how pictures and sound bites and video clips have cheapened and demythologized history. Demands that historiography become less a straightforward telling of the story of history than a counter-history, an archaeological project breaking down the monoliths that the secularization or media-driven reification of history have created. In this sense, Underworld is less a history than a reevaluation, not simply telling the story of the Cold War, but, in some fundamental sense, untelling it. The novel clearly becomes a part of the literary genre that Linda Hutcheon has famously described as historiographic metafiction. Moving on and pressing more into unmaking, the novel's reversals allow us to witness both the decomposition of American culture into the garbage upon which it is founded and the regression of Nick Shea into genuine selfhood before that self was transformed into mythology. She talks again about how the reproduction of Bruegel's The Triumph of Death is ironically reproduced within the pages of Life magazine. So this is where I got that. I pointed that out earlier. Only for J. Edgar Hoover does life and death thus simultaneously rest in his hands, and only does he see both sides of the equation in that moment in the crowd. That's so clever, so clever. I wish I'd come up with it. The shot heard round the world, whether Thompson's Homer, the Soviet test explosion, or Nick Shea's own shot that we'll only learn about in the right before the epilogue hits. These three blasts, in announcing the opening of the Cold War, introduce a logic of destruction into American life. Another great essay. Then we get Underworld, or How I Learned to Keep Worrying and Live the Bomb, from Thomas Myers. And what Myers does is he muses on a really titillating collaboration. It didn't happen. He muses, he fantasizes about The um, a mythical collaboration between Stanley Kubrick and Don DeLillo to create a film version of Underworld. And this one is a lot of fun, especially if you're like me and you love Kubrick. Indeed, of all his films, it is in Doctor Strangelove where he most seems to keep the faith as he confronts threatening, undeniable historical reality with the hopefulness and power of the individual creator. The same may be said of DeLillo in Underworld, but the epic, improvisatory, jazzy texture of the novel, its elaborate time structure, its plethora of characters real and imagined, and languorous interwoven narrative strands, make it a Cold War tale very different in aesthetic and cultural effect from Stanley Kubrick's tightly knotted piece of nuclear gallows humor. Consummate, reclusive perfectionists, both suspicious or contemptuous of celebrity, both born in the Bronx, Kubrick in 1928, DeLillo in 1936, two intellects fascinated by the power, beauty, and dangers of weaponry and high technology, by artificial intelligence and complex systems, obsessed with the potential in words and images to terrify and enchant the individual and the masses, to engender transcendent awe or holy hell in the individual imagination, in the heart and soul of the collective culture, creators of elegant, complex fictions deeply and seriously engaged with real human history and culture, staunch defenders of the endangered individual up against the power or indifference of prodigious political, social, technological forces, some long-standing and discernible, others new, hidden, stylishly deadly, and culturally surreal. A pair of fanatical craftsmen who, in their chosen modes of artistic expression, are students of what DeLillo in Underworld calls dietrologia, the science of what lies behind an event, the science of dark forces. Kubrick and DeLillo are omnivorous Renaissance men who conform nicely in theory and practice to William Burroughs' definition of a paranoid, the guy who just found out what is really going on. Both men are ascetics of their art, monks of the lens and the pen, whose embattled, serious, complex works are the demanding achievements of the pure aesthete as engaged cultural critic, as creative historical conscience. Amazing, amazing. And I like that again. DeLillo as pure aesthete, but also engaged cultural critic. Those two are usually mutually exclusive. I like this. A Sphinxian riddle. How can the artist be both bound to and free of history, both inside and outside the ebb and flow? Paradoxically, DeLillo seems to believe, in theory and practice, that he is both. And that's what I was just getting at just a little bit ago with that integration of the writer as the person experiencing the moment in real time and writing about it after the fact. Myers points out that Kubrick was one of the most literary of filmmakers in history, crafting images from books rather than original screenplays for most of his films. And DeLillo is a writer obsessed with references to and representations of the celluloid and videotape image in his fictions. The novels of DeLillo and the films of Kubrick are in so many ways active contemporary responses to a key query by Napoleon Bonaparte. What is history but a fable agreed upon? And finally, like a master film editor, DeLillo cuts elegantly, creating and discovering new significance and relationship, constructing an epic American novel that consistently evokes thoughts of Eisenstein's montage of collision and attraction, the same editing techniques that so struck fledgling filmmaker Stanley Kubrick. Very, very good. And then finally, the last essay in this collection, the Baltimore Catechism, or Comedy in Underworld by Ira Nadel. This compares and contrasts the comedies of Jackie Gleason and Lenny Bruce, and also surveys the links between Underworld and Dante's Commedia. The Baltimore Catechism symbolically represents the cosmic order and comic disorder within the novel. Matt Shea, as a young Catholic student, finds the Catechism a universal guide to living. But late in the novel, Sister Edgar realizes that it paradoxically embodies both a received faith and a perilous condition expressed in the commercial warning, danger, contents under pressure. Lenny Bruce is the product of such release, contents from the contents under pressure. The freestyle associative humor that indicts every supposed truth of the culture. Comedy is resistance in Underworld, a way of striking back at the conformity, mediocrity, and uniformity of American life that is repeatedly shown to be duplicitous, questionable, and tricky. Comedy is a way of separating yourself from the position they, the government, society, domesticity, put you in. The two poles of comedy in the novel are, like I said, Jackie Gleason and Lenny Bruce. The comedy of reassurance, domesticity, and the canned laughter of the situation comedy, represented by Gleason, versus the decentering, threatening, off-color humor of the satirist, represented by Bruce. Whereas Gleason's jokes and comedy reaffirmed the social fabric of domestic America, Lenny Bruce tore it apart. His invective, insults, and obscenity ensured a negative reaction, but a probing exposure of sham, deception, and deceit. Mystical images appear in both works, meaning both in Underworld and in Dante's Commedia, with the transfiguration of Beatrice, who descends from heaven to appear to Dante in the Purgatorio, prefiguring Esmeralda, who becomes a vision only after she also descends, thrown off a roof and killed, preceded by blinding light and a mystical procession heralded by 7 candlesticks. A veiled Beatrice appears to overwhelm Dante. In similarly blinding light, that of the elevated train soon to pass into the underground, Esmeralda is transformed into a vision on the billboard at the end of Underworld, appearing above a sea of orange juice as Esmeralda on the lake. Masterful connection there. Nick Shea's descent from a Bronx roof top to the subterranean room of George Manza, whom he accidentally kills, makes possible a psychological as well as physical, political, and cultural ascent. So just like Dante descending into the Inferno and ascending all the way through Purgatorio into Paradiso. The Baltimore Catechism refers not only then to the lessons Sister Edgar has drummed into her students, but to Lenny Bruce. It was in Baltimore on February 1961 that his own catechism first appeared. Stamp Help Out, a 56-page concert brochure containing several early sections from the autobiography he was writing. And that concludes the wonderful work done in Underworlds. Now, let's turn to the Cambridge University Press In Context series, Don DeLillo. So this goes beyond just Underworld. But what I'll do is I'll go through and I'll pick through just some of the ones that I think are highly relevant to our reading. And again, I thank Cambridge University Press for sending this to me for this video. They have divided the work that's collected here into categories. First, places, then history and politics, media and pop culture, literary contexts, material contexts, social and cultural constructions, and then writing and writers. And I've picked 1 to 2 essays from each of those categories. So we will start with, we'll start with New York City. Reassessing the Topography of New York City in Don DeLillo's Fiction by Alan J. Gravano. As Graylee Heron points out, Father Paulus's initiation also gives Nick, once a seemingly irredeemable thug, the power to devise a new identity through words and narrative. One could argue that Nick's professional life in waste management finds a parallel in Dante's Inferno, a 14th century excavation of the underworld and a manifestation of the economia of consumption and waste, loss, and entropy. Dante expressed himself in the language of the people, a skill that Nick Shea possesses in spades. And then towards the wrap up, Nick Shea is a guide to art because he knows how to look. Through his eyes, we see actual practice of labor and art. Working with the hands, scraping and painting, stirring the indolent mixture, seeing brush strokes mark a surface, pigment, the animal fats and polymers that blend to make this word. So we talked about that earlier when we were doing the read through. Now, whoa. I am so sorry. I said that we were looking at one essay. We're actually looking at the second essay in the book as I've been reading these. The Bronx, Don DeLillo's Underworld's Mystery and Manners by Jacqueline A. Zubek. I am so sorry. So everything I've been reading is from Jacqueline Zubek. And Zubek says that Nick Shade, goodness gracious, guys. Obviously, I'm getting a little tired here. Nick Shea is a guide to art, blah, blah, blah. This is, Zubek is pointing this out and using that quote. Now we're turning to Zubek's words. Pigment, a word with muscularity, to use the poet John Ciardi's construction, implies art as poiesis, a doing, the work itself implied. All right, now, the Cold War. The Rules, Norms, Games, and Professions of DeLillo's Cold War by Alan Nadell. Viewing DeLillo's opus less as a coherent philosophical or sociological position on a half-century of American culture than as a template for the vicissitudes of a broadly construed American middle class. This short chapter will focus on DeLillo's engagement with one aspect of Cold War sensibility, the normativity that characterized, and hence was always under the strain of, American Cold War identity formation. In this regard, DeLillo has always foregrounded 20th century American identity as dependent upon the method for selling one's labor. In 20th century America, especially during post-World War II proliferation of middle classdom with its implicit, preferably upward mobility, is something to be grown up meant to acquire a profession. In almost every novel, DeLillo's characters are delimited by their participation, willingly or unwillingly, happily or unhappily, in a named occupation. And this was a really brilliant observation. If nuclear holocaust is the ultimate, meaning both last and most extreme, shot heard round the world, Underworld, DeLillo's encyclopedic retrospective on the long Cold War, presents that unfired shots fallout as it rains over Cold War America. The genius of Underworld, therefore, lies in the adroit subtlety with which DeLillo weaves the manifestations of fallout and waste into the normal life of the characters in the novel and into the Cold War norms ruling the worlds that frame their lives. Really, really well done. In another piece by Marnie Gauthier, The 21st Century, March Madness, Don DeLillo in the Age of Global Interdependence. The DeLillo protagonist lives in a cultural context shaped by various international crises perpetuated by generals and industrialists, which cannot be fully explained by invoking the received precepts in national myth. And I think that is a wonderful assessment and position point that helps us see more in DeLillo's work. Continuing on. By the 1990s, waste is manifested not only in the massive landfills designed by Nick's firm, but also in garbage heaps that exhaust U.S. capacity, some of which are laden upon a mysterious ship that travels from port to port, seeking to deposit its toxic cargo. Along with the downwinders, the shadowy ship is one of the Underworld's, the novel and the Underworld as in a conceptual place, two central urban legends. But listen to this. DeLillo claims he's no prophet, but listen to this. 2 decades later, after the 1997 publication of Underworld, the reality of such ghost ships carrying waste penetrated public awareness. China's January 1st, 2018 ban on post-consumer waste imports generated a crisis in the U.S. waste management industry and sent shockwaves through the American public, who, having dutifully separated recyclables from trash for decades, were shocked and angry to learn that much of their recycling was now winding up in landfills, and that for decades, U.S. waste handlers had paid to ship U.S. waste to China. The investigative journalism that ensued from China's ban revealed a global underhistory of waste that 20 years later echoes Nick Shea's fictional Dread. Indeed, even before the ban, 25 to 40% of recycling, the public learned, is too contaminated to recycle and is thereby sent to landfills. Plastics that do reach Asian recycling factories are regularly dumped in ravines and waterways, and contaminated water from the plants is discharged into local creeks. So an amazing point there that Marnie Gauthier pulls out in this essay, where once again DeLillo has his pulse on things that are going on. And oh man, just it's amazing, this ghost ship that's going port to port. And in the book, it's like the manifest of the ship is constantly changing. It's constantly being rerouted. And it's basically all this waste that we can't even get to go anywhere. So it's just this mobile landfill. Underworld is the only DeLillo novel to feature characters defined by, in Clara Sachs's words, a graffiti instinct, and to focus a repurposing of trash through youth, the mostly art student volunteer workforce who paint Clara's desert bombers, and the younger teens in the salvage operation of Ishmael Munoz, that is Moonman 157. All right, and this next excerpt is taken from towards the end of Paul Petrovich's Prescience, the idea of future. And it says, if the individual can intervene and deny themselves access to the deadening agents of mass culture, that individual can safeguard access to a personal idea of the future that is still open and, tentatively at least, receptive to influence. The next essay that I will excerpt from is from Andrew Strombeck, and it's called The Internet. Everything is Connected. Don DeLillo and Internet Culture. Don DeLillo published his first novel, Americana, in 1971. 2 years later, the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, began researching the protocols that would become today's Internet. DeLillo's career and the Internet moved then in parallel. Reading DeLillo's work as a whole, readers can trace the trends that shape Internet culture. From the very beginning, DeLillo has concerned himself with the connectiveness, surveillance, and information overload that characterize the contemporary Internet. A key aspect of DeLillo's fiction, too, is the sense of living in the third person that is now a dominant feature of Internet-determined life. And there is a lot to unpack there. And I could not talk about Underworld without bringing in that sense of living in the third person. Strombeck goes on to say, Underworld deploys the Internet as a literal manifestation of its running thesis. Everything is connected. Underworld's ending largely depicts the Internet as it appeared to many users in the mid to late 1990s, as a site of almost pure possibility that might obliviate the jarring cultural divisions that Underworld describes elsewhere. The next essay that I'll talk about is Laura Barrett's Intertextuality, an attempt to find pattern and motive, text, context, and intertext. She kicks it off by saying that DeLillo's entire oeuvre is a lesson in dialogue, and his novels talk to each other, replaying critical themes and motifs, and converse with the culture. Reading a DeLillo novel is an immersion in a series of intertexts which influence his work at the level of meaning and style. Underworld, Catherine Morley persuasively contends, mimics Sergei Eisenstein's montage technique to create a more democratic and inclusive voice. Barrett also points out that DeLillo's works are preoccupied with origins. His characters trace the derivation of words in order to arrive at truth, and pathologically seek the lineage of talismanic objects to ensure their provenance. DeLillo's protagonists are Latter-day Knights on secular quests, their grails simultaneously ridiculous and sublime as they search for mundane objects and outcomes, a baseball, a haircut, a pattern, to provide meaning, design, and a connection between past and present. Declaring Underworld, of course, DeLillo's epic, she says that it shares much in common with Ulysses from James Joyce, including peripatetic anti-heroes whose constant movement reveals a rootlessness, a dissociation from worlds mired in detritus, while their jobs in advertising and waste management contribute to or benefit from the accumulating decay. Like Stephen Dedalus, Nick Shea has Catholic roots, and while both are influenced by Jesuit instruction and the 14th, and while both are influenced by Jesuit instruction, and the 14th century mystical work, The Cloud of Unknowing, the consolations of religion are lacking. Moving towards the end, Underworld 2 is populated by real and imagined artists, many of whom rely on found objects, like Clara Sachs's B-52 bombers and Ishmael Munoz's graffiti, that constitute, as Jesse Kavadlo, the editor, by the way, of In Context, notes, as a form of recycling. So we've seen this before. The pervasive intertextuality of DeLillo's work is akin to the motif of recycling, whether in the form of found art or waste management. Peter Bruegel's The Triumph of Death, reproduced in life during the week of the pennant game, is reduced to shredded fodder as celebratory confetti litters the stadium after Thompson's home run. So the juxtaposition of history and fiction simultaneously makes clear the importance of history in a world that seems determined to forget it, and compels the reader to understand that history as we know it is a text to be interpreted and demystified. And she wraps up by saying that transcendence is clearly a crucial motif in DeLillo, but its meaning is unclear. Is it an advanced state of awareness to be devoutly desired, or an illusory remnant of a religious sensibility rendered obsolete by science and technology? The answer is, of course, outside the book. Next, we turn to modernism and postmodernism, a quantum perspective. Modernist Depths and Postmodernist Connections by Samuel Chase Cole. It says the reader moves through moments, often minor epiphanies. I love that. The reader moves through minor epiphanies. That's exactly, I think I even said that, or I called them micro epiphanies or something. The way the book's even structured lends to this feeling of moving through these epiphanic moments. I want to suggest, says Samuel Chase Cole, that DeLillo is on a quest to interpret the possible signs of contemporary life. He quizzes various surfaces to see if they will lead himself and the reader to epiphanies of significance in an effort to make sense out of our over-mediated spectacle of an era. Then moving on to Katie Muth in Postmodernism and Literary Criticism, its discontents or the cultural logic of Don DeLillo. She says, if Pynchon subverts the status quo of all systems, DeLillo presents for us a world in which even the appearance of subversion is itself always already part of the system. We're moving into a world where Russell's paradox is embraced. The list itself is indeed included in the list of all lists. All right, and then Randy Laced in Technology, Science/Fiction. He says that DeLillo tends to represent technology as an all-pervasive presence in the physical, social, and psychological worlds of his characters, and to associate technology with an aura that is both spiritual and sinister, often at the same time. DeLillo continually suggests that this impulse goes back to the root of civilization, and that our appetite for technological change is both a response to the primordial fears of darkness and death, as well as a signifier and stimulant of these fears. This intuition lies at the heart of DeLillo's characters' relations with technology, transforming quotidian engagements with media and gadgetry into profound moments of revelation that shape the way these characters understand themselves. The profound impact that technology has on the way DeLillo's characters feel about themselves and their world illustrates the DeLillian principle that technology tends to drain characters of their agency and freedom, making them, in a term used by several of DeLillo's characters across several decades, pliant. Interesting. Now we move to Religion and Spirituality, Meditations on Mystery by Graylee Heron. And it just opens right up with this assertion. Don DeLillo is a profoundly spiritual writer. Sorry, that is not what it says. Don DeLillo is a profoundly religious writer. And then a couple of paragraphs later, it explains this, bolsters it a little more. DeLillo is a religious writer because of the questions he asks rather than the answers he finds. Very well put. The critical challenge has been to appreciate DeLillo's religious sensibilities while also avoiding re-inscription of the orthodoxies which his work consistently parodies or rejects. Religious meditations on quotidian mysteries have occurred with greater frequency in DeLillo's works since White Noise. Sometimes the catalyst for a sacred encounter is a simple everyday item. Consider the humble shoe. When the Jesuit priest, Father Andrew Paulus, teaches young Nick Shea to name the component parts of a shoe in Underworld, he is not teaching vocabulary so much as providing an object lesson in how to access the sacred. DeLillo is persistently drawn to the radiance of dailiness, accidental holiness, and sacred inexplicability inherent in the quotidian. But he stops short of endorsing absolute faith or surrendering completely and permanently to enchantment. Generally speaking, the pendulum swings toward ironic treatment of self-mystification in DeLillo's early work, but more toward serious treatment of authentic mystery in his later work. The fulcrum between the two is Underworld, and one of the most pivotal figures in this regard is Sister Alma Edgar, so asserts Heron. Sister Edgar is left suspended between doubt and redemption, entangled in the World Wide Web, the epitome of paranoid systems at odds with religious faith. Yet, despite these considerable challenges to Sister Edgar's religious beliefs, the narrator neither mocks nor renounces her encounter with transcendent mystery. That's a really, really crucial point. And finally, Graylee Heron wraps up this essay by saying, this open-endedness can frustrate readers who are adamant in their own religious or anti-religious convictions and who look for corroboration from DeLillo. Be that as it may, his religious writing resists being pinned, wriggling to the wall of apostasy, just as much as it defies being tacked to the church door of belief. DeLillo instead features religious meditations which glow with quotidian mystery, yet remain enveloped by an impenetrable cloud of knowing. A wonderful summing up. All right. And the last critical piece that we'll look at is Ethnicity, DeLillo and Italian America by John Paul Russo. And he opens up with this. A paradox at the heart of DeLillo studies revolves around the subject of ethnicity. He is the most prominent Italian-American writer since the migration of 4.5 million Italians to America between 1880 and 1920. 2 of those immigrants were his parents, members of the so-called first generation. But at the other extreme, DeLillo is in no way an ethnic writer. He, only accepting some early stories, his first 10 novels give no definitive indication of Italian ethnicity, nor his 12th through 18th novels. What's the one in between? Underworld. There is an Italian foundation to his project, most clearly manifest in the early ethnic stories like Take the A Train and Spaghetti and Meatballs, then less visible as DeLillo masters his craft and learns to mask the Italian element by employing wasp protagonists. And finally, when one might least have expected it, meaning at this point in his career at the time of Underworld, DeLillo published by far his longest, most ambitious novel in which the ethnic presence at the heart of his work received the strongest possible achievement. So a lot of really great aspects of Underworld and DeLillo are covered in DeLillo in Context. So now we finally come to the point in the video where I need to somehow figure out how to conclude it. And I think that the only fitting way to conclude a video on Underworld would be for us to move into cyberspace.